Well, hello, all of you. Good morning from the beautiful beach of Pascuales here in Colima. Today, we are ready to bring you finals day after 5 very successful days of competition. It all comes down to 8 people. Good morning, Brian. How are you?
Good. Thanks for having me. It's going to be an amazing day. Still have 3 Mexicans left in the draw, and 2 of them have come all the way through from the trials with Carlos Cruz and Oliver Diaz. So it'll be really interesting to see how they go on today.
And Oli, he's only 15 years of age, so definitely a remarkable thing to happen in his early career. And yeah, Carlos Cruz, Kalani, Favela, and Oliver Diaz are going to be there battling with 5 international riders. So we're starting with the quarterfinals, and official communication is that they're going to be 35 minutes. They want a little bit extra time to, be more comfortable in the water. There's still big conditions out there.
Yeah, and with jet ski assist as well, I think that's going to give everyone plenty of time to get 2 scores. It is a little tricky out there. There's kind of a lot of closeouts, but there's some really good waves also to have.
Well, before we start, we're going to check out the highlights of yesterday, and then we're going to come back with the action.
And there we have some of the highlights from yesterday. Pretty amazing day, some really cool moves and some good waves ridden. And yeah, it's going to be exciting today. See some more.
Let's hit the water, people, because yes, it's finals day, and we do have Brahim Idouche in red battling for that really wanted a spot in the podium. And check that out, Carlos Cruz, national champ, Mexican national champ in yellow. So the heat has started already. It's 35 minutes. We don't have any waves written as of yet. And yeah, 35 minutes today. Oh man, Brian, what a successful event in general. You know, we have had remarkable moments for bodyboarding, you know, remarkable moments for the country, and, you know, definitely milestones for many riders in their careers. That's it's really refreshing to see that, you know, an event that, of course, you know, it's in its beginnings, and we know very well that's a lot of it's a long path, right, to get to the prime. But in general, everyone is really happy. Strong currents there, you can see it. You know, Brahim is paddling, and you don't see them advancing too much. But this is what this place does, right?
Yeah, yeah. There's a ton of water moving around. You can be sitting up on your board and thinking you're like kind of lined up with the position that you're trying to wait for a set, and you'll just be moved in and out, like closer to the beach and farther out, left and right. So that's the main game out here is positioning. You know, we've heard a lot of people talk about that over the past few days of just trying to be in the correct spot to get the waves. And yeah, it's a tricky thing because there are incredible waves out there. It's just like sometimes you drive yourself crazy because you're seeing them everywhere, but you're just never really in the spot. So these guys are going to be battling to see if they can just be in the perfect spot for when these sets come.
All right, everyone, remember, this is something that we always say. Go there, grab your phone, scan that, and check everything that it's related to the IBC World Tour right there in that link tree. And we have Carlos taking off in this one. Is he going to find a section? Nice looking wave. Probably closing out, but not really. He's finding a good section for a projected roll. And I think that's going to be deemed as a complete move.
Yeah, seemed like it. You know, see some big sets rolling through there. Yeah, it's a great start from Carlos. You know, in the first 5 minutes of the heat, if you can get a score, we've seen that's been really helpful for some of the riders. We've seen some guys waiting around trying to be a little bit too selective, and you know, they get into trouble in the later half of the heat. So that was a really good move from Carlos getting it going. And here we go, we get the replay. So he's just eyeing up this section the whole time, just looking for the correct section, and just bangs it off the end. Nice roll, lands it complete, and just gets out of there. Here we have another one, kind of a bouncy face, but he's able to control it and punch the roll through the lip and get the score. So we did have another ride from Brahim. It seemed like it was either an incomplete or a closeout or something, but he had a 1.25 drop while we were just coming on the air. So we'll maybe get a replay, maybe not. We'll see. But yeah, good score from Carlos, and we'll see where the judges are going to go with that. With 29 minutes left in this heat.
That's right. Well, so just a quick welcome to everyone that is tuning in from Mexico, that speaks Spanish and the world. Saludos a todos. Estamos en el día final después de 5 días de una acción maravillosa, de condiciones increíbles. Ya estamos en el último día, día número 6 de campeonato. Y ahora en el agua tenemos el campeón mexicano, Carlos Cruz, luchando contra el nombre más grande del bodyboard marroquí, que es Brahim Idouche, un rider que tiene más de 20 años compitiendo en el Tour Mundial, que nos ha dado un montón de alegrías, ha ganado ya un par de eventos mundiales, ha estado en muchos podios también. Súper experimentado Brahim Idouche. Y tenemos 3 mexicanos presentes en esta altura de competencia, que son los cuartos de finales. Tenemos también... bueno, ahí estaba Carlos, que está siendo asistido por el jet ski, saber que es completamente dentro de las reglas en condiciones como estas, y fue acordado con los atletas tener la asistencia del jet ski. Así que eso, tenemos 3 mexicanos, tenemos 5 riders internacionales presentes, además de los 3 mexicanos. Y bueno, va a estar excelente realmente este evento. Aquí vamos a presentarles lo que es. Miren qué preciosa imagen, esa perrita que estaba con nosotros todos los días, y obviamente la bandera mexicana. Hay una persona ahí apoyando a Carlos. Aquí está la distribución de lo que son los cuartos de finales. Quarterfinals here.
Yeah, we got the first heat we're watching right now, Brahim Idouche and Carlos Cruz. In heat number 2, we have Oliver Diaz and Amari Laverne. Like Bego was saying, our most experienced rider and our youngest. And here we have up and riding Brahim. Beautiful looking wave, just maybe not going to get through that one. Yeah, just really nice wave, kind of loaded up nicely on the sandbar and just scooped it beautifully. It just kind of, the wave didn't cooperate and just kind of ran off. So looks like he's almost already back out there. He'll get underneath this next wave, and yeah, no problem there. But nice looking wave. It just kind of, we're seeing a little bit of that this morning, kind of like some closeouts. So they're going to be looking for a corner that's really going to open up and let them either get barreled, do a move, or a combination of the two.
I got the chance to meet a stand-up surfer from here that he's a pro yesterday, and we were having a conversation about the conditions, and he was actually thinking there was going to be a little bit more waves today, a little bit bigger than yesterday because of the direction of the swell, plus, the period, which is higher today than yesterday. But he was saying that might be a little bit further down the beach, which is, of course, out of our, competition area. But you know what? I think we're going to see some surprises, Good thing is that the sets, since the period is long, is high, we're going to have some calm moments for the riders to, readjust. And I think we're going to see potentially big sets at some point, of each heat. So that's why the riders got an extra 5 minutes today. And user priority right there for Carlos Cruz. He was paddling next to Brahim and used his priority. Scoping a mini barrel there, combines with a reverse spin and tries to get another barrel on that last section. But yeah, Carlos already has a 5.25, and he's been very active. I really like his attitude. So he's not waiting. He's just taking on the small ones or mid-range ones to try to put some scores right there in the leaderboard.
Yeah, and maybe trying to keep Brahim out of rhythm. Brahim looked like he was kind of trying to take a look at that wave, and Carlos was like, you know what, I got priority. Like, why don't I kind of make this guy sit for a little bit longer, and kind of took that wave off him. Smaller wave, and here's a replay of that. Kind of stalls the takeoff, pulls up into the barrel, pushes through the foamy section, and then he's going to throw a little reverse out on the face here. And I love this stall. He saw that wave was going to kind of load up on the inside again. He just stalls with the legs, pulls into the barrel. He probably would have loved to have a little roll on that section, but yeah, that one came in at a 3.5 with his first wave with that big roll, coming in at a 5.25. So 8.75 heat total with 25 minutes, just 24 and a half minutes left to go. So yeah, it's good. When you can get an early start and start building on all those scores, I think that's the good way to go about a heat. We've been seeing a lot of guys being successful with that kind of strategy. So good start from Carlos, and yeah, Brahim not really having any kind of real scoring wave yet. We don't know what happened on that 1.25, but he got a 2-point ride for that right hand closeout. So yeah, and it looks like he's maybe going to have a look at one of these.
Oh, check this out. We have Brahim Idush, and saw how Carlos tried to put some pressure on him, but yeah, Brahim didn't buy that. Right there with a huge pocket roll, Brahim Idush. One more through the leap. Wow, looking so sharp, Brahim. That's the way he won yesterday in the round of 16. But yeah, completely. Oh, that's he's actually raising his hand to ask for assistance. That's I think that's great that he's doing that, because there's a side rolling. So he will wait for the jet ski to come, and I just loved the way Carlos. He didn't have the priority, but he was like, maybe I'll put some pressure here. Maybe it works. Who knows? But yeah, Brahim is so experienced. He knows perfectly when he has just to see the replay.
And here's Brahim, kind of stalling the takeoff, scoops up in, just goes straight up at the barrel and does a nice roll. And then this closeout section coming at him fast, and he tries to punch through and get out in front of the whitewash. Unfortunately, not able to get out in front of the whitewash and complete that second roll. But yeah, that was that's going to be his highest score of the heat so far. As we have Carlos Cruz up on the left, kind of just foamy pinching section, but he's able to punch through. Not sure what he did early on that wave, but yeah, on the end of that wave, kind of pulls up into a kind of backwashy foamy barrel, and it kind of clamped down on him. He was able to punch out the front. So we'll see if anything else was done at the beginning of that wave.
Brahim Idush, who's sitting currently in the 14th position of the World Tour rankings, coming from an unwanted 29th position in Itacoatiara. That hurt for him because he loved that place, and last year he did great in Itacoatiara. not having his fellow countrymen here, Badreddin, and check this out. This is Carlos. Another wave that just happened. Carlos, yeah, just, quick, not too much of a smooth barrel ride. And we're adjusting the cameras. That's going to be fixed. But yeah, I was saying, yeah, definitely this event is key for Brahim Idouche. He's one step from the podium. It will be his first podium this year. Last year he had it in Itacoachara with the equal third position. And this year he's needing these points. He's really needing to advance as much as possible. This is only a 2,500 points event. So depending on what happened here, he's gonna be getting his fourth result, and getting a better spot in the rankings, and maybe taking one of those spots in the top 16. Of course, top 16 for 2027 is only going to be defined at the very end of the year, but definitely it is important for him to advance. And I mean, everybody wants to be in the podium for the first ever edition of this event, all right? And of course, winning it, why not?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that'll give him a lot of confidence going through to the rest of the year. There's still a bunch of events left, so I think if he's able to kind of get into a rhythm and get a podium here, but of course, yeah, everyone wants to win, but Carlos Cruz also definitely wants to win. This is kind of like a hometown event for him, so I'm sure him, Kalani, even Oliver, who's from down south, they're all going to be really hungry to try to get the win here.
I tell you what, Carlos is, for me, the most impressive underdog of this event, because, of course, Kalani. I mean, it's between Carlos and Oliver from the local side. Those two, I mean, who would think that Oliver that came here, wait a second, beautiful ride for Carlos Cruz, scooping in, trying to get a barrel time there, but yeah, just shuts down on him. That's a shame.
Yeah, so the beginning of that wave looked great. It went wide open and just kind of got into that inside section and sort of clamped on him and just didn't allow him to find an exit. But yeah, it's good, really good shaped wave. It just got a little funky on the inside there.
Brahim picks up a 6 for that first wave, and now he is only looking for a 290. I don't see more scores there for Carlos, but yeah. I was just saying that, Carlos has been very impressive throughout the whole event, just to watch, because, of course, Kalani, coming from an amazing performance in Antofagasta, he put a name there for himself in the first appearance of the World Tour, First time in the World Tour, first time surfing in cold waters, first time with a wetsuit. He didn't even have a wetsuit. Budeo Club actually lent him a wetsuit. All of the Mexicans, they didn't have one. And check this out. Big names. We have 5 titles there, people. We have Pierre-Louis Coste, 2 times world champion. Armillas Oliveres, he was a 2024 world champion. And Amaury Laverne, they're looking pretty serious, analyzing the conditions. And we have a local viewer there. I actually met his son the other day, and he was telling me his son is starting bodyboarding, and for him and his son, it was a huge motivation to have a World Tour event here and have the chance to meet the pros. So yeah, that is also a beautiful thing, huh? You mentioned that Luke Siddons,
yeah.
He was really stoked to be in the same table at dinner of, Pierre-Louis and a couple of pro riders, right?
Yeah, we were walking out past the restaurant out front of the hotel, and he was walking out of there, and he was like just so happy. He was like, no one's going to believe me. I was just sitting at a table with Pierre, Amaury, and Armida, and yeah, it's just really cool. It's, a 15-year-old kid getting to kind of just rub shoulders with his idols, and probably someone who he's watched a ton on the computer and probably analyzed the footage of them surfing, for them to just get that kind of time and experience just watching them in the water here. That's what's great about these events. And, we have had a lot of young riders here. So this is like really pouring fuel on the fire for the next generation of riders here in Mexico and in the U.S.
Yeah, I was listening to you, and I was thinking, that happened to all of us, the first time we saw them, because they are our idols as well. It's been 12 years since I've been seeing them. But every day, every time I see them surfing, I have I'm very grateful to be here and, seeing them surfing live, getting to know them. It's one of the beauties of being in the World Tour. So if you haven't come to a World Tour event and you're a bodyboarder and you're thinking about it, do yourself a favor and give it a shot. Even if you don't get the results you're looking for, it is a very rich experience in general. You get to know your idols, and you get to actually see them surf and see how human they are, because we idolize them and we think they're maybe we can't reach to them, but they're super nice, and you can learn a lot of things, so it's worth to come to a World Tour event. All right, people, with almost halfway through, actually halfway through this heat, we have Carlos Cruz leading, but not too comfortable at all because Brahim Idush is looking for a 2.90. Brahim, he has the higher score of the heat so far, so a 2.90. He can do it in his sleeps.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen he's been throwing some big rolls in his last heat in round number 4. He had those 2 big rolls, so he's very very capable. So he's just going to be trying to find some clean water. You can see those rip currents there. He's going to try to get out of the way of that and position himself for a clean wave. But yeah, that's the thing about this beach breaks is it's all about positioning, and there's plenty of waves out there. It's just all about can you find some clean water? Can you find one that's going to stay open and give you some potential to be able to do either a move or a barrel? But yeah, we know with 15 minutes left to go, we're still going to have some sets that roll through. So I expect to see a few lead changes here in the last 15 minutes.
All right, so 50 minutes. Yes, successful event, people. Make sure to follow us. Make sure to connect with us and check at that little guy, man. He has been always quiet, super focused. Oliver Harkin there, getting ready to face a Maori, Laverne. A Maori who's had a son named Oliver as well, saying that for him was such an impressive thing to have a 15-year-old kid, which is close to, Oliver's son, age. So, having him in the heat, and he's going to experience that again. And Oliver is really dangerous, because he knows very well how to handle these conditions coming from Puerto Escondido. And he has zero fear, man. He just attacks whatever, drops whatever. And he's not even thinking about, I'm going to get caught by the set or any like that. This is the beauty of being young and competing. Look at that, Brian Lopez and his fiancée. They're going to get married. A couple of local riders there. People's filming. I guess they're supporting Carlos Cruz. Oh, Carlos.
Yeah, and we had lunch with Jose Ramirez yesterday. Puerto legend, and he was kind of telling us about what Oliver's been up to in Puerto, and he was just explaining like how powerful he's been riding. Just going up at some really big lips and throwing big inverts and all these moves. So, it's he may only be 15 years old, but he does have the skills. He has the skill sets to really put some pressure on a Maori. We know that a Maori is just such a competitive beast. When he goes out into the water, he knows exactly what he wants to do, and most of the time executes it perfectly. But yeah, it'll be interesting. Today is kind of anybody's day, kind of with how the conditions are. If you're just in the right spot, you get the wave of the day, and you're going to get through a heat. So it'll be really interesting to see that next heat.
I agree with you totally. I'm pretty sure, I'm telling you this, I'm pretty sure Mauri is nervous, because he might be super able to control all kinds of riders in general, and especially if they're pros. He knows very well their techniques, their strategies, and how they surf and all. But, Oliver, it's been, the only fact of him being an underdog, being a junior, and reaching the quarterfinals, that can get anybody's nervous, because you don't know what to expect, he has nothing to lose. In the contrary, Amori has a lot to gain and a lot to lose because he's holding the second position in the World Tour rankings. And even though it's almost an impossible task to get the title this year, he really wants to try to remain there. And of course, they travel for the win. You have to remember that these kind of riders, they're here to win the event. They're not here for the podium. They're not here for, just a very impressive performance. They're here to win. And look at this bump. Oh,
Yeah, Brahim taking a look at that, just not really liking the look of that wave, but there's maybe another one behind. He's going to be trying to position himself for something because, just under 12 minutes left to go. He doesn't need much, but he needs to get something going because we've seen once it gets into these last minutes of these heats, it gets more and more anxiety. And here we got Carlos Cruz up and riding, just gets out of there. Just kind of saw that wave kind of bending and clamping and just decides to get out. But Carlos probably doesn't feel super comfortable either, only holding a 5.25 and a 3.65. He definitely wants to replace that 3.65. But Brahim, not needing anything, just a 2.9, a good roll will get him that. So, he's just going to have to maybe compromise on the type of wave that he's looking for and just try to get that score because, we've seen some weird things happen in the dying moments of heats. But, here we got Brahim taking a look at this one. Off on a right-hander, kind of foamy face, bottom turns right up into the lip, pushes through with the roll and gets the completion. So I imagine that the judges will give him that score. It's not a big number at all, and that's going to put pressure back on Carlos Cruz.
People will getting to know today who's going to be the great champion of the men rising series. We do have our champion in the junior men rising series on a great fashion. We had a Mexican taking the first ever event here in Mexico for the IBC World Tour. That was Ilan Chua. And it was such a battle there. A battle, that looked like a pro rider's battle, right there. And now we're going to see who from these 8 riders that we have present in the quarterfinals are going to be taking that title. Oh, man, I have no idea who's going to be taking it. Check this out. Last wave of Brahim Idush. This is the replay. And Brahim, he's playing conservative and very safe, which I think it's okay. It's great. He's just getting a 4, and now he's first. And check this out. Local guy looking for a 4.76, not able to do much in that last wave. But Brahim, smart. He was looking for a 2.76. Why not taking a smaller wave and going for the roll? Safe, and now he's first. Just, gives you this confidence that you need.
Yeah, I love that move from Brahim. That's exactly what he needed. Now the pressure's all on Carlos. So, he with under 10 minutes left to go, now he can kind of wait and see if he can find a bigger score there. But just to get back into the lead and apply the pressure onto Carlos, I think that was a really good move. And if you haven't gone back and watched that juniors final, I would really recommend doing it. That was a really exciting end to the event. We had Damiano Benazzi throw an invert in the last minute of the event, and everyone thought that maybe that was all she wrote. And Ilan came through and produced a big ride in the final second. So, exciting junior event, and hopefully we get a finish similar to that for our men.
I'm pretty sure we will. Right now we have a little bit of a morning sickness, people. We have seen this happening every day here, especially these bigger days. It's what it happens. Actually, there's not much we can do, because there's no wind. It's kind of like a sickness there. Might be the current, might be the switch, because checking on the reports, we have all different kinds of directions of the swell today. So it's kind of like a mixed thing for today in terms of direction. We are starting the day, with an east-northeast, and it's switching to south-southwest, which is not really the best, and, winds picking up. So, we're going to be seeing 1,300 kilojoules of energy, which is a lot, and, at least 16 seconds of period. That's what the forecast says. All right, Brahim Idush. We do have that forecast here, actually. Thank you.
Yeah, so this morning, they're calling 6 to 8 foot from the southwest with 5 knots of east winds, which is offshore winds. And then in the afternoon, it's just going to come down just a little bit, 5 to 7 foot, still in that southwest direction. And here we go. We got Brahim Idush up on the left, kind of flares on the takeoff, pulls up. Is he able to get the completion and get out of there? And he does. He's able to push out there, and he's claiming it, throwing the hand up, showing that he had the control. making sure the judges saw that, because going left sometimes, depending upon where you are, it's difficult for the judges to see. You know, I'm sure there's been in the past where guys have done rolls in situations like that, and maybe the judges weren't able to tell if they were able to do a move or something like that. So, yeah, he just threw the hand up after that ride to make sure that they were like, "Hey, I made it. I'm here," and that's a really
cool.
really good score. I imagine a barrel like that today, with how difficult the conditions were, I think the judges might even like that more than the 4. We'll see.
I think that was great for him to not, waited too long, and actually lucky to find that beautiful left. And yeah, like you said, I mean, there's no way we can cover the whole beach, of course. And there's at least where we're right now at the point that we are surfing, at least there's 2 peaks to each side. So yeah, you will have 2 different rights, 2 different lefts. So of course, some of them finish out of a range. It happens in many other contests, in many other events. You should have like at least 4 action cameras, and that's, you guys might know and might understand, that's really expensive to have for 6 days of competition, and of course, 8 days of waiting period. What an event. Look at that. That's Jean-Paul Blaney in red. That's our event promoter. He has been, saying, and we're going to have him in the last heat of the quarterfinals commentating here with us for Kalani Latansi's heat. He has been saying, and what? I'm sorry. Oh my God, I keep calling Kalani Favela, Kalani Latansi. Thank you for that. It's Kalani Favela. I'm so sorry. We're just very used to have Kalani Favela Latansi. I'm sorry. All right, so yeah. Paul is going to come to commentate with us for Kalani's heat. And, it's been great to see the smile in his face. He's actually accomplishing a dream of his. And that's just so beautiful as well. It's not just the riders, but, there's so many things behind the scenes, that you guys might not know because you're not here, and it's normal. 5:25. I'm sorry. I was checking at the scores, and yeah, 5:25 for that last wave of Brahim. You were completely right. He picked up a little bit more than the 4 that he was holding as a backup score. And right now, Carlos Cruz is looking for a 6.
Yeah, he's looking for the highest score of the heat too. So with only under 5 minutes left to go, that's going to be a little nervy for him. There are honestly probably 9-point, 10-point rides out there. We've kind of seen them kind of opt for medium range waves to try to just get these scores to just pass through the heat. But a 6-point ride is definitely not out of the question today. It's just like we can see these kind of rips in the lineup. I think once these kind of clear out, I think we'll start seeing some really, really good waves. We saw that kind of late morning yesterday. The conditions like really seem to clean up. Could be tide affected, could just be kind of a little bit of like wonk in the morning. But yeah, yesterday the wind even kind of went onshore, and it was kind of the cleanest it was the whole morning. So yeah, we're gonna hopefully see these conditions turn around a little bit, have these currents and rips kind of clean up. But yeah, even as is, there are definitely some 9-point rides out there just for a barrel.
It'll clean up for sure. That happened every day. I think it will get really, really good. I was actually having a word yesterday with Matias Diaz, and he said he was surfing, free surfing on the side of check this out, Carlos, not waiting too long, being smart, just taking one of the small ones, looking for a 6.01. But you know what? With these kind of conditions, I don't think that wave is going to produce that kind of score. Like you said, it is actually the higher score that he's looking for, higher than what they have done. So he definitely has to wait for a bomb, and go for something big. It's all or nothing here, people. Look at that. Oliver, Harking, Diaz, getting ready to enter the water to meet Amaury Laverne for quarterfinal number 2.
Yeah, unbelievable. I'm crazy that we have a 15-year-old making it through so many big names here, as we have this wave. Both competitors taking a look but opting not to go. But yeah, 15 years old and has gotten through some serious heats. And we've lost a lot of big names, and like Matias Diaz. And for him to still be in the event is definitely a testament to how mature his bodyboarding is.
I was thinking about Lucas Aninotto because I think I met Lucas Aninotto when he was 15 in Sintra. and he was so impressive as well. That year's intro was big, and Luca was boosting crazy maneuvers. All check that, Maury Laverne just getting ready. That's very important, people. If you come to surf here, fin tethers, tie them very well. You don't want to lose a fin in the middle of a heat. That's one of the worst things that can happen to you, and you can definitely avoid it by having good fin tethers. In the case of Amori, he's just going for the classic quartz shoelaces, but it's a different type of fin tether there, but it is important. So just going back to that idea, I remember Lucas Aninoto surfing really good in Sintra. Just, watching right now, Oliver brings back that memory. And I think, thinking that Lucas Aninoto is the defending junior man world champion this year, it's just something that makes me, right. So Ollie's getting some help. It's Ollie, right?
Yeah, I think he's just getting a ride out the back. But good use of the ski because we're seeing these really nice waves running through. He's got that right-hander just kind of rifle across and spit. So it's another, those waves are out there. It's just like, it's so hard to be in the spot, Carlos Cruz would have loved to have had that wave. And had he picked that up and made that barrel, that's the highest score of the heat. So it's just showing you how difficult it is to be in the spot for these good ones.
All right, this heat is coming to an end. 45 seconds to go. Let's see if Carlos Cruz, he doesn't have the priority right now. I don't know where he is, but he's looking for a 6.01. And I have to tell you, regardless of what happened, huge round of applause to him if he finishes in this round, because he's going to be getting a fifth place, which is really good in terms of points and also prize money. I'm pretty sure the whole country is proud of him, regardless of what happens. He has put on a show for the country, represent his flag. And man, Brahim Idouche, his first podium of the season and his best result so far, advancing to the semifinal. And I think it's done right now. Brahim Idouche, the only Moroccan that we have in this event, is the first finalist. He's the first in the podium, so big congratulations to him, but big congratulations to the national champ for his performance. We're ready to throw it to commercials, but please don't go anywhere because we have a lot more to come.
Camina el viento sobre mi piel, arena viva, dulce y cruel. Suenan tambores en el rincón. Siente lo cierto, bajo fuego del desierto, leste profundo, puro y abierto.
Hello, everyone. If you're just getting here today, it's finals day here at the 2026 Pascuales Bodyboard Pro. We're very happy to bring you an amazing day of competition, and we are ready to throw the heat number 2, the quarterfinals number 2. Good morning, first of all. Thank you for being with us, Jorge.
Begoña, good morning. How are you doing today?
I'm super stoked. Action is there. Let's hit the water. We want to introduce this heat. Check this out.
Well, we are running today the quarterfinals.
Those lines, man. I'm sorry. Look at those lines.
The waves are amazing today, as we are watching on the screen, and these are the quarterfinals. Oliver Yarquin and Amaury Laverne, one of the youngest and one of the most experienced riders. Give it a look to the screen. Big waves approaching to the beach. What a wonderful day for the riders.
My Lord. We were saying in the introduction when we started the day that we will be seeing surprises, and check that gym. Oh, my Lord, that's so beautiful. This place is so beautiful. I'm telling you, yesterday I was watching the sunset and it was kind of windy. Still some beautiful peaks. I will never forget this place. You know, one of the beaches that I heard since I started bodyboarding. You know, and I had a lot of respect, and I think everyone in the world can agree with me that it's one of the best waves for bodyboarding, one of the best speed tricks. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Mexicans. Thank you, Mexico. Really, you guys are amazing. Thank you for having us, all the locals, everyone. It's a pleasure.
A pleasure for us as well having this event and having you
Thank you so much.
here. We are enjoying your company and all what you are providing to the sport. Thank you so much for everything.
It's our pleasure. All right. Man, 35-minute heats, people. We have the youngest competitor of the event in this division taking off in this one, starting things, scooping into the barrel. And I think he's going to come out for sure. He is coming out. 15 years of age.
This young rider, Oliver, he's from Oaxaca, and he's one of the most probably amazing kids we have in the league.
Tlayudas
Uf,
firing there.
mínimamente, and great fishing, mucha buena comida allá en Oaxaca. Y se nota en el muchacho, buen físico.
Sí, wow, qué increíble. ¿Quién comienza un hit contra Mauri Laverne con un tubo con 15 años en una ola como esta, gente? O sea, pónganse a pensar lo fuerte que es esta ola. Claro, sí tenemos asistencia del jet ski, pero bueno, eso no le quita mérito, porque estos chicos igual surfean sin jet ski en su casa. O sea, Oliver está conocidísimo por eso. Todos ya lo habíamos visto en las redes sociales, porque realmente es impresionante lo que hace en Puerto Escondido en días grandes. Y bueno, él no es que no pueda entrar sin jet ski ni nada de eso, claro que puede. Pero realmente es algo que nos ha impresionado, que es muy bonito este tipo de cosas que, bueno, solo podríamos verlas viniendo aquí, ¿no? Yo estaba hablando de Lucas Aninotto, que es el actual campeón mundial junior, que lo conocí en esa edad hace varios años en Sintra y estaba surfeando increíble. Vamos a este replay.
And we have the replay from Oliver. What an amazing wave. He's going very deep into the pocket. For a second, seems like he's not going to come out, and then he makes it. Beautiful display of technique. And at the end, he wasn't able to put a second maneuver. That was beautiful to see. Good job, Oliver, over there.
Incredible. That's what you want to do. Just going back to that idea in Spanish, Lucas Aninotto tenía más o menos eso, 15 años, estábamos en Sintra, había tamaño, Sintra es un beach break también, pero claro, o sea, es muy diferente, es un beach break muy diferente a este es uno de los más pesados del mundo, igual que Puerto. Y bueno, él se estaba poniendo todas las maniobras, era impresionante verlo, un estilazo, y me recuerda mucho Oliver a él. Entonces, imagínense para dónde está yendo Oliver. Esperamos que pueda seguir el Tour Mundial, esperamos que pueda seguir luchando por ese título de campeón mundial junior. Sería increíble que pudiera asistir a los eventos, que pudiera asistir al frontón y verlo ahí, porque imagínate, viene de los beach breaks más pesados del mundo, que son los que están aquí en México, bueno, de Puerto, y este se parece mucho, y mira cómo lo controla. Sería increíble verlo manejándose en el frontón para el Gran Canaria Frontón King, que es una condición muy diferente, es una ola que rompe en el mismo lado, pero que tiene un take-off súper crítico, súper crítico, y que tiene una técnica muy diferente. Sería bastante interesante ver cómo se desenvuelve allá. Estoy segura que lo haría muy bien, por supuesto.
Esperemos que en el futuro Oliver pueda conseguir más patrocinadores también.
Eso es, estoy de acuerdo.
Para que pueda salir a Europa tranquilamente a competir y que siga el circuito. Ojalá después de esta competencia más gente se une y lo apoye al niño.
Vale la pena, chicos, vale mucho la pena porque hay demasiado potencial en este niño. Vamos a ver, mira.
Here we go, Amaury está corriendo su primera ola del hit, va profundo en la pared. Parece que va a salir del tubo, veamos si sale. No, quedó muy corto. A final de cuentas la ola se le cerró encima.
Y había tomado otra ola Oliver, una izquierda, que lo veo ahí bastante cerca, así que probablemente no fue mucho. Ok, tuvimos acción, la primera ola de Oliver, 7 puntos, first wave of the youngest competitor of this division, 7 points, and Amaury took off a wave, but it looked in our eyes, which of course there's other cameras I think there, in our eyes it looked like he didn't make it. The judges are going to reflect that in the scores, but we did have another wave of Oliver. Big set. I know the interview is ready with 1 second because there's a big set approaching, and maybe Oliver is going to give it a shot. We don't want to miss any of the live action. I know Brahim can wait a little bit. And also Brian, please, Brian, tell him that we're just waiting to see if someone's going to take this set.
And actually, Oliver has the priority already.
Yep.
He's back on the lineup. Such an amazing boy. And good score, 7.0 for Oliver. It's second wave, 1.55. Here's the replay, Bego.
This is the one that we didn't see. Oliver tried to attack that closing out section, but not able to do much in that one. But, it's still 1.55 in his first, and first of Amaury, it was nothing at 1.65. I'm nervous about this set. I don't want to throw it to the interviewer. I'm so sorry. I know Brahim also needs to rest because he's going to be going to semifinal 1, but he's got some time. We still have, after this hit, we have 2 more hits. So, there's time for him to rest. Just 1 sec. Let's see if Oliver is going to take off because look at the wave that it's approaching there. This is the one for Amaury.
Very nice wave from Amaury. We're watching the replay, and he gets very deep into the tube, but he's not able to come out. That was the replay of the last wave of Amaury, which the judges give him a score of 1.65. Not much on the first wave of Amaury, but he's already scoring his first. So very important for the riders. Remember, you need 2 waves to get into the game, and the higher score obviously is the best.
All right, it looks like Oli might not be taking one of those waves. And 1 second. Man, you know what? We were saying that actually that they started with the smaller waves, and it might trick us. We might be thinking that that's the condition, but we actually announced it with Brian. We said there's going to be surprises. There's going to be big waves, because the period is high, and this is what the Pacific does. Let's see this one. Big wave approaching, and I think Amaury is aiming to drop, but it is Oli with the priority. Check how amazingly used the priority right there for this young rider. Oh man, I'm speechless. What happened there? He used perfectly the priority, blocked the Amaury on the biggest wave of the set, and got stuck, unfortunately. You know what? I think Amaury might be eyeing this one, that it's approaching. I'm sorry, Brian and Brahim. We have live action. It's always, let's see. All right, so let's just go for the interview, and then we're going to put it in picture for you to listen to from Brahim Idouche.
Guys, I'm here with Brahim. Great heat. It was really difficult conditions out there. What was kind of going through your head during that heat?
Yeah, there is some really good waves out there, but there is too much current and it's too hard to be in the good position. And yeah, I'm so happy to get 2 waves. I know that I just need 2 waves to make it. So I was lucky to have that 2 waves, and I'm so happy to make my first podium this year. So yeah, I'm so happy. I'm glad.
And this is your best result this year so far. What does this do for your confidence moving forward into the rest of the year?
Yeah, I just, when I come here, I just wanna just to serve and, to enjoy Mexico. And I like competition, but I'm so happy to do a competition and do a good result. And now it just make me confident to go to Sintra and Fronton to make a good result there. And let's see what's going to happen at last end of the year.
Awesome. You want to give a shout out to any friends, family, sponsors back home?
Yeah, like always, and I want to just thank all my sponsors, my family, our federation, and all the guys that supporting bodyboarding in general, IBC, all the team here in Mexico, and see you in semis.
Awesome. Back to you guys.
Congratulations, Brahim, for your victory in this heat. Very nice interview. Thank you, Brian. And right now we're just in the minute 24 of this quarterfinals of heat number 2. And Oliver, our youngest rider, is leading so far the moment of the heat. Amaury Laverne a little bit below. And both of them are just trying to find out the right way to score the highest points of their heat. This is Pascuales, Bodyboard Pro. Thank you so much to all of you for being here this morning on these quarterfinals.
All right, everyone, if you're just getting here, please share this live streaming. Let the world know we're here. We are in the first ever event in Pascuales. What a pleasure to be bringing you this. Thank you, Mexico, for, producing memories for bodyboarding. And let's see, beautiful wave for Amaury Laverne. Not happening. Good call, actually. It was closing out.
As you mentioned a while ago about the surprises, I think the waves are just giving us that surprises already. Like we saw yesterday, I think around from 4 meters to 6 meters wave size. That was early morning. One of the biggest. The judges were
That's
thinking
such a Mexican way to measure the
in
wave.
meters. Okay, let's go
In meters.
In meters.
Oh, okay. I'm
In
sorry.
meters.
I thought you were saying feet. I was like, I don't think there's.
No,
feet
meters,
there.
meters.
I agree with you then. Sorry.
So everybody, we were on the second floor of the hotel just watching, and then we start like, did you saw the wave of Matias? Did you saw Carlos? And we were just like from the top of the roof, like, I think it was this high. So we start just kind of understanding, and then we watched the replay. What an amazing waves we had yesterday. Like the ones, they're just coming into the bay today. So great day in Pascuales. Such a great event.
Bombazo, gente, es lo que está pasando aquí. Lo sabíamos, se veía al comienzo del día un poco más chico, nos engañó un poquito aquí el primer hit, a veces pasa eso, recordando que son de 35 minutos, a veces en 35 minutos tal vez no sale la bomba, no sale digamos, la gigante, pero lo dijimos, vienen sorpresas porque lo que marca el reporte para hoy es eso, es 16 segundos de periodo, que es un periodo alto para el Pacífico, y marca 1500 a 1300 kilojoules de energía. Eso es bastante, sobre todo aquí. Y el suel, que tiene una buena dirección este-noreste, va a cambiar a sur-sur-oeste al mediodía más o menos, pero ya para ese momento vamos a haber terminado el evento. Ha sido una decisión excelente de parte de la Comisión Técnica comenzar bien temprano. Todos los días estamos listos para comenzar 6:30, hoy un poquitito más tarde. Estaban haciéndose unos ajustes. Aquí viene Amaury Laverne taking off in this one. Not a good wave. I'm telling you, Amaury is feeling the pressure of surfing with the youngest competitor of the competition. You know, he has a lot to lose. A lot. There's a lot of pressure on him, I'm telling you.
I think he has a very difficult task considering how good is Oliver. And I've seen Oliver since a few years ago on the social networks. And this guy, this kid has a great mindset, which I think he's a great contender for Amaury. And actually, I think probably Amaury is just thinking on his mind that his son has the same name actually as Oliver and almost the same age. So probably it's like a great moment for Amaury to be competing with someone young as his son, right? But obviously he's feeling the pressure because this kid is very powerful, knows how to read the wave, and he's used to big waves as
Claro.
he lives in Oaxaca.
I mean, for him, this is home, you know.
It's
Very
another day on the
similar.
paradise.
Yeah, it's similar for him, and he has nothing to lose. You know, he's only 15 years of age. I'm pretty sure he's not gonna be following the men world tour, even though he's got potential, people. But you know, he doesn't have anything to lose. Every single step he advances is such a gain, you know, in all terms. So yeah, definitely. You know, I was saying that Carlos Cruz has been the biggest underdog in this event, but I think I'm gonna stand corrected, and I think I'm gonna say Oliver has been the underdog of the event, like the most impressive performance because he's only 15 years of age, and look at what he's doing. You know, in 15 minutes, Amaury Laverne hasn't been able to put a decent score under his belt, and Oliver, he did. He's got a 7, which is not a bad score at all. You know, it's actually, you know, in the range of the good scores towards the excellent. So yeah, what a day we're having here. Definitely, you know, having that local dominance, being from here, local knowledge, pays off. And it's not like Amaury cannot change things. Of course he can. I'm telling you, Amaury right there, he's regrouping. He's like, you know, reprogramming his strategy. I know him very well. He's right there just, you know, resetting himself and his strategy and thinking about how he's going to take that win. Let's see.
And here he goes. He's going deep into the wave, makes the bottom turn, comes out of the lip, trying to gain speed again. Not much from that wave. Amaury's having a tough time. Seems like the waves and the ocean right now is not giving his best to him. But remember these guys. In any second, this can change. Only one wave could make the difference. And we have seen scores of 9.50, 9.25. So who knows? We'll see what Amaury can bring to the game. But so far, Oliver is winning the heat with 8.80 points added.
That's right. You know, I'm telling you, this is very weird to see Amaury not being able to actually produce any decent score. His last one was a 1.80. You know, it's going to get rid of that 1.15, but that's if it was nothing, you know, and like that's like if it didn't have any scores. But he's regrouping. 18 minutes and 20 seconds, people. If you missed it, today is finals day. We are in quarterfinal number 2. We already have our first finalist, the first podium ever. The first podium from this season for Brahim Idouche. He's waiting patiently to see who's going to be advancing from this heat and meeting him in semifinal number 1, which is happening today. We're closing the event today. Tomorrow is the last day of the window, so we're loving the fact of, you know, closing with perfect conditions, great waves, and it's gonna be great. I'm telling you, the final's gonna be on fire for sure.
And there it comes, a set of waves. And it seems like Oliver has the priority. Let's see if he's going to use it with the next wave or two. And Amaury Laverne with second priority. The scores are very different from both riders, but remember, only one wave can change the game completely, and both of the riders have the capacity to position themselves on top of each other.
Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, Amaury, he actually posted a 9.25 already in this event. No, right there, Oli. Oh, not really. He's seeking, man. He's unstoppable.
Eager. He's eager. Yeah.
For sure. Maybe this one's going to be working for Amaury, just putting a number. Nice looking left, not the biggest one, but, you know, clean. Stalls, attacks that closeout section. Is he going to hold on to his board? He is. And yeah, that will be his first valuable score. And this is interesting to see, you know, because you don't get to see this kind of things. You don't get to see this kind of Amaury. You always see an Amaury that dominates since the very beginning of the heat. You always see an Amaury that does not fail, you know. And he has been searching for more than half of the heat, you know.
And here we have the replay of Amaury, as you mentioned. He just gets up to the lip, throws a beautiful roll, and comes out of the foam nicely. Good job from Amaury, his first real wave. The judges are giving at him a 5.75, reaching a total of 7.40 points on the score. Pretty good for Amaury. And Oliver has the priority, and we see a wave coming into it. Let's see if Oliver is going to seek for it. He's paddling. Let's see. Yeah, he's going. Totally full commitment. Huge wall. It's trimming his line in the middle of the tube. It's really deep into it. Let's see if he's going to come out. Let's see. Oh, did he made it? That was complicated to watch. Let's see if we can get a replay to see the wave of Oliver. I think that was an amazing wave he just got over there. Let's see if the judges score it like that. Remember, these are the quarterfinals, and we're on the men rising series with Oliver Yarquin on the first position and Amaury Laverne on second. What a great day here.
Bueno, si están llegando ahora, tenemos un hit bastante peculiar. Tenemos a Oliver Yarquin, que solo tiene 15 años, que se está enfrentando contra el 2 veces campeón mundial Amaury Laverne, quien está segundo. Y esta es la repetición de la última ola de Oli, que entraba en ese tubo, pero sí era dificilísimo de salir porque realmente la ola fue más rápida y su bajada fue un poco accidentada. Entonces iba a costarle salir de ahí. Pues eso, tenemos a Oliver, que tiene solo 15 años, el más joven de esta división, de esta categoría, que como hemos venido diciendo en inglés, no tiene nada que perder absolutamente. Y en el caso contrario, a Amaury Laverne, que está segundo en el ranking mundial, mucho en juego. Claramente se sabe que la situación para el título mundial está bastante definida, con Tristan Roberts habiendo ganado los 2 primeros eventos del año y quedando segundo en el tercer evento Prime, todos esos Prime con una mayor cantidad de puntos, pues las cosas están bastante definidas para Tristan, por eso no está aquí. Pero sigue la lucha por quedar lo más arriba posible y por supuesto la gloria de ganar este campeonato por primera vez, ¿no? La primera vez que tenemos este evento. Un Amaury Laverne bastante distinto del que conocemos, que normalmente domina el hit desde el comienzo, que normalmente no se equivocan, casi no tiene fallas. Lo hemos visto incluso en este evento, tomando un par de olas, 3 olas, 4 olas, todas de excelentes notas. Ya él lleva, imagínate, 4 olas y solo tiene un 5.75, que es una nota, un score mediano. Estas cosas lo que te dan para ver es que pues obviamente todos somos humanos y a veces puedes sentir presión de uno de los riders con menos, digamos, trayectoria, porque claramente, o sea, imagínate para alguien que tiene 2 títulos mundiales, o sea, sentir que, wow, me está ganando, me puede ganar un chico que no tiene experiencia en el Tour Mundial y que es completamente nuevo y que además es muy, muy joven, pues definitivamente puede traerte presión. Yo sé que Amaury es una persona mentalmente muy preparada, aparte de físicamente, que ya lo sabemos todos, y nuestra opinión es que él está ahí como reinventándose, un poco reconectando, un poco viendo qué puede hacer, hacia dónde puede, digamos, manejar esta situación, que debe ser rarísima para él también, ¿no?
Ciertamente, yo creo que sí es raro y quizás incómodo porque no ha podido encontrar su ola perfecta como lo dices. Él está acostumbrado a dominar desde el principio. Pero en este caso, tiene un excelente contrincante.
Sí.
Sin importar la edad, Oliver es un excelente rider. Amaury, claro que tiene su carrera y pues es un bodyboarder super pro. Pero tener a un niño que está emulando las capacidades de un adulto a un
Claro.
performance profesional, eso sí puede llegar a intimidar a cualquiera.
Claro.
Porque el temple del niño es sólido.
Sí, él está tranquilito, él está aquí en su casa, bueno, no es su playa, pero viene de Puerto Escondido, una ola muy parecida, está súper entrenado, él es muy tranquilo, está súper enfocado, hemos cruzado un par de palabras y está muy motivado con el bodyboard, con muchas ganas de avanzar y la verdad, ojalá que pueda seguir el Tour Mundial, sobre todo en su categoría en Junior, porque de verdad hay material para campeón mundial ahí. Imagínense, la campeona mundial en todas las categorías, que fue campeona mundial más joven, ella tiene el récord, es Alexandra Rinder, ella tuvo el título en la categoría profesional, porque claramente en el junior, pues obviamente ellos son junior, claro que van a tener menos de 18 años, pero Alexandra Rinder fue campeona con 16 años, campeona mundial, su primer título. Imagínense, Oli rompiendo ese récord. Bueno, ya obviamente este año no se podría, pero sería increíble verlo competir en ambas divisiones, en ambas categorías. Tiene potencial, hay material ahí muy bueno. Atención entonces México. Y bueno, obviamente hemos visto excelentes competidores, excelentes representantes de la bandera mexicana. Se ven unas líneas buenas ahí en el horizonte, se viene. Let's see what happens. 10 minutes and 40 seconds. We were throwing an update in Spanish because we have a Mexican 15-year-old kid in the water, you know, winning the heat so far against Morty Laverne. Let's see, actually taking enough. Not really in this one.
He didn't like it. It was a close-out wave. But remember, there is more behind. And priority has it Amaury. Let's see if Amaury gets to position himself for the wave. But if not, seems like Oliver is going for the left. And Amaury bored of it. What an amazing wave for Oliver. Coming out of the tube, punches the lip, makes a roll. Let's see if he's going to come out of it. Let's see if it's floating. Oh, no. Sadly, he doesn't make it. But that was a very nice wave.
I wonder what Amaury did to the right. That was a beautiful peak, perfectly split between the two riders. We had Oliver taking off to left and Amaury taking off to right. I wonder what happened there. We're going to get to see it, but yeah. This is one of we haven't seen many split peaks, you know, it's because this place has, you know, at least two rights and two lefts in the same spot that we are competing. Remember, we have a limited space for competition. We can't use the whole beach, of course. I mean, there's visibility will be impossible. we'll have to have at least, I don't know, 6 cameras, 6 action cameras, and a lot of cable.
Oh, a lot of cable.
A lot of cable, which is always a problem.
We measured yesterday, we were talking about the cameras too, and well, maybe you want another extra 2 cameras. And then someone say, what about the cable? And it's just, okay, we need like extra 600 meters of cable. So remember,
That's usually the main problem.
cables.
Yeah.
Oh my God. So it's just coming to happen in all the events, honestly. And here we have the replay from Amaury.
All right, looking beautiful for Amaury, scooping into that barrel and coming out. And let's see, attacking that section with a little bit of an invert, not too inverted, but let's see, did he land that? No, didn't land it, but yeah. That was at least, way better than a 1.65 for Amaury. And we're also waiting for all this wave. Is it waiting for that? We'll see. But yeah, good job there for Amaury, kind of like shaking things off, splitting the peak with Oliver. Amaury Laverne, who's back on track right now, looking for a 3.06, which is, definitely there.
And there you go, the repetition of Oliver coming into the tube and then punches that area. I really like the style of the kid. He's pretty good at it. Sometimes, as you see, they cannot land the trick, but the whole intention is there. So he's seeking and he's eager to make it happen. Very great attitude.
What's happening these days in all sports, since we have globalization in place and we have access to everything you can watch, you have access to all videos, live, you have access to webcams, access to so many things that back in the day we didn't have access to. So we are seeing this happening in all sports, younger and younger athletes are actually doing their job great earlier. Back in the day, it will take you a couple years because you don't have references or you don't have access to see other people. But yeah, it's happening more and more. So we're waiting for the scores of these 2 riders. Both of them are waiting for scores. Todavía no han salido las notas y es un 6.50 para Amaury Laverne, que por supuesto cambia la situación porque necesitaba muchísimo menos. Y es un 4.75 para Oliver Harkin en su última ola, que sí aumenta su sumatoria y de verdad lo deja con una necesidad muy fácil para él. 5.25, muy lograble para Oliver, juzgando por lo que ha hecho durante todo el campeonato.
Sí, una calificación muy doable, algo que se puede lograr con una buena ola, como lo acabamos de ver con Amaury Laverne, que con un solo score logra posicionarse en el primer lugar y cambia el juego. Y ahora vemos a Oliver yéndose profundamente en esa ola. Es una barda grandísima. También Amaury Laverne va también, los dos tomaron el pico. Está tratando de hacer su línea, no pudo, estaba muy bumpy la sección de la ola. Veamos si podemos tener la ola también de Oliver. Sería buenísimo poderla ver en el replay.
Qué bombazo, ¿ah?
Uf.
Qué bombazo se acaba de bajar Oli. Vamos a verlo ahora, ya nos avisó el director. Gracias, Pedro y Max. Qué bombazo. Yo estoy aquí agarrándome la cabeza, gente. Qué increíble verlo, de verdad. Lo que viene para ese chico es un futuro brillante. Miren este set.
La belleza de la madre naturaleza, las olas. Qué emoción verlas. A mí me emociona nomás de verlas. Sin estar dentro del mar y desde aquí atrás, hasta mi corazoncito palpita así rápido.
Sí, a mí me da una ansiedad terrible. Yo como que pienso...
Tú quieres entrar allá adentro.
Quisiera estar ahí, pero no tengo la valentía, la verdad, para hacerlo. Me encantaría tenerla, pero qué hermosura. Y yo sé que de las personas que están sintonizando en este momento, por lo menos más de la mitad está soñando con tener la oportunidad de ponerse un tubazo, como lo dijo Brian en el comienzo del evento. Él dijo, tú vienes a Pascuales a tomar la ola de tu vida. Miren este bombazo de Oliver. Last wave of Oliver Harkin. He didn't come out, of course, but what a commitment.
That kid, I think he's an amazing rider. He's putting all his heart and his life in the line. And honestly, for all of you that are watching, you have no idea how heavy can be this wave, but actually you have no idea how safe you are in the tube.
Yeah, it's actually better to,
to stay in than out or trying to bail out.
If you go straight, you can get the leap on your head and you can get hurt. And when we say hurt, we say seriously hurt.
Sí.
You know, this is really strong people. This place can get you a really good pound for sure. Wow.
And something to consider about this place and the beach breaks actually is how shallow it gets. So imagine all this energy compressing your body against the sand and then make you roll on the bottom. Like we have seen guys unconscious with some injuries. So it's always good to be knowledgeable about what to do when you are in the type of situation like Oliver was in the tube. If you stay in the tube and then you just bail towards the wall, the tube won't do anything at you. You just came out passing the wall, go out of the wave, and you get a chance to paddle back out in a more friendly way than getting caught outside and the wall on top of your head. That's pretty bad. I've been there, done that. I didn't like it. So, Oliver, another big bomb. Esto es Pascuales, México. Las olas de las olas más grandes que tenemos en el Pacífico mexicano. Bienvenidos a todos.
Monster waves here, people. We are XXL right now. And we saw, previous heat was kind of mellow if you compare to this one. And we were expecting this kind of surprises, but I am, sometimes I'm speechless by watching the beauty and the strength of this place, It's definitely breathtaking.
So raw.
Yeah.
Like, it's a place that has no...
Savage.
Sí, savage, exactly.
Salvaje esto.
Todos los riders, y lo voy a decir, todos los riders que están ahorita en el agua y los que vienen y surfean esta ola, han de estar medio loquitos. Hay un tornillo ahí que no está bien puesto porque siempre lo traen suelto y andan buscando esta adrenalina constantemente. Qué belleza de gente. ¿Quién fuera ellos con ese corazón y ese espíritu tan libre y tan fuerte?
Sí, todos tenemos un poquito de eso por ahí, lo reflejamos en diferentes cosas, pero sí, bueno, yo creo que hay mucha preparación, ¿vale? Ellos, los que vinieron para acá, vinieron sabiendo que esto iba a pasar. Primero es la época de olones aquí, se sabe. Es la época, julio es lo más grande para este lado del Pacífico. Es verano. Sabíamos que íbamos a venir a esto. De hecho, el organizador quería eso. Y esas fueron las intenciones. Entonces, ellos vinieron preparados. ¿Me entiendes? Yo creo que quien no vino, aparte de, obviamente, tal vez por razones financieras, que obviamente debe ser el caso de mucha gente, pero también hay gente que simplemente tal vez no se sienta preparado para surfear aquí y está súper bien. No pasa absolutamente nada. Next heat, a full French affair. Access in the water right now, it's purely cost. Looking to actually have a little record for himself, tying Guilherme Tabega. If he advances to the podium in this next heat, he's going to be having 60 podiums in his career. He said it himself, it's not his main goal in this event, but it will be nice for him to have his 60th podium and one more to break the record. Why not?
Yeah,
a rider like him, right?
One more, why not? This guy is amazing. We saw him in the last few days riding waves. Pierre Luis Coste is such an amazing guy. Good vibe. And honestly, I would like to say it, Bodyboard is such a friendly place to be. We have found on Bodyboard so much community, great communication, empathy, not that much ego as we can see in other sports. So beautiful to be here today sharing with all you this beautiful discipline, live transmission from Pascuales, Colima. And a big set of waves. It's forming. Let's see if any of our two riders is going to get it. We are watching Amaury and Oliver paddling towards the right side of the screen. Let's see if they are going to get it. Oliver is going for the wave. Oh, it's bailing out. No, from top of the lip. It gets sucked, wipe out. Those are one of the most not happy moments of a rider. Getting caught on top of the lip and getting sucked down. Pretty bad. That was the last wave of Oliver, the final hit. This is the last minutes of it. And should we go to commercials?
Ya, felicitaciones a Oliver, ¿saben? No importa. Quedó quinto, surfeó increíble. Casi lo tiene, así que increíble. Felicitaciones México, felicitaciones Puerto Escondido. Vamos a unos cortes comerciales y volvemos con muchísimo más. No se muevan.
¡Independízate ya!
Welcome back, everybody, to Pascuales Bodyboard Pro. We are running today the semifinals and quarterfinals, and we're just about to start Heat 2. Brian, how are you?
Yeah, it's good. It's been pumping out there, so pretty excited. We got a pretty good heat in the water right now, so let's go cut it to the water. Yeah, so we got in our red jersey, Pierre Luis Costas, and in yellow we have Tahiti Tahe, both representing France, but Tahiti coming from French Polynesia, from Tahiti.
From the island, and you can tell the difference actually on the skin. One is kind of white. He lives probably in a different region of France. Pierre Luis Costes as well, that he's from another region. But Tahiti Tahe, we saw a great performance yesterday, the same as Pierre Luis Costes. These guys are the top notch of the riders of today too, and we are excited and happy to have them in these quarterfinals. This is the heat number 3. And it's just beginning, 35 minutes on each of the heats. Why? Because the period of the ocean has extended, so we require more time and actually to allow the riders to be capable to get a couple of waves. And we are watching Pierre Luis Costes on the first wave, looking for the wall, and the tube comes out of it, now goes to the bottom, makes a huge invert over there. Beautiful, beautiful maneuver, and he landed that. Let's see how the judges are going to score.
Yeah, that's a great start from Pierre. Super early on in the heat, gets a barrel and a move. It's kind of the thing we've been looking for the whole event, is those combinations of barrels and moves. And, he's kind of had some sort of grindy performances. He hasn't really been able to get like some really good waves together. So for him to start a quarterfinal like that, he's going to be stoked on that. And that's a great start.
It seems like we had a one wave break from Tahiti Tahe. If we have the replay, that will be very nice. But yeah, indeed, Luis Costes, he just put out a double maneuver on that wave, and that's something that the judges has been scoring so nice. And give it a look to this getaway. This is one of the hugest palm plantations of the earth, and it extends from Colima, Michoacan, up to Jalisco State, and even Nayarit. So this is quite an amazing view we have today. Thank you so much to all the crew. I'm back in the water.
Yeah, that view of the palms is amazing. And here's a replay of Pierre. Nice wave up on a right-hander, scoops up into the barrel, comes out, and he just starts stalling and just looking for this next section and just launches a really nice invert on the right-hander and just able to get the completion. And that score comes in at an 8-point ride. So amazing start from Pierre. Just really well executed. We've heard from a lot of the guys about how difficult it is to kind of link up with the waves out there because it is pumping. Like, there's waves all up and down the beach and some really good shape waves. So Pierre able to find a really nice scoring wave with a good barrel and an invert to finish it off.
And just at the beginning of the heat, and remember this, the last heat, it took a while for Amaury, in its case, to get a decent wave score. So now immediately, Pierre Luis got a chance to make it happen, and this is going to put a lot of pressure on Tahiti Tahe because he knows he's already below with one wave, so he needs to make his bet. So this is a great day at Pascuales Colima. And this morning I was watching on my my partner side. He was mentioning about the conditions. They might get better and better through the day. And as we are watching, glass conditions and beautiful waves are developing. So what a great day in Pascuales Bodyboard Pro today we are having.
Yeah, we kind of saw that first heat a little bit slow, kind of wonky. Raheem got through, but kind of got through with some mid-range scores, a couple rolls. And I think what we saw from that last heat was that there are proper bombs out there. We saw Oliver go on that big left, wasn't able to come out, but there's some solid waves out there. And these guys are just going to be looking to link up with some.
And we're watching some waves getting formed on the background of the ocean. Tahiti Tahe on yellow, Pierre Luis Costes in red, both from France, one from the Polynesians, the other not. And this is Pascuales Bodyboard Pro. Welcome to all of you that are just arriving to the screen. Don't miss any of the action. Go to our social networks, ibc.com. You can find all the information over there and action on our YouTube channel and Instagram. And we are running quarterfinals today.
Yeah, and you can see there's some drone shots of the river there. You know, it's only a short walk down to the river. It's pretty cool. You can go down there and see some of the birds and the wildlife. And yeah, it takes about 15, 20 minutes to walk down there. So yeah, really cool views around here.
Hey, Brian, seems like we have an interview. Let's go with Begoña to the beach. Are you ready, Bego? Shall we go with you? Okay, we wait a little bit. We still have 20 minutes remain on the clock, ticking, and right now leading, Pierre Luis Costes. Okay, seems like we have a space for an interview. Let's go with Begoña to the beach.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm Mauri Laverne. I'm thinking you're regaining your breathing right now. What was that? What happened out there? You felt the pressure of Oliver taking that wave, that 7-point ride, and then you actually taking 3 waves with 1 point. How was it?
Yeah, I mean, from what you see from outside, and since the first day, I realized that what you see from outside, it's quite different inside. I mean, outside you see all the waves coming through, all this good left, good right, but when you're out there, it's like so much rip, so hard to be at the right place. And you didn't even know what is the right place and the right time. You just hope that waves come to you. And so it's open like that everybody can have this connection. And I mean, this even Oliver, even with 15 years old, is totally able to ride the best waves. So if the waves come to him, it's what happened. Like start with a 7-point, had a good barrel, and I was just struggling trying to find that first score, putting so much effort. I mean, it's tough out there. But yeah, I knew I had to have like 2 medium score, maybe try to get the lead and then pressure him a bit. That was my strategy in the middle of the heat, and it's what I did, and it works, but struggling.
And you were telling me, actually, these kind of things only, I mean, we can leave them in bodyboarding because other sports, you don't see a junior facing the pros.
Yeah, I mean, maybe some other sport, but when you have all these factors coming through, the connection, the nature, obviously, like all these things, he makes it really open for so many guys to beat us and to be out there with us and to surf like at the best level. I mean, there is not too many sports where like a really young guy can try to defeat like the top guys. I mean, they didn't even have the opportunity to do it in other sports, but here they have got the opportunity and they're actually doing well. Well done, Oliver. You got such a big future, and I hope to see you soon in more IBC event.
Well, your thoughts on having Brahim facing you in the semifinal number 1?
Yeah, super exciting. We're staying together with Brahim. And yeah, we're really good friend. We are the same team. That's going to be a good one. I'm really excited. I'm already super happy to be on the podium, but obviously want to go through this next hit.
Well, any words for anyone at this point?
Yes, thanks to all the guys tuning it, supported Pascuales Pro and the IBC, and un abrazo a la familia en casa, y merci a tous les gars qui nous regardent.
Felicitaciones, Amaury. Mucha suerte en las semifinales. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks for that, Bego. Yeah, really interesting words from Amaury, like kind of breaking down what it's like going up against kind of like a wild card into the event, you know, a young local kid who we haven't really seen all that much from, so you don't really know what to expect when you go up against him. And you saw, you know, he's not afraid. You know, he was going on some solid waves, and we saw throughout the event that he's definitely able to perform, do all the maneuvers that the pros can do, and yeah, I think he might be a problem for years to come.
Oh, he's going to be a problem in the next years for all of you guys, the top riders. This kid, Oliver, has performed so nicely in this competition and making it this far. I bet some of these riders probably they underestimate themselves. They didn't knew they are going to make it this far. Some of it probably they do. But such an amazing gift for us as a spectator, as a commentator, to be able to watch the performance of this kid, and actually Amaury, obviously one of the top and one of my favorite riders.
Yeah, and definitely one of the strongest competitors, and Oliver made it a heat there. You know, it was not just a walkthrough, you know, and that'll be just great experience for Oliver. You know, when you get to go and test your skills against, you know, one of the fiercest competitors on tour, and you almost get it done. You know, he made it a heat. That'll probably give him a lot of confidence going forward, and it'll be exciting to see what he does in years to come.
Yeah, looking forward to see these kids to grow and see his career. And 25 minutes still remain on the clock. Both riders waiting for their wave. One in one side of the screen, the left, the other on the right. And the priority has it Tahiti Tahei. But because they are so separate apart, probably that won't even matter. They are just trying to not bother each other and trying to get their best line possible, probably considering the size or the side that they like to ride. Some of them they like to go to the right better, some of them they like left. So preferences are available always in the ocean, and that's what we are watching right now. These two athletes just separate from each other, trying to reach probably one to the right, one to the left. Hopefully when the wave comes in, if they both get it, that's when it gets complicated for the production to be able to capture both of it. But in case we miss one, we'll be back with the replay as we have done it with the last riders as well. What a great day, quarterfinals. We had already like a long week of amazing display of technique from all the riders. Great environment, good food, music, martial arts, like such a great event has placed Club Perla Negra. Jim Paul, muchas gracias. Thank you so much, Jim Paul, for all your input on the sport, for making this happening. Good job, and we do appreciate that.
Yeah, but Pascuales has been a pretty different place this past week. You know, you normally come here and it's kind of a sleepy surf town. You know, got only a couple places open for food, but you know, this week, you know, we've had the tent set up in the street. We've been watching the World Cup games. You know, there's all different taco stands set up and ceviche trucks, and so this place has had some life breathed into it over the past week, and yeah, it's been really cool to see just kind of how much energy and how much joy a World Tour event can bring to kind of a otherwise sort of sleepy town. And yeah, it's been really fun to watch.
And we are a very small community here at Pascuales, Colima. If you haven't seen just a few houses, some hotels, not much to do, but obviously what is good is the wave. And right now we are watching Pierre Luis trying to go to the left. He's going to make it. No, the size is not good, the wave for him. It's going to be a close out. So he's not going, but remember Tahiti Tahei has the preference and seems like the two riders are already together. No, they got separate again.
Yeah, so Pierre's kind of looking just to back something up. You know, he already has a really good 8-point ride, and here he goes. He's going to take off. Nope, just opts not to. Sees this thing shutting down the line. So, yeah, with an 8-point ride, though, he's pretty confident. You know, all he kind of really needs is just a kind of a mid-range backup for now, with Tahiti Tahei not even really having any scoring wave really, but you know, maybe he's just waiting for that perfect one. We've been seeing him, you know, pretty much every heat he's been putting up 8-point rides. So maybe he's just waiting for that right opportunity. And he's been looking like he's been having so much fun out here over the past week or so. You know, you see him doing surfing in a really free way. You know, we saw him yesterday dropping in on a left and pulling the hand off the rail and just kind of blessing the ocean. And, you know, after he had that really nice wave to get through round 4, you know, we saw him claiming, throwing the hands up in the air. So he's been having a lot of fun at this event, and I think it's been showing through his riding.
You know, he has one of probably the biggest heart of the event. I was able to communicate with him a little bit before the heat, after, and yesterday a little bit, and the guy always has a big smile. It seems like he's always thankful to the ocean, and he's one of those lightweight person that you see his smile, his handshake, like he's such a kind person. Big shout out for Tahiti Tahei as well, and for Pierre Luis Costes. Both riders are amazing. I have talked to them, and I enjoy so much watching these guys.
Yeah,
It's just so inspiring.
yeah, it's funny to hear you always come over and just give you a nice handshake and a smile, have you tell you good morning. So proper Polynesian vibes coming off of Tahiti, and
Good vibes only.
yeah. So we'll see. Hopefully he can get the ball rolling pretty soon, because we already almost have 15 minutes passed in this heat with only 21 minutes remaining. So we'll see. You can see some of the free surfers are kind of
Drag into the competition section.
Yeah.
Or MC Lalo, it's already asking them kind of to give some space. So thank you so much, locals. Thanks a lot for the space and for allowing us to be here with this tour. We do really appreciate having the space available in the morning. So thank you so much to the local riders. Definitely, without your support, we wouldn't be able to make this event neither. And the safety guys in the ocean, Paco Granados, great job. Good job for the jet ski man. And because we don't have many waves, I think I will send a big shout out to the judges. Thank you so much to all of you guys, Memo, Lalo, Leo, all the crew from Chile too. Like, we are so happy to have you here and to be present in this wonderful event with professional team, like leading, conducting, transmitting, programming. You don't see it, all the amount of people is behind the screen, but there is a bunch of people working, making this happening for you guys. So if you ever want to make an event, please contact the IBC and we'll give you all the information you require. So it's only 19 minutes left. Not much happening on the ocean so far. Remember, Pascuales some days just gets quiet for a few minutes, and then just in a sudden, boom, big waves, bombs coming into the shoreline. So right now, we are watching a wave building up, and the riders just approaching to the screen.
Yeah, you kind of saw in that last heat, the ocean kind of pulsed. There were a bunch of really solid waves in that heat, and kind of been seeing that, and it's kind of normal for the ocean, especially when you have a longer period. You might see a heat that is just pulsing, and there's a ton of big waves, a ton of really good shaped waves, and then it kind of just sort of backs off for a little bit. So we're hoping on the second half of this heat, it kind of wakes back up and gives these guys some opportunity. But I really liked Pierre kind of going to check out that zone over to the left, because we've seen where those free surfers were. We've seen some really, really, really good waves happening down there, and I believe that's still in the competition area. If you were to go kind of look down to the left of the screen, and we haven't really seen too many competitors kind of take advantage of like the vast competition space that we have. So
I think they are missing a couple of waves already. Like, we are just running towards inside the wave, and then the outside pikes, which is only left and right. But once you are out of the main, the laterals, the surface of the competition gets extended an extra maybe 50 to 100 meters more. And there is a left and a right that comes into the bay as well that the riders could be looking for. It's just tricky, because you can make your mind to try to catch a wave in a section of the ocean, and then just in a sudden switches to another place, which this is how beach breaks work. It not always will come out exactly in the same spot, which is the difference with the point breaks, right? But this is the game of the riders today. They gotta play. Search the best wave, trying to reach for the shoulders. Right here we're having a Pierre Luis Costes. Beautiful wave, goes to the bottom, trying to gain some speed, engages the rail, makes a beautiful roll and lands. Good maneuver, great job from Pierre Luis Costes. This will be its second wave. First one got pointed with 8 points. Let's see what the judges think about this maneuver.
yeah, it's probably good for Pierre. Just he's been sitting for a while. He hasn't taken a wave since he got that 8-point ride with like 2 minutes into the heat. So he's figured, hey, I've been sitting for a while. I'm holding a good score, but I just need to get something going. And there it goes. It drops in at a 4-point ride. So yeah, 12-point heat total. With still 17 minutes remaining, like that's a pretty good number to be holding. And the ocean has been kind of going quiet for the last 15 minutes or so. So he just figured, let me just get a small one. Let me put up a score, apply some more pressure. And here's a replay. Small wave, but nice shape on it, and he just stalls and goes right up, a nice looping roll, lands it perfectly clean, and just pops off the back, and he's already out the back. So pretty seamless transition from riding that wave and getting back out the back, and he's already in position for another set if it were to come. So yeah, really good stuff from Pierre.
Pretty smart move. Honestly, getting its second wave and pointing 12 points total, which makes this difficult for Tahiri Tahei. So if he can get 2 waves of 6, it will be equal match, or maybe 1 of 9, 1 of 4, 5, but he still need to get a couple of waves to get a decent score, and it hasn't been easy at all. As we are watching at the ocean, gets quiet for a bit, and then just starts again. And when it starts, that's the moment when the riders got to position themselves. And it's not easy to find the position at all. It's kind of complex today.
And that's kind of the danger of waiting around a bit, because you can be like having a size wave in mind that you're trying to like seek out, and you could just be, 3-4 meters out of position, and that wave no longer counts. Like you're not going to catch it and or score well on that wave. So when you're waiting so long for this specific wave, like, it gets pretty dangerous because it's really easy to not be in the spot for it. And he's almost half the heat gone already, and only holding a 1-point ride. So love to see Tahiti kind of maybe change the game plan a little bit and try to get some scores under his belt.
Maybe trying to approach for the smallest wave near to the beach, at least to score something, and then just trying to reset and go back out. Maybe that would be a good plan. But because we are not the riders, we are just guessing ideas. So we'll see what they do. But probably that's a good mindset just to consider, as we've been watching the other riders just scoring down in the small waves, then backing it up with a big wave. So kind of seems like that's the game happening already. Let's make some score, 2 waves, and then just keep embracing your score as develops.
But we never know. A bomb might come in. He might get the wave of the day and have a 9-10 point ride just off a big tube. So those waves are definitely out there. And it's really pumping out there. It seems a little bit slow, but when those waves do come in, it's proper. We've seen some really good waves written, especially like even the free surfers off to the side. There's like proper bombs coming in. So it's all just dodging the currents and finding yourself in the right spot.
Which is not easy, finding yourself in the right spot. But remember, all these athletes, they have so much experience. And even with all this experience, it gets difficult to adapt and to read the ocean. And Pascuales, Colima is a very, very unique place to ride a wave, especially because, there you go, Pierre Luis Costes into the tube coming out, goes to the bottom, he's trying to go up to the lip.
Wow. That was
forward.
That was a great wave. We'll see.
If we can see it completely.
Yeah, see that wave from the start, but the barrel looked insane. He was in there nice and deep, came out with the spit, and then was just looking for that end section to throw the reverse on. Unfortunately, that was incomplete, but I think for sure that'll get rid of that 4, and that's going to put Tahiti in a really tough situation, probably potentially, well, he's already in combo, but potentially putting him further into combo with only 13 minutes left to remain. So, yeah, this is a really good performance by Pierre, and Tahiti is really kind of in a tough spot right now.
Yeah, but there's plenty time still if he can make up his game. Only 30 minutes remain on the clock, and there is space for either rider, both riders, to make a better score, because right now, oh my God, Pierre Luis Costes went up to 15 points total after that wave. The judges scored 7 points. So Tahiti, it requires at least 15 points to climb up. So that means 2 of 7.5, 1.8, 1.9, so something like that. So it's going to be a hard task for Tahiti to climb up to the first position.
Yeah, great score, great wave from Pierre there, and these are the kind of performances that we're used to seeing out of him. That first wave was great, got it started early, nice barrel on a right-hander with launching a big invert, landed cleanly, and then backing that up with a really, really nice barrel. We saw might have been the best barrel of the morning so far, that was complete. So, yeah, really, really, really good stuff, and now he's going to feel pretty good about where he's sitting right now with 12 minutes remaining.
Yeah, probably now he feels a little bit released because he knows it's far apart from Tahiti. But remember, only 2 waves could make the change for Tahiti as well. So we just got to be aware of the ocean and hope the best for both riders. Obviously, we want everybody to win. We would like to see everybody in the podium. But it's not like that. This is a competition. And hopefully, one of these riders is going to make it straight to it.
And you can kind of see that the competition area kind of filling up with a bit of a rip current. So the set waves that will come in could be kind of weird. And you see Pierre looking at one on the inside, kind of foamy backwash one. But it kind of seems like there's a little bit of current that just kind of built in. So Tahiti's going to try to really need to find some clean water if the next set comes through, because we've seen, when those set waves kind of go into that turbulent water, it's doesn't really normally offer a lot of scoring potential. So we'll see what Tahiti can do as we see some waves rolling in now. Let's see if maybe he's going to have a look at one of these. But nice wall, beautiful with the sunlight on it, huh?
Wow, the mist, how beautiful it looks after the wave breaks.
Yeah, the nice offshores. I think the offshores have been a little bit stiffer this morning. You know, given that that breeze off the top, as you can see, the spray and the sunlight there, beautiful views, nice blue water with that black sand suspended in it. Just a really beautiful look here. Really unique look for Mexico with the black sand. So yeah, just beautiful morning here. We'll see. Is Tahiti in the spot for this? And that was
Wow.
3 set waves that came through here, and just kind of not in position. And here's the replay from Pierre. Really nice inside wave, kind of stalls the takeoff, scoops up into it, comes out with the spit. Really nice line into this inside section, and kind of just hits a reverse, but kind of a weird section. Kind of didn't give him the projection out, and kind of sent him straight up. So, you know, he got most of his scoring done with that barrel, and it came in at a 7, and that's a great score and a great wave. It's good to see a nice clean barrel this morning.
Yeah, that was very nice to observe. And remember the ocean conditions today. We have a little bit of shore. That's why we have these beautiful walls building up. Only 9 minutes remain, and this is the heat number 3 of the quarterfinals. And Pierre-Luis Costes leading with 15 points, and Tahiti Tahei below with only 1 point in the score. Tahiti Tahei has a very difficult task, and we're watching the forecast of the day. Pascuales, morning southwest, afternoon southwest, and the wind east. That's why we have these beautiful conditions at morning.
Yeah, we got offshore winds right now. It should, you know, it'll go onshore like midday, but we've been really lucky with the wind conditions here. You know, I've been here in previous years, and sometimes around 9 o'clock the wind can even come onshore, and every day we've had clean conditions till almost noon. You know, and yesterday specifically we had some really good conditions, even when the wind kind of went onshore. Even we were running the end of round 4 there, and the wind was onshore, but it was still super clean. So we've been really lucky with conditions for both the banks and the wind. So yeah, it says that it should be dropping a little bit, but to be honest, I think some of these set waves that we've seen today have been some of the biggest of the event. So yeah, some really good waves on offer, really clean conditions. So just gonna see if these riders can pick anything up in this last 8.5 minutes left. And you can see that Tahiti kind of waited around for that set, and that 3-wave set came right to him, but he just didn't offer him any scoring potential, and just kind of had to let those 3 waves go. So it's kind of the danger of kind of waiting for that perfect one. But maybe he's just not seeing it. Maybe he's not just seeing the scoring potential in some of the inside waves. But yeah, we'll see if he can get something done in the last 8 minutes.
Something that we see in the screen is different that the riders are watching at the ocean, right? To begin with, the height of the cameras. So the riders, they have to deal with the surface, with the current, with the wind. And right now, as the other days we had, talking with the local riders, they said like 2 changes on the tide. Early morning, wake up with the morning sickness, a little bit of offshore, wrinkle the surface. Then right after, a little bit of light, embraces, grows, shiny, glass for an hour or 2. And then after, we have the riptide coming, a little bit of wind changing towards the northwest or the west, and then everything changed again like at noon, as we've been watching the last 5 days of competition. Very interesting way to behave the ocean here at Pascuales.
Yeah, and that's a kind of typical beach break. Anyone who's really like versed in beach breaks and spent a lot of time kind of knows that's the drill. You kind of want to get at it in the first 4 hours of the morning, and then kind of have the rest of the afternoon to just kind of chill, because especially out here, the waves are really powerful. When it goes on shore, it's like pretty difficult to surf. And we had one afternoon that went offshore, but for the most part, it's kind of been, once it turns on shore, it's been staying on shore, at least with this weather pattern.
Yeah, evenings, most of it are onshore from the ocean. And we are watching Pierre-Luis and Tahiti Tahei with 6 minutes remain on the clock. Tahiti Tahei below with 15 points. He needs to score 2 decent waves in the next few 6 minutes. Let's see if he can make it. But if not, maybe Pierre-Luis is going to put out a higher score if he gives a chance.
Yeah, with 6 minutes remaining and being in combination situation, it's a tough one for Tahiti right now. You know, you can see all that current and turbulence on the inside. It's really difficult to link up with these waves, you know, and it's we've seen the competitors that kind of get busy and kind of start searching for some of those insiders, you know, not necessarily relying on the sets, have kind of been the ones getting through heats. And yeah, we've seen this kind of time and time again throughout this event that you really need to kind of just get started with the mid-range score and kind of build up from there. But yeah, we'll see if there's any fireworks to end off this heat.
Yeah, hopefully Tahiti Tahei is going to be able to get away. We can see a set building at the horizon, and 1, 2, we can see 3 or 4 waves coming. Maybe one of those will suit him. But the last hit, the last set we saw waves coming. Tahiti Tahei was so far in that he wasn't able to got none of it. So let's see if right now he's positioned properly and maybe he can offer a change on the game. But so far, Luis Costes leading with 15 points. Not an easy task for Tahiti Tahei.
No, yeah, needing 2 scores. You see Pierre kind of came over to where Tahiti is now. Yeah, he's going to maybe look at this one, but opts to let it go. But yeah, now Pierre's kind of realizing we're in the dying minutes of this heat and realizing that he's kind of in a pretty commanding lead. He's kind of going to hang around Tahiti and kind of maybe try to pressure him into catching some waves, or once he maybe gains priority, if Tahiti takes off on one, and kind of sort of lock it down, you know, make sure that he doesn't go on any wave if there is any scoring potential. But yeah, really good for position for Pierre, and there we had the priority shift there. So we had Tahiti either paddle or go for a wave. So now we have Pierre sitting with priority and 4 minutes left with a really solid heat total with 15 points. And yeah, Tahiti's probably going to be looking to get away from Pierre because he's going to, I imagine, try to block him out. And here we go, our next heat. We have
Armides and Kalani, one of the top riders. What an amazing match we're just about to watch with these riders, and watch. That's the friendship, the brotherhood that exists on Bodyboard. Very nice event. And Armide, he's just starting his new brand of clothing. He's trying to get some impulse and sponsorship to the next upcoming riders. Very nice. Kalani Favela as well. He has its own projects. One of the underdogs. The real underdog probably is Oliver right now, but Carlos and Kalani, one of the top riders of Mexico. What an amazing physical conditions and mindset they have, these riders. Good luck to both of you.
And Kalani's our last Mexican rider left in the event. Unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to Carlos Cruz and Oliver. So, yeah, Kalani, kind of the last hope for Mexico in this event. And, you know, he's been throwing up some of the biggest heat totals. You know, he had that beautiful barrel with the air reverse that dropped to 9.25 in a previous heat. So we know he's capable of doing that. And we saw him paddle out this morning before the event, and he was going straight at some lips. So we know the game plan from Kalani, and he's going to try to bring out a big performance and try to carry the Mexican flag into the semifinals.
We wish that for Kalani. Hopefully he can make it happen, but it's not an easy task at all, because he's going to be contending against this guy from Spain, which is pretty solid, and he has a lot of experience. So even Kalani has a lot of experience as well, but not in the competition. So we'll see how he goes. But this is Pascuales Bodyboard Pro. Thank you so much to all you guys for being in the screen this morning, following, acting, reacting, sharing, posting, commenting, chatting. Thank you so much for this beautiful day at Pascuales, Colima.
Yeah, and here we go. Tahiti Tahei up on the left-hander, kind of drops down to the bottom, pulls up into the barrel, and just has to get out of there. The wave just shutting down. So, yeah, Tahiti just not really able to find any rhythm with the ocean this morning. You know, it's kind of tough conditions, you know, a lot of current, and just, you know, you've really got to put yourself in the right spot and kind of just get a little lucky too. You know, there's a little bit of that out there today. You know, there's a lot of water moving around. It's really hard to position. So, yeah, just unfortunately Tahiti kind of just out of sync with the ocean today.
Yeah, kind of complicated to get synchronized with the ocean. It seems like not being able to pull out a great score, and it's only 1 minute left. Probably Tahiti Tahei is not going to make it to the next round. But the game hasn't finished yet. Let's see what happens in the next minute, because we saw some big changes the last few days in the last 20 seconds or 30 of the heat. So who knows what is going to happen. But thank you so much. Remember, these are the quarterfinals of the heat number 3 from the men rising series. And here's the replay of Pierre Luis. He's making a lot of speed on the line, targeting the tube. It comes out nicely just on time before it closes out on top of him the foam. Very nice displays.
Wow, that was a great wave from Pierre. That was insane. That was a really, really good line. Just driving down the line, just like wide open barrel, and able to come out. And that was
Pretty fast.
that was a great wave, and probably I could imagine being like the highest score of the heat with that. That was a really nice looking wave, and that'll just make things even harder for Tahiti. And it drops in at a 9.5. So best wave of the heat, just really, really nice barrel from Pierre, and just puts a little exclamation mark on the end of this heat. And that'll be it for Tahiti. So Pierre-Louis Costas moving on to the semifinals, and unfortunately have to say goodbye to Tahiti today. So we'll be back with Heat 4 of the quarterfinals after this commercial.
For it. Here it is. Oh, Ryder in yellow. Chase up again. Yellow. Tully Roberts. Small lip there. Oh, scooped in. Ocean. Oh. And he's pulling into a nice green barrel. Straight away. This nice right-hander touching under. There he is. Look at the smile. Oh, look at this. Beautiful moment as they're cheering him up.
Welcome back, everyone. Today, last day of competition here at the 2026 Pascuales Bodyboard Pro. Jean, how are you this morning?
I'm looking at myself and it looks like with a red shirt in my face and pretty red.
That means that you have been busy out there.
Yes, excited. Excited. It's the final day, so I'm pretty excited and pretty stoked to see who's going to win.
That's right. Well, Dean Paul Blaney, our event promoter, here with us to commentate the last heat of the quarterfinals where we have the last Mexican. So let's hit the water and we will introduce this one. How do you feel by having Kalani Favela right there in red facing Armides Oliveres in yellow?
That's going to be pretty interesting because Kalani Favela it came in strong. So plus with the Antofagasta having a little bit more the feel of IBC World Tours, I think that maybe he could pull some magic, but it all depends on the wave. You know, if you get a good wave, or whoever gets a good wave, more likely they're going to win. But it's going to be pretty interesting to watch because Armida, 2024 world champion. He made it far for something,
Right.
for hard work. But Kalani, he's hungry, so it's going to be very interesting to watch.
And the waves are so big today. They're beautiful. So definitely, local knowledge is important in this kind of conditions. We saw Oliver almost taking the win against Mori.
I know.
It's impressive.
Oh, he needed one more wave, and I'm like, oh my gosh, is he going to pull it off? But yeah. Well, for a 14-year-old, I think he has a big, bright future.
For sure.
And also, I told him that welcome to the Club Perla Negra now.
Wow, that's so
he's going to be
good.
part of the juniors and see if I could help him out to go out and compete outside.
Wow.
So I decided that I think he has a talent. He's not scared of big waves.
at all.
So let's help them out. I mean, we need to help talents,
For sure.
and that's what I'm all about. You know.
Wow, man, huge news for Oliver then. Congratulations and thank you for, supporting the grassroots of the sport. This heat just started right now, remember they take a little long to take the riders there, and I know the jet ski had to fuel, right? It has to.
It's a very hard condition right now. There's a lot of current, so it's not that easy being in there today.
Sure.
It's not that clean, but let's see what happens. Let's see what nature brings them.
Yeah, but tomorrow is the last day of the window, and we have the way less waves, so we wanted to bring the show, and definitely, it was a good idea to put today the finals day.
Yes, 6 days. Wow.
Amazing, huh?
Yeah.
6
No wonder
days.
I'm red.
Now, we really want to thank you and everyone that made it possible. Of course, all the government in Tecomán, supporting strongly this event. And I'm pretty sure next year we're going to have a lot of support, a lot of people
Yes.
watching. So make sure to contact this guy right here, Jin, in order to secure a spot as a sponsor for this event. Because, your exposure is guaranteed. The whole world is watching. Everybody has been saying only good things about, the event. And in general, thank you so much for everything, Club Perla Negra and yourself.
Oh, thank you. I mean, all of us, we are all like one big, beautiful team.
That is right.
So, it takes one good team to make this happen, plus the athletes. So, we're all just a big family here in the bodyboard. But, yeah, with the technical team, with the judge team, with the government, with the IBC, with the athletes, we're all like this big team here to make, this possible, like the IBC events. I mean, if without athletes, we can't do this. So, I really glad. I'm kind of like pretty stoked that Mexico, 3 Mexicans came into the quarterfinals. So now we got one more that could probably take the podium, which is Kalani Favela. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, last chance here for having the flag there. We'll see, because he's facing one of the, biggest names of the sport that we have right now. But both of them are capable, to put great scores. They haven't been able to take any wave. I think they might be adjusting
See what
themselves.
happens here? Nope.
Well, Amaury said it, it looked perfect, people, but it's really hard to be there. Currents are, they're shifting.
It shifts, yes. I don't know. It's really difficult. I've been listening to that too with other riders. So, Pascuales, it gets that way. Sometimes we get good days, and sometimes we get days like this, and sometimes we get bad days. So, we got good waves still. I mean, we still they could still do their maneuvers, and I saw some good barrels today. So that's pretty good. I don't know what's going to happen later. But I think that right now there's no wind, there's nothing. So, all they can do is just pick their waves and be patient and just do their maneuvers.
Yeah, we have to be patient as well, and people, we are coming to the end of this event, and remember to link with us right there. Stay tuned. Scan that QR code. It will take you to all our socials, and the scoring system is there alongside with the streaming. It's right there in the IBC World Tour. And yeah, contact us if you need anything. Remember, if you want to organize an event, we also have a deadline for October 31st. You have to contact the IBC if you want to have an event. It has to be told before October 31st.
There's some coming here.
Yeah.
I think they're swimming. They're like, okay, I see a wave. See what happens.
Yeah, those waves some of them are closing out,
No, not that one. Right here in Mexico, we call that la barredora.
We say that in
Boom.
Chile.
Yeah, that's where you need a chiropractor afterwards.
¿Sabes cómo decimos en Chile? La mata pajarito. Como que si estás ahí un poco desorbitado o te puede caer esa y te mata.
Con la matapajarito.
La mata pajarito, la mata fotógrafo.
Órale.
Si hay un fotógrafo ahí flotando, olvídalo. Le cae ese set encima y bueno.
Sí, es la barredora. Esos son de los que después salen a veces lesionados. Como te digo, son las olas que ocupas un quiropráctico. Y más si te cae encima.
Bueno, un saludo a todos los mexicanos. Acá tenemos a Jean representando a México, por supuesto, es el organizador del evento, con el último mexicano que está aún en competencia, que es Kalani Favela, que es local, y que, bueno, busca un puesto en ese preciado podio, en el primer evento aquí en Pascuales. ¿Quién no quiere ganar? Imagínense, ya vimos a Ilan con la bandera mexicana ganando en el Junior. Qué ganas debe tener Kalani de lograr lo mismo en la categoría masculina profesional. Vamos a ver si puede.
Acaba de salir un surfo por ahí, como que nadó para allá.
Ay.
¿Sí lo vistes?
Sí, bueno.
Oye, lo que veo aquí también, no tienen respeto. Vienen de afuera y ven como un evento y ahí están estorbando.
Qué loco, ¿no?
Sí, no.
Bueno, a ver, ¿dónde está? No lo veo.
Ahorita paso por ahí.
Ay, Dios.
Pero bueno,
Ok, estamos esperando a ver qué pasa y tenemos la entrevista, parece. Vamos a ver un segundo, a ver si aquí va a tomar esta ola Kalani. Parece que no, pero viene una ola atrás. Ya sabemos que la entrevista está lista, pero vamos a ver si es que toman una ola, porque ya han pasado igual 7 minutos y no ha tomado nadie ninguna ola.
A ver, esta ola.
Parece que no. Tenemos la entrevista lista con Pierre y Brian. Should we listen from them, maybe? And then we will see the picture-in-picture image. Let's just hear from them.
Okay, thanks, Bego. I'm here with Pierre. Really good performance. Able to find a 9.5. It was a really good barrel. How'd that heat go?
Yeah, the heat went, exactly how I wish, I've been here for like a few days, and I wasn't really connected in my heat so far. Like, I didn't even get one barrel, and like you see the other heats, like people score. And it's been like this, it's a big beach break. So when it's a big beach break, the ocean is like very, very active, so you need to wait for a set to stop, and then you need to wait a little bit. And it's super difficult, super difficult. I mean, even more difficult out there. But I'm happy I was connected this morning. Always feels good, to have some good score and feel the momentum. And super happy to make it to the semis.
Yeah, and you came here years ago with Louis and Jared making the Mexican Mirage, and kind of the theme of that movie was like kind of how sleepy and boring it kind of was. And how different is the town now with the tour here and all the stuff going on?
Well, to be honest, it hasn't really changed much. I was like, let's see how 12 years later this place is, and it's pretty cool. Like exactly kind of the same. And it's incredible how many people like talk to me about that movie. Like when we were shooting that movie, we were like, just doing our job, having fun, and in the end, it turns out like this movie like inspired a lot of people here. A lot of people started bodyboarding because of that movie. They love it. People telling me about the soundtrack, about how cool it was, and I was speaking with Louis and Jared. Like I sent them like a few photos of the people here, and I mean like they felt very nostalgic, and even like I posted something on Instagram, and the people were like crazy about it. So yeah, I mean it just shows that it's super important, like to in bodyboarding to create content. It's not just about competition. The free surf is just as important, and creating content is what for some people makes them on the bodyboard. So yeah, super happy I was part of a little bit of the history in Pascuales.
Yeah, definitely a bit of the history, I'd say. And do you want to give a shout out to any family, friends, sponsors back home?
Yeah, for sure. Like all my friends, my sponsors, and my family. Ici au BG Mitas Aveiro Copenhague, um grande beijinho para ti. Tous mes amis, franchement, trop envie d'aller hyper loin cette compète. Petite dédicace à mon ami aussi Armen, c'est son anniversaire. Joyeux anniversaire, bro. Et voilà, j'espère d'aller le plus loin possible. You.
Yeah, back to you guys.
All right, congratulations to Pierre, adding very, very important points there. He's the second person of getting the higher score of the competition. Carlos is still holding the highest total score with a total of 18 points. But Pierre add up as total of 17.5. So yeah, He was completely in dominance of that heat. But huge congratulations to Tahiti as well.
Yeah, they're pretty good way. I mean, Carlos Cruz, he's from Michoacán. He's been grabbing some good tubes and sí, se estaba arrancando con unos buenos tubos ayer, muy largos, le dieron buenas puntuaciones. Ahorita lo que está comentando Bego de que ahorita Carlos Cruz tiene el mayor puntaje de todo el evento. El segundo es Pierre y tercero es Calani Favela. Y pues al parecer que pues aquí ya se está demostrando igual la potencia y los talentos que tenemos aquí en México. Si Dios quiere, ya próximo año podemos llevar un equipo para todo el tour. Eso sería algo genial.
Wow, sería espectacular porque sabes que hay muchísimo talento, ¿vale? Hay muchísimo talento, hay muchísima proyección para México dentro del Tour Mundial. Y bueno, lo que hemos hablado, por ejemplo, cuando fuimos a Marruecos la primera vez que tuvimos ese evento ahí, conocimos un montón de marroquíes que no sabíamos de ellos. Surfean espectacular y claro, ellos no podían salir a surfear afuera porque igual es costoso.
Sí.
Entonces estos eventos los ha ayudado y después empezamos a tener un montón de competidores de Marruecos que consiguieron patrocinios gracias a ese evento. Entonces hay muchas más cosas que se logran con hacer estos eventos, ¿sabes? Más
Sí,
que solo traer a los pros.
eso es lo bueno de que demuestren los talentos y ahí ya pueden buscar un sponsor o un apoyo para que puedan salir y competir. Aquí tenemos, se me hace amarillo buscándole. ¿O lo va a dejar pasar? Sí, lo va a dejar pasar. Ok. Y tenemos uno rojo. No, amarillo. Ahí va, dentro del tubo, no lo sale. Armide, de España. Islas Canarias.
That's right, yeah. Coming from Gran Canaria, we're closing the year
Oh,
there.
Gran Canaria.
Gran Canaria is the main. No, I mean Canarias is all the islands,
Sí, sí.
and Gran Canaria is the main island, if you might.
Yeah, I'm thinking about going over there.
Oh, you should.
Yeah, I'm talking to Chico. Maybe go there and work a little bit.
All right,
Yeah, I like to learn more.
that's a pretty cool place. It's a different event. It's very complete, very well organized as well. It's
Yeah, but we were talking yesterday with Elon that won the juniors, and it looks like we're going to put like a little team together, and we're going to go to the fronton. So that's going to be interesting. Again, they're like in Antofagasta, they're going to go compete, and I'm just going to be there working. So it's going to be an experience for everybody, and more experience for the athletes, of course, because they're now coming out. They're competing against the best, and this is what it's all about. It's all about just going and competing against the best, so you could know what you need to practice for the next time. So, I think Mexico is this is a good chance for them to see and learn, and that way they could go out and start training. And with this experience, I think that they're going to do better next year.
Yeah, I agree with you, definitely. Let's see this one first of Calani Favela.
Here we go, tube.
Scoop it into that barrel, yeah. That was, a very good thing to do. And actually,
and a barrel.
a Rolo, yeah.
Yeah, Rolo. Oh, wow. That's awesome. So, this is all about, if you get the wave, you could do things, but right now, it's a very complicated day for that, but see what happens.
Yeah, that was actually very good. He knew exactly that he could have connected to that last, kind of like a second wave. So we'll see how it goes there for Calani Favela. This is the first valuable score of the heat so far. And we do know there's a rule in the rule book that says that if riders do not take a wave in the first 10 minutes of the heat might restart, but this is only in the cases of not having waves. If it was flat at all, completely flat.
Here's a replay inside of the barrel, deep, comes out. I think he's going to get a decent score on that with a barrel. Wow.
Yeah, with the roll at the end, that was cool. But yeah, just explain that to you. that's only, I mean, the restart, it's only when there's no waves. 0 waves, and then the head judge usually calls for a restart. But this is not the case here. I mean, they didn't take waves because, there's no shortage of waves.
7.5 for that. Kalani.
And he's up and
He's
riding.
going for another one. What is he doing? He's like, I want more.
That's
Here he
great.
goes. Boom.
Backflip.
Wow. And he comes out of that. Okay. Well, Armida is going to have to do some work out there and look for his wave, because I think Kalani he got 2 good waves, so that's going to be some scores there. I mean, it's all about just, like I said, it's all about the wave, the conditioning of the wave once you grab it. And if it lets you do the maneuvers or the barrels, they'll give you the points you need. Sometimes you get the good luck, and sometimes you get the bad luck.
Yeah, I mean, Maury said it, it depends on your connection. And he actually felt he was not connected at the beginning of the heat. He was taking waves, 3 waves, and taking 1-point rides and 1.5 scores and stuff like that. He said just sometimes you're not connected, that those things can happen. But yeah, good job there for the local, Kalani Favela, already with a 7.5, and he's going to get another score. And, he's going to put himself very solid in that first position and putting a lot of pressure in Armides Oliveres. When you are coming from the World Tour, just having the underdogs or the locals facing, or matching up with you, it's a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure. So 5.25 for Kalani. Right now he's holding the first position with a total of 12.75. And Armida in combo, of course.
Yeah, he needs a 12.75 to get the first position, so he's going to have to grab 2 good waves. In the meantime, it looks like, we got 18 minutes left to see what happens.
If you're just getting here, this is finals day, people, right here at the 2026 Pascuales Bodyboard Pro. We're here for the very first time in this amazing beach, one of the most powerful beach rigs in the world. Very well known in between, the big wave riders. If you want to challenge yourself, this is the place.
Yes, this is a challenge, just like Puerto Escondido and Pascuales is a little more powerful wave, but it's both of the beaches, both of the beach breaks, you just, if you know the wave, it's like the 14-year-old we got and that went inside against a Maori, and he's from Puerto Escondido. And he's been practicing some big barrels over there, and that's why he made it to the quarterfinals. So it makes a lot of sense. I mean, if you got the beach breaks, you got the waves. Let's practice. But in this case, Pascuales, this is what they call the Alan Cleland land.
Oh, we made him yesterday.
Yes, yesterday.
Such a nice guy.
Yeah, he just came back from Puerto Escondido.
Very nice guy.
Yeah, he is.
Very humble. Yeah, thank you for introducing him.
Oh, you're welcome. And, I guess he's going to just, take a major break, but also he's got the wave so he could practice at home now. And
he's going to go to Tahiti, he said.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, that's cool. That's a professional surfer that lives right here in front of this hotel. And he's local from here. He's from this area. Is he half American?
Yes.
He's
half American and half Mexican, but he was born here.
Nice.
Dual citizenship.
All right, so we have Kalani taking off in this ride. Let's see if he can actually better himself on that 5.25. Not really happening on that one. Qué buen trabajo de este mexicano local que quiere mejorarse a sí mismo, que su mejor resultado fue en Antofagasta con un 5º lugar. Y ahora está en casa y quiere llegar al podio y claro que quiere ganar el evento. Ya te digo que en su cabeza, ¡guau, qué olón! Aunque están, mira el de atrás.
Mira esa. That's a good wave.
Mira esa ola perfecta para los dos lados. A veces un poco
Wow,
rápida, ¿no?
Look at that. Left.
Wow,
Yeah, you can see the potential on that.
wow.
The power.
Y quien sea que avance aquí se va a encontrar con Pierre-Louis Coste en la semifinal número 2. Ya tenemos a a Mauri Laverne y Brahimi Douche en la semifinal 1.
Wow.
Y Pierre esperando a ver quién se va a encontrar, si Kalani o Armide. Para Pierre va a ser un reto extra si Kalani avanza y se encuentra con él en esa semifinal por primera vez, o si consigue encontrarse una vez más contra Armídez Oliveres, que se han encontrado varias veces ya en la historia de la IBC World Tour. Vamos a ver qué pasa. Va a estar buenísimas esas semifinales. Tenemos hits de 35 minutos. Miren qué bombazo. Qué belleza de ola. Puros cuadros vemos aquí.
Sí. Sí.
Tan fotogénica también, ¿o no? Precioso. Le sacas fotos a esto y bueno, hay unas fotos que se mueren. La verdad que si no han venido, muy recomendable para que reconecten con ese surfing extremo y esa dinámica, ¿no? De surfear, 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 comer, dormir, volver a surfear, comer, dormir, ¿no?
Una rutina.
Espectacular, ¿ah? El sueño de todos. ¡Oh,
Sí.
mira eso!
Sí, hay una rutina que los profesionales me han comentado. Cuando se levantan, desayunan, luego hacen su yoga o tai chi, meditación también, luego van a la playa, están con un cafecito, nomás viendo las olas, y ya de ahí pues deciden en qué parte o qué área de la ola se van a meter. Entonces es una rutina que tienen y ya cuando salen, descansan un poco, están checando los videos, a ver qué es lo que están haciendo mal. Y pues ahí es como practican ellos. Y si pueden surfear en la tarde, pues se vuelven a meter. Si no, hacen su yoga, hacen su flexibilidad. Y también me dicen que van a los gimnasios.
Es muy importante hoy en día. Antes no se tenía mucho ese conocimiento del trabajo afuera del agua. Y hoy en día la verdad que está bien, bien establecido eso, hacer un poco de musculación, de recuperación muscular, también de yoga, ahí está. Y otra cosa que no se puede olvidar, Jean, que es muy importante, es el psicólogo deportivo. Tener un psicólogo deportivo
Sí.
es clave, porque muchas veces ya no se trata del nivel. Por ejemplo, en el caso de Armide, no vamos a hablar si tiene o no tiene nivel. Armide tiene un nivel espectacular, pero de repente hay algo que tiene que él siempre tener como, bueno, no vamos a decir en este específico hit, porque obviamente sabemos que está difícil, sobre todo el posicionamiento, que lo comentaba Mauri. Las corrientes se cruzan. De repente te lleva hacia mira, vamos a ver esta. Justamente, Armídez Oliveres toma esta. Y baja, trata de entrar en el tubo, se frenó. Este es un ángulo un poco difícil porque esa ola está un poco lejos de los jueces. Entonces, la recomendación que ya se lo han dicho los jueces a los atletas es que traten de no irse tan lejos, porque no vamos a poder ver el final de la ola.
Sí, eso sí.
Así que, bueno.
Por eso está una bandera a un lado y la otra bandera al otro lado para que se puedan ver. Ahí viene
olón.
Kalani. Usha.
Súper difícil, ¿eh? Esa.
Sí.
Accidentada esa bajada, difícil de lograr. If you're just getting here, we are in the last quarterfinal of this finals day, and we have the local hero Kalani Favela winning this heat so far. I'm sorry, and we are waiting for Armídez Oliveres' last wave to see if he can add up something, put something on the leaderboard, because he has only a 1.5, and I think Kalani is it waiting for the jet ski, or he can? We know very well he can paddle out, no trouble. But, I mean, if we have a jet ski, why not using it? I think
There
the
he
jet ski is
comes.
coming, yeah. Excellent job from Paco.
Yes. Paco, this is his first time doing this. So, for his first time, not bad.
But I know he's a very experienced wave runner,
Well,
right?
It's his first time.
Helping the athletes on the...
Yes. And, he's jumping the waves. So I think he's getting the feeling of this. And the first day was kind of complicated for him. But, he's getting it right this time. Yesterday he did a good job.
Right.
Right here, what happened? I didn't see him come out.
Yeah, I think he didn't. It's reflected on the score. He got a 2. So that means, it was a non-complete maneuver, and this one also was a non-complete wave. So yeah, en la última ola de Armide se refleja el score que no pudimos ver y sí, fue incompleta, no logró nada. Ahí está Kalani levantando la tabla pidiendo ayuda. Sí, es que el jet ski también tiene que buscar el momento, ¿no? Porque no puede tampoco meterse cuando está el set más fuerte. Yo creo que en ese momento los atletas lo que tienen que hacer es aguantar un poquito ahí en el inside y ya los van a venir a tomar. Aquí está. Paco, buen trabajo de verdad. Bueno, si es su primera vez, lo está haciendo muy bien. Yo no me di cuenta de que era su primera vez. En realidad, lo encuentro que ha hecho un excelente trabajo.
Sí.
La verdad que sí.
Ocupamos de ellos y más como están las condiciones de las olas. Bueno, pues sigue saliendo las bombas, pero no así como lo quieren. Hay mucho. Esa está buena la ola, una izquierda. Pero sí, de repente un punto está en este lado y luego se cambia al este lado y ahí es donde se confunden los atletas. A veces tienes que quedarte nomás en un solo punto y durante los 35 minutos te puede salir como unos 3, chance 4.
Mira, están dando un paseíto ahí porque todavía no pueden subir. Es que este es el tema también y la importancia de saber por dónde entrar, porque es que no se puede subir recto si es que hay un set. Tienes que esperar un espacio, tienes que esperar una corriente para poder subir. Además, estás cargando un atleta atrás, ¿no?
Sí, estaba hace rato hablando sobre para los atletas psicología, ¿no?
Claro.
Y sabes que ahí en Club Budeo, Claudio Alquinta es un psicólogo.
Sí, claro.
Para el Club Budeo.
Sí, por supuesto. Y
eso es muy
su
bueno.
esposa también.
Sí.
Cami, sí, ¿no? Y la verdad, es muy importante, lo hemos conversado, la salud mental, la preparación mental es clave porque hay muchas cosas en juego, mucha presión, mucha comparación en un deporte que es individual, no es un deporte por equipo, es mucha la presión, ¿entiendes? Y hay muchas herramientas que saber cómo manejar en competencia, entonces realmente la preparación mental, la preparación psíquica es clave aquí en el Tour Profesional de Bodyboard. 7 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Armides Oliveres, 2024 IBC World Tour World Champion, had not been able to connect. Armides, who's also, battling for important points in the World Tour rankings. We have been saying that it's not just winning the events, but check that out. Armides right now is sitting on the 6th position of the World Tour rankings. So he needs to try to climb some steps there for sure, because we don't have Gabriel, we don't have Ethan Capdeville, and many others in the rankings here. So there's going to be a lot of changes in this ranking this year.
So Tristan Roberts basically won this year, did he?
Yeah, kind of, yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah, he did a good job. I mean, I was pretty surprised watching him win twice in the podium and then set a second place. And, he's doing really well this year.
I mean, he took the 2 wins in the first events of the year, and then he got second and the third.
That's pretty epic. And especially if imagine him winning in Fronton. Oh, wow.
Yeah, and he loved that place. He has won there many times. So, yeah, I mean, he's adding right now, he's adding 14,300 points. And Amaury, who is behind him, has the most that he has is 10,350. So imagine there's a lot of difference in terms of points.
Yes.
So yeah, it's pretty much a seal deal for him. There's mathematically there's no chances. But I mean, just we still have a tour. We're going to the Maldives after here for that amazing edition of the 4th edition of the Maldives Pro. That's going to be great to have. We're going to have a women Rising Series event. That will be the first appearance for the women in the World Tour. That's happening after this. And as you can see, we are halfway in the calendar. We have a lot of events. which are very important, and a lot of things to come, you know, good prize monies, and then people is seeking to get the wins there, all the riders. So the Maldives Pro just dropped its official image. It's beautiful as usual. We're going to have a Women Prime Series there and a Men Prime Rising Series for the Maldives. Then we're going to have for the first time the Miss Quebramar Cup, which is in Portugal, and that is a women rising series. And then we're going to go for the 30th edition of the Sintra Bodyboard Pro, which this year is going to be Women Prime Series with $30,000 up for grabs for the women. And the same, 30,000 for the men. So that will be a rising series because, you know, for the Prime, we have a 35,000 prize purse minimum. And then we're closing the year for the women in the most beautiful event, one of the best for the women, which is the ArcelorMittal Wajine Bodyboarding Pro right there in Espiritu Santo. We're crowning the master and the junior woman and the woman world champion there. And of course, we're going to finish the calendar with the Gran Canaria Fronton King, crowning the man world champion and the junior man world champion. So that's the calendar. We still have a lot to come. Armide.
Armide, you found a wave coming down, bottom turn, going up, and good rollo.
Very clean.
Nice. That's going to be a good score.
Round rollo, huh?
And with 3 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. Anything can happen here.
Yeah, tricky situation for Armide, you know. He's going to get a good score for that, but... Oh, he's actually paddling. He's giving it a fight. He's not waiting for the jet ski. Wow. What a warrior. What would you do? Oh, man, look at that.
Yeah, I would have gone with the jet ski.
Yeah, same. I probably would have get a little foam and try to be try to go to the inside and just grab the jet ski because check where he is right now. It's being dragged. That's actually, oh no, he's actually made it. Good effort. Great.
Wave coming in the back. See what happens. Now Kalani, he might just be like right next to Armide.
To use the priority, you mean?
Yeah, to use as priority and see what happens. Looks like is this semifinals?
Yeah, semifinal number 1, Brahimi Dush.
Here we
Going
go.
against Mauri Laverne, man. That's a battle of titans. You know why? Because they're the most experienced riders in the tour. A 7 for Armide Oliveres, and this is dangerous right now for Kalani because right now Armide is looking for a 576.
Wow.
And this is why you never rule out someone like Armide, you know? With
Yeah,
one single
2
wave,
minutes.
he changed everything, huh?
Anything could happen. Wow. I mean, we got 2 minutes left, and I seen like the last seconds, like Elon, what he did with that backflip, and he won. I mean, he did it like in the last 10 seconds.
Yeah, that was crazy.
That's for me is pretty impressive. It's kind of like a movie.
Because, you know, to actually remain calm and just wait for your opportunity. The wave came to him and he actually attacked it very well. So that requires some strength. And this is mentally strength, you know. And of course, physical preparation. Ok, momentos de tensión aquí para Kalani porque Armide Oliveres, después de su última ola, que consiguió un 7, ya sí tiene muchas oportunidades. Está buscando un 5.76, señores. Es poco lo que necesita Armide. Básicamente, tomar una ola y hacer un rolo bueno le va a dar más que eso, como ya lo vimos que consiguió un 7. Es Kalani quien tiene la prioridad y yo creo que es un poco lo que tú dijiste.
Ajá, ya lo va a tapar ahorita.
Igual tiene que tener cuidado porque no lo puede acosar, ¿ah?
Sí,
eso también está...
Eso sí.
Pero tiene diferencia, tiene distancia. Kalani creo que lo sabe. Tú puedes hacer eso, es completamente válido, ¿vale? Que tú estés cerca del atleta, pero no puedes como acosarlo, como pegarte a él, no sé, empujarlo y todo eso no se puede. Eso es antideportivo. Entonces, eso es sancionado. Si los jueces ven una conducta antideportiva, van a quitarle la prioridad al otro competidor. Y mira, 25 segundos. ¿Podrá Armías Oliveres conseguir el 5.76? These are key seconds for Armías Oliveres. We saw Elon, like you said, changing situations in the dying seconds of the heat. Armías is capable
I
of,
don't know. I don't see no waves.
and yeah, he doesn't have the priority.
Wow.
You know, waiting too long in a heat.
Are we actually seeing the first Mexican in the podium?
I think so. It is
Yeah,
happening.
oh, wow. Look at that. Kalani
Oh.
Favela.
Congratulations, Jean, in Mexico.
Wow. Yes, this is why I brought IBC to Mexico. We need to see the talent that we do have. So this is a good example.
Well, Jean, do you wanna say something to the public? We are, we're gonna. Oh, look at that, man! Everybody's celebrating
Yes.
Carlos, Bernia, our Batman. Let's. So this might be the last chance we have you here. So you wanna send any words to anyone there? Tal vez en
Yes,
español.
thank you. Gracias por estar aquí viendo todo. México pasando al podium. Ahora sí estamos en los semifinales y para los demás atletas que no llegaron, felicidades. Siempre va a haber otras oportunidades. Y para México, por una gran experiencia, por eso me lo traje al IBC. Ahora saben qué es lo que tienen que practicar y ya felicidades a todos. Me dio un placer de tener a los pros aquí para que también conozcan a Pascuales, a Colima y pues nuestro lindo país que es México, ¿no? Entonces, de los que tienen esos sueños para el futuro, no lo gasten. Siguen soñando, siguen practicando y algún día vas a llegar a ser campeón.
Thank you so much, Jean. It's been a pleasure. People, don't move. We're gonna come back with the semifinals and the
Celebrate.
final. Yeah, right after this commercial break. Thank you.
Yeah.
You.
Welcome back to the 2026 Pascuales Bodyboard Pro. Really exciting heat there, and we're going to start our semifinals now. Should we go see in the water who we got?
Let's go to the ocean.
Yeah, so our first semifinal, and who do we got?
Brahim Idouch and Amaury Labern, Morocco from against Spain. This Pascuales Bodyboard Pro, remember, Men Rising Series semi-finals. We're already running it, the last hits of the event. Welcome to Pascuales. What an amazing display of technique by Kalani, the Mexican. Congratulations to all of you, and what a nice shot from the beach today from Pascuales, Ryan. Beautiful day today. Thank you so much for being here, all you, the audience that is synchronizing this YouTube channel. Welcome to Pascuales Bodyboard Pro.
Yeah, pretty cool stuff having our Mexican rider come through, and really good performance by Kalani. You know, that was a hard heat against Armide, and he's able to get it done and carry that Mexican flag into the semifinals.
Yeah, what an amazing surprise for the rider. Kalani has been putting so much effort to get to the finals too. So let's see how does he makes. But right now we are in semifinals, and this will be the heat number 1. And we have a Maori getting its first wave, going to the bottom, trying to reach the wall, makes a huge rollo, lands, and now it's bailing out of the wave. What an amazing wave from a Maori Laverne to begin its hit. 30 minutes remain on the clock. Remember, they get 35 minutes. So now, first wave of a Maori Laverne. Let's see how the judges are going to score this beautiful wave. Nice job from a Maori.
Yeah, good early start. You know, just getting a mid-range score, kind of scooping down, coming around the section, in a nice roll. So yeah, good start from a Maori. As we see, we have some really good waves coming through. You know, I think conditions have really gotten a lot better in the past hour or so, and there's been some really exciting rides, some great performance by Pierre and then Kalani. You know, so there's ocean's really starting to turn on, and like what great conditions for our final day.
You are right. And great conditions. We just saw Kalani hit as well, and we were talking like 2 hits ago about the shoulders of the other section of the beach that we cannot watch on the camera. But there is like a left wave and another right wave, and here's the replay.
Yeah, Amari. So it drops down to the bottom, comes around that section, nice long bottom turn, and right up into the lip with a nice roll, comes out clean and gets out of there. So really good start from Amari, and that came in at a 6.5. So really good start.
Great beginning for a Maori. That's all what it takes, guys. Commitment, go for your first wave or second, because that's all what it matters. And remember, some of the hits, we have seen it. Some of the riders have been waiting so much, and they don't get any score or higher score because sometimes the wave doesn't show up. Maybe they're not well positioned. But remember, riders, this is something that you got to keep moving, searching through the hit. You have 35 minutes. Sometimes it's just enough, because the time between hits, it's pretty extended sometimes. But try to search for your wave, and there is more options.
Yeah, and I caught Tahiti coming out of the water after that last heat, and he kind of went to the beach marshal. He's like, "Where were the waves?" You know, he was really having a hard time trying to identify the waves. So yeah, it's always good to get the ball rolling early and get a score. But I think we have our interview ready. Should we go check in with Begonia and see who she got?
Let's go to the beach.
Well, I got a very happy and smiley Kalani Favela, of course. What a great heat, Kalani. You completely dominated the whole thing. I want to ask you if you think local knowledge, local dominance is what happened out there, because Armide, he was not finding himself. It was a dangerous moment when he got that 7, but you were definitely in control. So tell the world, how was it?
Pues intenté mantenerme siempre seguro, eligiendo mis buenas olas, bien seguro de mí mismo. Sé que aquí yo he venido muchas veces a esta playa, ya sé lo que tengo que hacer. Me mantuve a Armides, me mantuvo él por un momento con prioridad, y ya cuando yo tomé la prioridad, simplemente traté de elegir una buena ola, y ya al final del hit, cuando miré que sacó un 7, pues sí sentí un poco de nervios porque sabía que si agarraba otra ola me podría bajar, como él es un buen rider. Y pues ahora sí que ahí entra la experiencia y ponérmelo por un lado, por si sale una buena ola, tomarla yo.
Well, he said the key was to remain calm, trusting in himself, believing in himself. He has been here many times, he knows what he has to do in this beach. And respects a lot Armide. He felt a little pressure when he saw me taking that 7. But then, he feel he used the priority very well. The time he took the wave with the priority, he used it in full. And then he kept the priority at the very end to actually prevent me to take another wave. First podium from Mexico. You're bettering yourself. You're coming from a 5th place in Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. First of all, I want to know how you're feeling by that achievement, and if you pictured yourself there. Quiero saber si te imaginaste, si tú envisionaste eso para ti, para llegar al podio.
Pues es algo que nunca me ha gustado, ¿cómo decirlo?
¿Alardear?
Alardear, sí. Posicionarme antes de llegar al lugar. Siempre me mantengo un poco humilde y sé que si Pascuales quiere que yo llegue a la final, me va a dar mis olas. Siempre estoy agradecido con toda la gente que me está apoyando. Me fui muy bien en Hilda. Lamentablemente contra mi amigo Tristan pues es un buen rider. Sí, es muy difícil ganarle, entonces me preparé. Me fui a Puerto Escondido y estuve surfeando durante un mes constante, buenas olas, grandes olas y siempre con la mentalidad de querer subir a México al podium. Y gracias a Dios, después de tanto esfuerzo, lo estoy logrando. Pero esto no fuera posible sin Jim Paul, que es mi principal sponsor.
Well, he said he actually prepared himself very well. You know, he went to Puerto Escondido to train. But one thing that I would like to remark is that he said he likes to remain humble. He was not really thinking about himself being in the podium. He just wanted to trust God and trust Pascuales. He said, if Pascuales wants to give me the waves, I'm going to be using that opportunity. So yeah, just remaining humble, and very happy to be representing his flag and thanking, of course, Jim Paul, I'm sorry, for that support because he's his main supporter. Right now, facing Pierre-Louis Coste in the grand final. Last question. How do you feel about that? How do you see Pierre-Louis?
Pues es un top, ya parece que todos conocemos a Pierre, pero ahora sí que no conocen lo que hay aquí en México y esperemos darle una muy buena sorpresa.
Well, yeah, I mean, he said everybody knows Pierre, but you guys don't know what here's here in Mexico, so he wants to surprise you all. All right, so semifinal number 2, I say final, but semifinal number 2, Pierre-Louis Coste and Kalani Favela. Congratulations, Kalani. Anything else to say?
Sí, a mis patrocinadores Empire Bodyboard, Salio Swing Fins, 662 Mob y al Club Perla Negra, que sin su apoyo no fuera nada de esto posible. Gracias por levantar el bodyboarding mexicano en lo más alto.
Bueno, felicitaciones y anda a prepararte para tu semifinal. Back to you guys.
All right, Bego, thank you so much for that great interview with Kalani, one of our top Mexican riders, the last in the competition. Congratulations, Kalani. I will say this in Spanish for our community. Kalani acaba de pasar a las finales. Ahí lo vamos a estar viendo compitiendo en los siguientes hits. Uno de nuestros atletas más fuertes y contundentes y el último mexicano en la competencia. Acaba de salir de Conarmides, se dio una batalla brutal en el océano y ahora, bueno, él está avanzando y en este momento estamos observando el hit número 1 de la Men Rising Series y estamos en las semifinales. Amari Laverne with 6.5 and 5.5 wave, the ones we were watching while Kalani was on the interview, and we saw actually Brahim Iduch with a 7.25. Let's go to the replay, Brian.
Yeah, so here's a Mary, really clean wave, nice scoop, kind of pulls up into the barrel and just kind of saw it shutting down and just pushes a roll through the lip. So, yeah, good scores, really clean wave, but it was just kind of really not the pace that he was looking for. Didn't really get deep in the barrel, but able to get a roll off on the end there. And yeah, really love those words from Kalani. You know, he's going up against Pierre, which he's probably idolized for, I imagine, a number of years. And he just goes, you know, I got to set that aside. And I'm competing against him now. So it's like, you know, he's got to really set aside the fact that he's probably looked up to him for years and just now he's got to go to battle with him.
You know, I'm so impressed of Kalani's heart. The kid is very humble, very nice athlete, good manners, kind of a low profile. Even he's big, he's massive, but he's a great kid. And congratulations, Kalani. Stay humble always, buddy. Pascuales will give you what you deserve, if that's what Pascuales wants. And we are so happy that you are here today. And back in the water, we have Amaury Laverne leading with 12 points and Brahim Iduch with 7.25. Brahim needs only 4.75 points to catch up with Amaury. Let's see how does it goes. There is plenty time. And Pascuales has been throwing such an amazing swell the last 2 days. Big conditions. Some of the waves are so glass and beautiful that the riders are just enjoying so much their time. And we can tell by the smile of their faces when they come out of the ocean. And right now we have an Amaury trying to paddle for the wave. Maybe he's going to go for the left. Then we have a Brahim as well. Brahim Iduch with the priority going to the left. The wave closes out. That was a big wall, but not much where to go. There was no place for it.
Yeah, it looked like a good wave, and you can see a Maori on the corner there. And I wonder how much Brahim was maybe just trying to keep a Maori off that wave, you know, because a Maori was quite a bit further over. And there could have been some scoring potential, and I think Brahim kind of identified that because you saw him. He was really deep. You know, it maybe could have made something happen, but he was pretty deep on that wave, and Amari looks like he was in a pretty good spot. So maybe some tactics from Brahim to try to keep him off that one.
That's pretty possible, and I think you're right, because if Amari gets another score of 7 or 8, that's going to make so hard for Brahim to catch up. Right now it's only like a medium wave, a regular wave that he requires to kind of climb up to the first position. But if a Maori gets another ride like the ones he is used to get, one of those airtime, 2 maneuvers, maybe 3 coming out of a tube, that's going to be a solid score, and maybe Brahimi Duch won't be able to catch up. But right now, everything can happen. Only 20 minutes remain on the clock.
Yeah, so he's only needing a 4.75, and he's just holding a 1 right now. So not a big ask from Brahim, and we've seen some really amazing waves already in this heat. But so he's just going to be looking for another mid-range score. But we've seen some really clean-looking waves in this heat. So I think they're going to be more to come with 20 minutes left to go. So they got plenty of time, and we're going to see how this shakes out in the second half of this heat.
Pascuales, Colima, what a great place to surf and to have this event happening. Thank you, Jim Paul. I will say thank you to our sponsors, Hotel Pascuales, muchas gracias. To all the companies that are making possible this event. Thank you so much. Club Perla Negra, Jim Paul. Thank you so much, buddy, for making this event for all the bodyboard community. It's something that we have been waiting for a long time to happen. And thank you for leading and putting everything what we need. And right now we are watching 2026 Men Top 16 ranking. You want to talk about, Brian?
Yeah, so Brahim right now sitting in 14th place, and potentially with some of the points he's going to get from this competition, he's already on a podium. If he can get through this heat and maybe even take this thing out, he might be making some jumps, maybe into getting close to the top 10. So yeah, we'll see. And then we got Pierre and Amaury both sitting in 2nd and 3rd. So there could be some movement there. We'll see how this all goes. But yeah, I know all these guys are going to be gunning for the win. They're 1 heat or 2 heats away from securing the first ever win at the Pascuales Bodyboard Pro. So some really cool stuff. Armide is sitting in 6th place on the rankings. So yeah, it was good to see that we had a bunch of our riders that are in the top 16 kind of here competing. You had Lionel Medina in 15th position, but I bet Brahim is going to be looking to maybe jump the heaty. We'll see how it all shakes out after the contest.
Well, this is the 2026 Men Top ranking. This is the 2026 Men Top ranking from the IBC World Tour, and some of the riders that we can watch on the screen, they are present today at Pascuales Bodyboard Pro. Some of the riders, they didn't want to come or they didn't need to come because they have already enough points. So the others are just coming to achieve more points and build up their career. And right now we are watching a Maori on the screen with a total of 12 points and Brahimi Duch with 8.25. Pascuales, Colima, great conditions at the ocean. And now let's go with the sponsors taking advantage of the ocean being in calm. Nuestros patrocinadores, muchas gracias. Club Perla Negra, SPEU, Surfing Profesional del Estado Unido, Asociación Mexicana de Bodyboard, a su presidente Jim Paul Blaney, muchas gracias. Gobierno Municipal de Tecomán, Dirección de Turismo de Tecomán, Dirección de Juventud y Deporte de Tecomán, muchas gracias. A la Dirección de Cultura de Manzanillo también gracias. A nuestros social media y diseño partnerships, gracias. Melenuda Vision, Budeo Bodyboard Club, patrocinadores locales, Hotel Real de Pascuales, Tsunami Restaurante, Opinco, operadora internacional, Cedipsa comercializadora, Yaya Coman Industrial, Secret Spot, Surf Shop, la mejor tienda de surf en la costa. Vayan a Manzanillo, Secret Surf Shop, un buen lugar de mi amigo Hugo Camacho. 14 Brand, licras deportivas, Independent Bodyboard, Chimo Fins and Mutan, Icoyoy Adventures, muchas gracias Icoyoy, BHM Project, BDRM Workshop, and Juanito's Cantina. Thank you to all the sponsors. Right now we are watching some waves building at the horizon, and it seems like none of the riders are getting it. Now we are watching Amaury on the screen. No?
Yeah, taking a look and opting to get out. The thing doubles up on the inside. Yeah, and Independent Bodyboards picking up Carlos Cruz over the course of this event. That's a pretty special pickup. And I'm sure Carlos is going to be stoked. To pick up the board sponsor of this event. And down here in Mexico with the water being so warm, and the waves being so powerful, you tend to go through quite a few bodyboards over the course of a summer. So, yeah, Carlos Cruz is going to be stoked to get hooked up with some new independent bodyboards.
We are so happy for Carlos. Honestly, having a sponsor, at least I know how does it feels. it really feels nice that someone values your work, your art, your talent, and congratulations, Carlos, for this new sponsorship.
Yeah, and he had some really good heats over the course of this event. You know, he had some really excellent numbers coming in like 8.25 for double barrel with a roll on the end. So really impressive stuff. And that's what's been so cool about this event. It's like we've seen so many, you know, names that you might not have heard of before. You know, and they made really good runs through this event. You know, we had, you know, multiple guys from the trials kind of make it into round 3, into round 4, and even the quarters. You know, we had Carlos Cruz coming all the way through the trials and into the quarterfinals. So yeah, some really cool stuff, and that's what's been amazing about this event.
Yeah, like climbing up positions. None of the Mexican riders that we had, they had a position in the past. Probably only Kalani coming from Antofagasta. But the other Mexican riders, they just build up their career right here at Pascuales, their positions. And since the beginning, they start knocking down competitors. So we already have a bunch of hits. And today we're having our semifinals.
Yeah, we got some exciting names here left in the draw. You know, you got this is a banger heat, and here we have Amari up and riding. Nice bowl on the left, and just has to get out of there. You know, kind of clamped and sort of bent back in at him, and just didn't really offer him. He was looking for a ramp. You can tell by the look of that wave, he was hoping the thing would just hold back for a little bit so he can launch one of his patented inverts or something like that. But yeah, just didn't work out for him. So he'll just easily make his way back out. He didn't really travel too much distance, so I imagine he's already out the back. And now Brahim sitting there with priority. So we'll see what happens with this next set that comes through.
Yeah, I'm already tried to pull out that way, but there was not space to do much in it. So he just decided that it wasn't good enough and just got the ride. So far, 14 minutes on the clock. Amaury Laverne leading with 12 points, and Brahimi Dodge only below with 8.25, needing 4.75 points to climb up to the first position for Brahim. And right now we are waiting for the score of the judges on the wave of Amaury.
Yeah, and Amaury's definitely going to be looking to get rid of that 5.5. You know, with Brahim having the highest score of the heat so far with 7.25. He only needs a 4.75, and that's pretty easily attained. You know, even a nice roll will give him that score. So Amaury knows that he's got to put something else on the board because, you know, 12 points is solid, but, you know, we've seen, you know, Brahim dropped to 7.25. So, you know, not a big requirement. So Amaury's going to be looking for something special.
Like, for example, Carlos, yes, I think he pulled out 18 from the 20 possible points. So one wave, 2 good waves can change the game. So riders, don't forget that. You got to keep searching and trying to get the best wave possible. Don't get comfortable out there, which I think you are not getting. There is a lot of riptide that we can watch on the screen happening. And this is one of the toughest spots, I will say, probably on Earth to surf, because it's one of those top waves of the planet that has massive walls and can reach immense height and thickness. And this is Pascuales Colima, one of the unique waves we have in Mexico for bodyboarding as well. High performance.
Yeah, there's a ton of current. You can see on the inside there. It's just constantly moving, and you're just looking for, you know, clean water. You know, you're just constantly trying to dodge the rips and just also see where those sets are coming, and you can see all the turbulence on the inside there. So yeah, it's a really tricky spot to surf out here. You know, there's just, it kind of feels like a wide open playing field. Kind of feels like you're out in the middle of the ocean. So yeah, these guys are just trying to find some clean water and just try to find something where the wave's not going to run into too much foam or too much turbulence. And those are the waves that are offering the biggest scoring potential.
Yeah, the medium-sized waves are the best. They're a little bit more clear and open. Has more range to maneuver in it without getting exposed to the leaf to get fall on top of your head. And right now we are watching our safety man taking care of the riders. Only 11 minutes, 30 seconds remain on the clock. What a wonderful day at Pascuales Colima. Men Rising Series. And Amaury Laverne leading with 12 points. Brahimi Dutch with 4.75 need below to climb up to the first position. And great conditions today at Colima.
Yeah, still a tight heat. You know, I have a feeling we're going to see potentially some more waves ridden and maybe a change in position here. there is kind of a weird moment going on right now with the ocean. You can see the kind of currents kind of setting up, and sometimes that happens. Like the whole kind of competition area will sometimes just fill up with the rip and get kind of weird. And those are the moments where you kind of got to just be like, identify where those sets were coming in and kind of just wait it out and not get pushed too far out of position, because the rips can kind of like pull you out and you don't really notice that you've gone so far out, and then that next set comes and you're not in position, or vice versa. Sometimes you're sitting on the side of the rip, it can kind of push you in, and then you get caught when those big sets come. So yeah, positioning is key, and you can see Ibrahim kind of battling that right now, and hoping that rip clears up so he can get one more in this last 10 minutes.
This is one of the things we gotta be always. This is one of the things we gotta be always aware of: the ocean. The ocean currents. For example, in morning, we were having, maybe you don't remember, guys, but this morning was pushing from south to north near to the shore. Right now, it's changing from northwest, dragging into the shoreline, pushing towards south, and then out there where the wave is getting formed, we are watching the south current pushing out into the ocean. So it's just something that visually, if you pay attention, you can see the movement on the surface of the wave, and that can give you an idea of how hard can be for these riders to position, because it's not like you stay there and sit comfortable, just, oh, the wave is going to come right here. No, this is not a place that provides that. That's only the point breaks probably will give you that confidence, that that trust to be just sitting over there. But here, Pascuales, it's very demanding, and you got to keep paddling and trying to find the best wave possible.
Yeah, you kind of want to sit as far in as possible, because we've seen, a lot of those mid-range waves are kind of really loading up and hitting the sand well. So, yeah, it's a fine line on where to sit here. You really want to be underneath it, but you also don't want to be getting caught by the sets.
That's very complicated. It's easy to say, hard to do it.
Yeah.
And we've been watching all the riders. Like, if you see us here talking just like about the whole situation, it's because obviously Brian, he's a bodyboarder. He knows the ocean. I do know the ocean as well. So we're trying to provide our best criterion and judgment based on our experience and what we are observing. So I hope you're enjoying the show as we are doing it with these riders. Amaury Laverne in yellow, Brahimi Duch on red, and priorities for Brahim.
Yeah, and this heat kind of dwindling down, and we're going to take a look at our judging criteria. And, we've seen a lot of rides today that have definitely met that, with Pierre dropping a 9.5 with that really, really nice barrel. So speed, maximum expression, and maneuver variety. So we've seen over the course of the competition, they've been throwing some pretty big numbers at reverses and inverts, so it's good to mix it up and kind of get away from the rolls and the flips that we've seen a lot of. And then the wave surf with the widest range of options, and that kind of goes back into that. They want to see barrels with the move on the end, and the more variety of those moves you can get on the end, they're going to throw bigger numbers at, and then deep barrels and maneuver combinations. That's the crown jewel right there. If you can get a really good barrel and a move coming out, that's where they're going to throw those excellent numbers at. And perfection in maneuver execution. They really want to see these guys landing clean. They might take some points off if you kind of land in the whitewater and you're kind of kicking and fighting to try to get out in front of it. We've seen a couple moves really get greased, just landed nice and clean out in front of the whitewater, out into the flats, and they really love to see that.
Yeah, very important where to land on the wave. That's all what it matters, actually. The moment you do an aerial, landing behind, it won't help you. Landing a little bit forward, just on the flat surface with the foam on your back, maybe that will be ideally the best for the riders to happen. And the conditions right now are just changing so much. We see a lot of movement on the water, a lot of current happening. And Amaury making his line, trimming beautifully, goes to the bottom, reaches, makes a nice roll, goes back to the bottom again, trying to make some speed. A little bit small re-entry, but not much happening. That's oh my God, beautiful wave. Brahimi Duch.
Yeah, kind of on a foamy one, kind of gets the rail in the water, starts driving down the line, gets a little cover, and he's going to be looking for something on the inside. He only needs a 4.75, and he's not able to get a move on the end of that wave. So, yeah, with 6.5 minutes left to go, both these guys are knowing that they kind of need to get something going. Amaury would love to replace that 5.5 because he knows Brahim could very easily get something. There's still time left in there, and Brahim will better that 1 point ride, but I don't know if it'll get to the 4.75.
Well, there is 6 minutes remaining in the clock. It could happen. Let's see if Brahim Idoch is able to pull it out. But right now, Amaury keeps leading with the 12 points, and we are watching Pascuales Bodyboard Pro, a set of wave approaching. Let's see if the riders can position themselves in the right spot, and maybe we get to see a big trick or a very deep tube.
And you can see all that water moving. It's like a river. Once those rips start flowing, it's really like you can just watch it flow past you. It's like being in a raging river, and it's really easy for it to just pull you out of position, and I think you're sitting in the perfect spot, and next thing you know, you've moved 100 yards down the beach or in and out, and to see all that turbulent water, that's not what the riders would love to see, especially needing a score. As soon as those waves start breaking into that type of water, it just really kind of gets all turned up, and you see them kind of bouncing down the face, and it makes it really difficult to time the lip and get a good move off.
Indeed. Makes it kind of complicated. And we are watching Amaury paddling back out to the ocean, the same as Brahim. Both of them are looking to get the wave of the day. Brahim Iduch is not so far from Amaury. It's only 4.75 below, which an average wave could position him like that. Let's see, priority, it's on Amaury. Amaury is kicking. Is gaining some speed, going to the bottom, reaching the top of the wave. Beautiful invert, landed so nice. Good display of technique by Amaury.
Yeah, great wave there, and he had priority, and he saw Brahim kind of taking a look at it, and just goes on that one, holds him off, and then is able to boost a pretty good invert right there. So it'll be interesting to see if that'll replace his 5.5. And with 4 minutes left and the ability to keep Brahim off that wave, there's a really smart move from Amaury.
Well put it out.
Yeah.
He made that ride happen.
Yeah, so you can see there's probably anxious moments for Brahim here. There's still time, but it's been a slow second half of this heat. There hasn't been all that much action, and that rip current just seems to be really hanging around. So it's really tough to kind of find a good clean wave. He thought he might have had one there, and Amaury was just scooped in and said like, nope. This one's mine. So here we got Brahim taking a look at this one. See if he goes. Yeah, Brahim up on a left-hander. Draws a high line, trying to line something up here on the inside section. It's got a lot of speed. Let's see if this wave stands up for him. And nice invert as well. So, all right. Is he able to run through? There's a lot of water coming back at him the other way. Let's see if he's able to kick through into the front of this wave and just loses the board there. Wow. So not able to hold on to that last invert. So... And we had that score drop for Amaury's last invert, and they gave him a 6. So increasing the requirements for Brahim, now needing a 5.25 with just 3 minutes left in the heat.
Not an easy task for Brahim Iduch to get into the first position. Amaury keeps dominating with 12.50, and Brahim Iduch with 9.50 as well. Let's see if he can change the situation for its own benefit. But so far, only 2 minutes, 40 seconds remain in the clock. Not much time left, and it seems like Brahim Iduch is being taken out by the jet ski. What a great asset and a need to have a jet ski.
Yeah, he's definitely going to get back out there probably a bit quicker than if he had the paddle. He's going to jump back on there. He's hopefully going to get out the back with, hopefully 2 minutes remaining, maybe a little less than 2 minutes remaining, and hopefully he can luck himself into a good wave, because 5.25 is good. We saw Amaury, that was a smaller wave that he did that invert on. It was a really well executed invert, and he really did get a really good projection, but that wasn't necessarily a special wave by any means. He just capitalized on it, and here's the replay.
Here we go. Amaury Laverne making his way to the line, up, rolls, goes back again into the wall, bottom turn, tries to reach more speed, but ain't happening. What an amazing wave. And here we are, Brahim going to the bottom, making a shampoo section over there, passes, trying to climb up to the wall. No, there is no more section to do anything.
And here's Brahim's invert. Got a ton of speed, driving down the line, and just times that section at the end, hard section at time, and then just sticks it. And then all that white water kind of just comes from the other side and kind of knocks him off. So We'll see if the judges give him a completion on that. I'm not sure that they will. He did land temporarily, but that kind of whitewash wedge kind of came in from the side and wasn't able to have him fully ride out in front of that whitewater.
Remember, the judges are the ones that has the last word. We are just sharing what we see, but we are not professional as they are. But far as we saw on the screen, it seemed like he landed. Let's see what the judges are thinking with the scores. But what a great performance from these riders being present today at Pascuales, Colima. And Pierre Luis Costes and Kalani Favela, our next heat.
Yeah, Pierre just locking in. You know, he's one heat away from making a final here in Mexico. You know, and in the last time he competed in Mexico, you know, he had a good result, a quarterfinal. But now, and here we go. We got Maz up on a good little left. You know, he's going to be eyeing up a section, looking to do some type of move, comes around the section and pushes a ARS through the lip. Okay, so good. Probably not going to be better than a 6, but you know, he's just trying to maybe keep Brahim off waves, and here we go, Brahim behind.
Brahim is making his speed on top of the wall, rolls, lands it. No, oh no, he went. Well, he's still on the board.
Yeah, so that was a little.
That was a backflip.
Yeah, there was a little ARS from Brahim there, you know, and they've kind of been matching each other with similar maneuvers. So, yeah, as of right now, as it stands, we believe Maori is going to be moving on into the finals here with a 12.5 heat total, and Brahim just falling short, needing a 5.25. We'll see if that last ARS would have given him any type of change, but as it stands right now, Maori will be moving on to the final.
Yeah, let's see what's the result of the judges' score from that wave.
Yeah, and that last score came in for Brahim at a 4.25, so just unfortunately not enough, and it will be Maori Laverne moving on to the final. We're going to cut to commercial, and we'll get back with Heat 2 of the semifinals.
Camina el viento sobre mi piel, arena viva, dulce y cruel. Suenan tambores en el rincón, México arde con mi canción. Oye el pulso del corazón, baila sin miedo, sin razón. La luna mira, quiere más, el fuego nunca morirá. Bajo fuego del desierto, baila conmigo, siente lo cierto. Bajo fuego del desierto, leste profundo, puro y abierto.
Welcome back to the 2026 Pascuales Bodyboard Pro. We are already into the semifinals, and we got heat number 2 in the water. Let's go cut to the water and see who we got.
Crazy to think, you know, we came down. I mean, of course, this is something that had to happen, but great event, 6 days in a row for this event. We have semifinal number 2 in the water purely cost in red, and who really wants to put the flag right there in the. Not even the podium is there, but he really wants to take the win for Mexico. That will be Kalani Favela, the last Mexican in competition. Let's see, you know, his whoever advances is going to be against Amori. And I'm telling you, Pierre and Amori, what a classic. And Amori and Kalani, what a hit. You know, it will be amazing to see whoever, you know, any of these riders. It's going to produce an amazing show for sure in the final. So we'll see who's capable of advance here.
Yeah, and the beach is going to be pulling, I think, pretty heavily for Kalani. You know, he's got a lot of local supporters. You know, I'm sure everyone here is a huge fan of PLC, but when they have their local boy coming up against them, they're going to be pulling for Kalani, and he's been having a really great event. He's had some really good waves, putting up a lot of high heat totals. So yeah, it's going to be a good event. But Pierre kind of just really seemed to find form in that last heat as well, dropping the highest score of the event with a really nice barrel on a right-hander, 9.5. And then early on in that heat, a barrel with an invert. So I think we're starting to see Pierre kind of really step it up towards the later half of this event.
But definitely Amaury is kind of like a stone in a shoe for Pierre. Every time they had matchups, from all the times they have been together in a matchup, the most of the wins have been on Amaury's side,
Yeah, it was like 6-1, right, in their matchup.
Yeah, you've been doing your homework.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm a fan of this, and when you get to see these two guys go at it, it's always exciting. So here we go. We got Kalani up on the left, comes around the section, nice backflip, flips it around, really clean landing. Let's see if he can get something else on the inside here, and follows it up with a beautiful projected roll. So another one, too. Wow, really great score. Slaps the board, claims it. Man, great start for Kalani. And here we got Pierre up behind. Going to be driving down the line. He's going to be looking for a big section here at the end, kind of bouncing a little bit. And he's going to try to hit something on here on this inside. Picks up a bunch of speed. Beautiful invert. Lands it perfectly. And wow, what a great exchange to start the heat.
I have no idea who's going to take the best out of that. But, whoa, I'm speechless. What a way to start things. We have been seeing slow starts and all of the heat, but these two riders are very committed, to actually bring a show for you guys, and they really want that spot in the final. It's not just about being in the podium, that we long past that goal right now. It's all about, look at that beauty, just gone. I went speechless watching on the perfect wave. But yeah, it's all about winning the event, people. We have Pierre Licoste and Kalani Favela, last Mexican card in this event, battling and in a great fashion. That exchange was a remarkable one. We'll see who's going to get the best out of it. I'm waiting for those scores and waiting for those replays as well. Looking forward to actually bring you back that amazing wave, really complete wave for Kalani. You have to take into consideration it's not the quantity of maneuvers. You have to remember that, people. We have been telling you that throughout the whole 5 years of the World Tour that we have, 5 years of the IBC World Tour. We always explain that. It's not the fact of putting many maneuvers that's going to grant you high scores. It's the fact of how you execute it, where you execute them, and many other factors. So it was a very complete wave, of course. The money, I will say, is in the first move. And it's dropping. That wave was a 9 for the local and a 6.5 for Pierre Licoste. So the judges did like that wave a lot. I think we all did.
Yeah, I think Kalani's wave is just quite a bit bigger, and that flip, he landed so clean, spun it around with speed to just go into another section and get 2 new rolls off of that. So really good wave from Kalani, and yeah, that's a great way to start the heat. And Pierre, also a good wave, a 6.5. Anyone would be happy to start the heat with the 6.5, but kind of just a smaller wave and only that one invert to really get a score. So yeah, good start, but Kalani, ripping.
Strong start, definitely. Pierre will feel some pressure. And while we're waiting for more waves to be written, we have Amaury Laverne ready for the interview with our friend Jorka. So let's hear from them.
Thank you so much, guys. Well, we're here with Amaury Laverne. What an amazing show, display of technique, and looks like pretty hard out there. Can you share with us, Amaury, how do you feel, and give us some of your feelings out here?
Yes, feel exhausted. It's really physical. I mean, of the toughest condition I've been surfing for since a long time, and competing, so warm out there, and you just feel like you're nothing. The rip is so strong. So hard to be at the right place. I mean, it's wow. It's all about the connection, to be at the right place at the right time. But physically, you just and I'm a types of guy that's in shape, but it's just kind of too much. But yeah, really happy to make that hit against Brahim. I think it was the first time we met together in Madenman ever. So I'm super happy to be in the final and focusing for the next one.
Well, it seems like you give a very nice performance. That's why you are going to the finals. Are you expecting to win this competition? What are your thoughts? Tell us more.
Yeah, I mean, before an event, I'm not the type of guy thinking, okay, I'm going to win. I mean, there is so much factors. I knew there will be so many good local riders here, like Kalani is in the semi now. So I was not thinking really winning the event. My main goal is always to be on the podium. So it's done like since that last hit I did with Oliver, and then now I'm in the final. Now I'm gonna enjoy it and just obviously give everything to win that event.
Congratulations for your triumph in this heat, and we'll see you in the finals. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thanks, you guys. Phew.
Back to the studio.
Yeah, thanks, Yorka, and Amaury moving on to the finals, and a goal completed by making a podium. But we just saw a pretty crazy one from Pierre there, just a long running left, looked like a good barrel, and threw the board up to show the completion. You know, he was happy with that, and he does need something with just a 6.5 and Kalani's 9. You got to think that Kalani's going to be backing that up.
Clash of titans in this heat. I'm telling you, these two riders are going to leave everything on the field. It's going to be very explosive. Pierre is approaching this one as a final, I'm telling you. And Kalani, of course, you know, he is already, bettering himself with this result, regardless of what happened. You know, the best result that he had in the World Tour was a 5th. So right now, if he doesn't advance in this one, he's going to be 3rd. And in the podium, of course, we'll see. But he's got a lot more to come, I'm telling you. Getting ready for this left and taking off, we'll see Kalani, Favela, the local, looking sharp, looking strong, feeling that huge momentum. Not able to land that backflip. That was so unfortunate.
Yeah, it was a really good projection on that. It almost looked like everything was going really well with that. I'm kind of surprised to not see him whip that around. We've seen him be really consistent with those types of moves, and it looked like the rotation was good, the landing was good. It just the board must have just came out from under him on that landing. But I think we had a replay of Pierre's last one.
Still, no, they're searching for that, but we do have the score. It's a 7.75 for Pierre-Louis Coste. Now he's, of course, first, but check that need for Kalani. You know, it's a 5.25. If he would have landed that backflip, he would have get more than that, you know, and he would have been first again. But yeah, we'll see. Strong battle here, people. Make sure to share this live feed. Come on. I'm pretty sure you have a lot of groups with your friends. Go on and tell them we are coming to an end here in this event, and in a great fashion. We're having very explosive heats in our hands right now. You know, we just saw Brahimi Dush and Amaury Laverne in the semifinal number 1. So Amaury advancing. And we are right now having Pierre Coste against the local favorite, Kalani Favela. And Kalani with a 9. You know, the higher score of this heat and one of the highest of the competition. Doing great, you know, looking only for a 5.25. It's really possible for him to get that first position back.
Yeah, and not even 10 minutes have passed in this heat so far. You know, we've seen so much action already. So you can see that these guys are really fired up and, like, really excited to do battle. You know, like, they're not waiting around. You know, we've seen some competitors kind of wait around and try to wait for those sets and stuff like that. And they've just gotten it going. And, you know, those mid-range waves, you know, like Kalani's backflip with the 2 rolls wasn't a huge wave. It just had like a really good shape on it. And then Pierre had that 6.5 invert. So, yeah, there's a lot of scoring potential out there. And these guys seem to be really in sync with what's going on out there. You know, there's 26 minutes left in the heat. So, you know, Kalani only needing a 5.25. Like you said, that backflip would have probably easy been that. So he's going to be looking to probably do something. And here's a replay of Pierre's. Really good size waves, scoops up, pulls up high into the barrel, and just driving through that. Comes out with the spit, and he's looking to time something on this inside section. He's got a ton of speed, and he throws a little roll in there. And we saw that he was able to kick out in front of that as he put his board up in the air to show the judges, like, yep, I landed that. So really good score. That was the 7.75 from Pierre.
Well, that was really impressive also for Pierre. I think if he would have completed a maneuver there at the very end of the wave, he would have get, some extra points for that one. But yeah, excellent barrel right there for our 2 times world champion, the one that has been seeking for that 3rd title for so long. You know, he's got so many runner-up spots and, you know, doing it great in general in bodyboarding, completely dedicated to our sport. You know, being competing for so many years, being one of our idols for so many generations already. And we're gonna check the replay, I think, of last of Kalani that he didn't land.
Yeah, so nice looking wave and just goes straight up at it and throws a big perfect flip and just spins that around. This is his 9-point ride. And then he goes up and gets a nice roll, nice projection on the roll, and then finishes it off with one through the lip. So that was the 9-point ride from Kalani, and he was just absolutely stoked about that one. That was amazing start to the heat for him.
The thing with that wave, you know, and I believe most of the points were the first maneuver. It was the execution was close to perfection, you know, and if not perfect. I dare to say it was a perfect execution of the backflip and the projection as well. And it's meeting perfectly all of the judging criteria that the judges have been explaining to all of our riders. And we have been showing you that that's established before the event starts. And this is something to take into consideration in order to get those scores that you want. If you want to excel, if you want to, you know, overcome riders like Pierre-Louis Coste, you really have to go for those kind of things. And let's see, Pierre-Louis taking off in this one. This Kalani didn't want it, and Pierre, yeah, that's why Kalani didn't want it.
Yeah, the local knowledge maybe coming in there a little bit, you know, seeing that wave was kind of foamy and didn't really have a long wall in it that was going to kind of open up and get in a barrel. But here we go. We got Kalani up and riding, kind of bouncing on that one and just pulls up into the barrel, but kind of just runs away from him. But, yeah, still looking to back up that 9-point ride that he had. You know, just needs a 5.25. I know he'd probably like to drop an even bigger score than that. You know, you never know. 14.25 heat total for Pierre. You know, we're used to seeing him go even a little bit higher than that. So you'd think that Kalani's probably going to be looking for, you know, a 6 or a 7 to really try to put himself in a better position against Pierre, because, you know, give that guy the wave and you know he's going to perform on it. And there's some really, really, really good waves out there.
Right, people, so we'll see how this one goes. I don't see any valuable score in the previous waves served for neither of these riders. They're still seeking 23 minutes to go, and we had so much action. Both of them have taken 3 waves each. And here he comes, Pierre-Louis Coste taking off right, not the biggest one, but he's looking to get even a bigger score, a higher score, I'm sorry. But that's not really happening for him, you know. You can tell he has some anxiety, and it's completely normal. You know, he's only a human as the rest of us, and he's facing the favorite in his beach, in his country. I mean, he's not specifically from here, but he's from the area, and he said it himself. He has been preparing himself, and there's a big set approaching, and that set might make the difference, you know. If some of these riders take one of those set waves and goes for the big move, you know, we're gonna see big scores there. And I'm telling you, both of them want it. They want it really bad.
And the lineup looks pretty clean right now. We've seen like the competition area kind of being filling up with some rips right now, and how it looks right now is it's a little bit it's mellow right now in comparison to how we've seen in other heats. So if a set wave does come in, it could have a really clean wall on it and could offer some really good scoring potential. As we see Pierre on the left side of the screen scratching over towards that one. We'll see if he's going to be able to get in position for this wave. But, yeah, some really good-sized sets coming in. You see Kalani kind of doing the cross-legged kick, the Michoacan kick. We got to come up with a name for that because all these boys seem to be doing it. But
it's a Mexican kick.
Yeah, the Mexican kick, yeah. But
you got that, or you got the tail fish?
Yeah, you came up with one earlier.
Fish tail kicking, maybe.
Maybe we let them name it. You know?
Okay.
We'll ask them about it.
It's so cool that you actually brought it. You were the first one in noticing that. At first I didn't notice, but yeah, they do kick with the 2 fins together, kind of as a fishtail, and it seems that they are, you know, getting more speed. And I think they actually do it when they need their extra push, you know, when they're kind of like in the explosive zone in the inside, and they need to get out of that section. Oh man, so far so good. This is the second to last heat of the event. We're gonna be finishing after this. We're gonna be having the great final. There's going to be a break. This is what we do usually to give whoever advances here a little bit of time to, you know, refresh the thing here in Pascuales. One of the most difficult things to cope with is the heat. Because, you know, even though Pierre is coming from summer in Portugal, the water in Portugal does not have this temperature, for sure. Neither outside, you know, it's a different thing. Even though he's got some heat waves, and Pierre.
Here you go. We got Pierre up on a right-hander, just driving down the line and just doesn't like the look of the inside of that, so he kicks out. But you see Pierre's moved over to that left side of the competition area. You know, there we've seen a lot of good waves coming in down there. You can see some of the free surfers over there. So he opted to go over into that area in his first heat, and he really found a lot of good waves over there. So it'll be interesting to see how he shakes out for him over there, because a lot of the competitors have seemed to kind of stay in front of the competition area, in front of like where the judges are, and we have a big contest area, so there's a lot of different peaks that they can choose to ride, and we see Pierre moving over to that left side of the screen and the left side of the beach, and see how it goes for him.
Right, everyone, you are in the presence of this last semifinal here, the 2026 Pascuales Pro. We can't thank enough Jean Paul for bringing us here, and check this out. It looks like Pierre is gonna go for this mini left. Yeah, very smart not to go. But yeah, some anxiety there, but maybe not even anxiety, just being active, you know. That's also Pierre, he serves like that, you know. He's 6. He never like, right. Not happening there for Pierre. On the contrary, you know, I see a very cool and calm Kalani, you know, needing a 5.55. He's not even thinking of that kind of score, you know. He wants to take the next wave he takes. I'm telling you, judging for his performance throughout the whole event, he wants to take a big wave and go for a big, big score. So he leaves no doubts. Look at that gem.
Beautiful.
How much would you like to be there? Check this out, Kalani.
Yeah, up on a nice left, kind of scooping up high in the barrel. He's going to be coming through this one with a lot of speed. Let's see what he can do on the inside section, kind of lining it up through the foamy section. Kind of mistimes the roll, but he's able to get out, and let's see if he's able to get the completion. And he is.
Oh,
the big, strong Kalani just forcing his way through there. So, yeah, really good wave with the combo, you know, a barrel and a roll to finish it up, you know, and yeah, I think Pierre was kind of really looking at a lot of waves, trying to get something going, because he knew something like that was going to happen. You know, with Kalani already holding a 9, you knew he was going to drop something else, and he only needed a 5.25. And after you see a competitor drop a 9, a 5.25 is an easy score to come by, and we'll see where the judges go with that, with a combination of a barrel and a roll.
And a big barrel. This is exactly what I was talking about right before he was taking off on that one. You know, he was not thinking about getting a simple 5.25. He's not going to go for the small ones. He was waiting for the big one. He want to create some serious distance. And that's the only way you can actually beat someone like Pierre, who actually has been doing a very even job here. You know, all the heats advancing in first, surfing really good, you know. And, you know, it's Pierre Coste. Come on, 2 times world champion and 100,000 times runner-up, and of course one of the best bodyboarders in the world forever. So much experience, so many years in tour. You know, so many years producing, you know, the best bodyboard in free surf, surfing the best waves in the world. I don't know if there's a good wave that Pierre hasn't not surfed, you know, in this world. Of course, there's many waves in the world, but he has gone to so many places, and every time he does a video, whatever, everyone's so impressed. So, you know, Kalani, I think in my eyes, Kalani is proven to be a professional in all senses. You know, the interviews he's given, very, very professional. The behavior, his behavior while he's competing is very professional as well. You know, keeping calm, choosing well, utilizing in perfection every section of the wave. Definitely a remarkable rider. He is the biggest standout of this competition.
Yeah, and you can see his mentality. You know, when you asked him about coming up against Pierre in the semifinal, he was just like, you know, I look up to the guy, but now I got to go compete. And, you know, he's really put on a great performance here. He's not letting the moment kind of get to him. You know, it would be probably intimidating going up against Pierre. You know, Kalani's young. He's probably looking up to Pierre for years, seeing how well he surfs, watching all the videos. They probably studied the film. So having to go up against him in a heat could probably be pretty nerve-wracking and make you almost feel like you need to, like, overperform to take him down. But Kalani seems nice and cool, and he's just not letting the moment get to him. So really good stuff from Kalani so far.
It's being hard for the judges, you know. I think they're analyzing the wave. It's being hard. They're not dropping still the score because it was really a good wave. It was really, really an excellent wave. Maybe if there's a chance we can see it later, but it looks like Pierre might be taking a look to this the set that it's coming. And we'll see if he can take that wave. He's actually holding the priority. And that is not really a good wave. It's kind of like closing out. But it's Kalani who's taking off and approaching a section, going for the flip there. How difficult is to perform a flip in that specific section? This guy, it's on fire.
Wow, dude, that was really strong. You can see that that wave was really stretching out. He was maybe thinking about pulling into the barrel, but like just pushing through the lip of a solid wave and getting that rotation and landing that smoothly. You know, he wasn't really fighting in the whitewash to get that thing around. It kind of just pushed him right out the front. So really solid stuff there from Kalani.
Score dropped, and it is an 8.25 for the local hero, the local warrior, Kalani. Favela currently sitting in the first position with a total of 17.25. He's leaving the 2 times world champion and IBC World Tour 2026 third in the World Tour rankings with the need of a 9.50. But you know what? If someone can do it, it's him.
Well, yeah, he already did it in the last heat. You know, he had a really good barrel on the right-hander sitting at that peak that he chose to go sit at. So
Same score.
And he can 100% do it, but really amazing job by Kalani. Man, you know, we still 13 minutes left. Pierre's got plenty of time to get something going, but you know, this is a really, really, really impressive performance from Kalani, dropping a 9-point ride and then backing it up with an 8.25. It's really good stuff, and I think that might have been the score before. I think we still might be waiting for a score for that flip from him too. So you know, they could even go.
We are.
That could even go better. You know, you never know how they're gonna. The judges have showed that they really like when the riders hit the heaviest section of the wave. You know, we've seen a lot of kind of riders drop in and go straight up and hit a roll, and they've been getting kind of those, you know, 6 or 7 points. So this is a bigger wave. He was going fast, and it was an ARS or a flip variation that he was able to pull through. So they could even maybe go similar to that 8.25 or somewhere close. We'll have to see.
Did you know that? Did you see that guy with a tower that says BHM? That's a saying here. It's a crew from here that says Bugos hasta la muerte, which is bodyboarders till death. That's so cool, huh? And I think they're supporting Kalani. I'm not really sure if he's part of that crew, but I'm pretty sure he will be part of all the Mexican crews from now on. I think Mexico, all the Mexican riders everywhere in this amazing country are going to welcome Kalani greatly when he comes to surf to their beaches, because you know he's just putting their flags in a great fashion. You know, there's no doubt. That's the best thing to say. You know, because sometimes there's different points of views about, you know, how the execution of the waves or the performances of the riders, but there's no doubt he has been surfing and he has been excelling in this competition. Really, no one can say he has not been excelling. He has been definitely a standout. And look at that, man. He's facing no one else than Pierre Lacoste, approaching this as a final right now and just giving his 1,000%.
Yeah, and executing. Yeah, and the crew that they're part of, you know, with Poncho, you know, they have their filmer Alan Favela, who makes these like really amazing films and captures like all these missions that they do. There's so many waves around here, and you know, you can just tell that they really love it, you know, and like the boogie till death thing that you just brought up. It's like, yeah, that's what it's all about, you know. And it seems like these guys just have a lot of fun, and yeah, I think they're going to be inspiring like a whole nother generation of Mexican bodyboarders. And if we continue to do this event in the future, I think we're going to see a lot of new riders. You know, these guys are going to be inspiring a lot of people in the area, I think, over the course of, through the course of their films and definitely through this event.
Amazing moments here. If you are just getting here, we are in semifinal number 2. And we do have Amaury Laverne waiting patiently to see who's going to be advancing from this semifinal number 2. This is the second to last heat of the event, an event that has brought many memories and many important facts to bodyboarding. We really would like to thank everyone that made it possible. This wouldn't be possible without Club Perla Negra, which is, you know, the club that's presenting the event, and that's Jean-Paul Blaney. It's the president and the event promoter. We'll see if Pierre aiming.
Yeah, Pierre scratching into this one. Nice looking wave, really clean big long bottom turn. It just kind of just stretches out. Doesn't really offer him an exit, but it was a really nice line. Had a ton of speed, but just the wave kind of stretching out, not offering an exit. But he's going to get back out there. Still got 10 minutes left. He's got Kalani sitting over by him now, so we'll see how the dynamic is with priority use, because Kalani doesn't really need much, doesn't need anything, and he could start playing the game of I'm going to sit next to Pierre and try to maybe
He's good at it.
from taking the wave, start playing some tactics with this heat, because it would take an incredible wave for Kalani to do better on better either of those scores. So we might see him kind of go sit next to Pierre and kind of pester him a little bit.
Kalani is very good at that, very good at using all the tools. I've been watching that throughout the whole competition. But yeah, there's still 9 minutes and 22 seconds in the clock, enough time for someone that has already made at 9.50. This is purely cost. And we'll see. You can tell he's seeking. I want to say hi and thanks to all of our sponsors. We have been very focused on the action. This is finals day, and this is the way it has to be. Look at that beauty.
Here we go. We got Kalani up on a good left, pulls up into the barrel. Barrel's running. It spits. Is he able to come out? We'll get a replay of that. Oh, we hear the crowd go wild, and he's able to come out. And let's see if he can link something up on the inside section. It's got a good amount of speed. Times the lip and hits a nice roll. Lands out in front of the whiter. You see the hand come up. Wow. You can see the hand. He landed with control. You can see the fist coming out of the whitewater as he's claiming that. That's a huge moment for Kalani. He's just putting on an absolute clinic right now. He's got probably 3 excellent waves now, and just a really, really impressive performance. Pierre's going to be bummed hearing the cheers from the beach after that.
Yeah, man, that was so impressive. And check this out. Here he comes. Pierre gets into the barrel. Not able to come out. Pierre is seeking, but I don't know what's going to happen with that last wave of Kalani, we saw it kind of late. I think they're adjusting right there and trying to find that replay for us, but at least in the wide angle, it looked really big, and he actually was really deep and in the barrel. So let's see. We're waiting for that score.
And it's a 10. It comes in at a perfect 10. Can you believe that? Kalani Favela with the 19-point heat total. Wow. What a performance, and just an amazing barrel. Finishes up with a roll and just throws the fist to the air and just claims it. Wow. The local boy, Kalani Favela, dropping a perfect 10, the first of the event.
Wow, what a way to advance, a perfect 10 for Kalani Favela. And he's actually breaking the record. He's getting the highest total score of the competition so far. I mean, he has definitely been chosen the best waves of the heat, He has been knowing exactly which waves to choose and, where to sit. And the ocean is perfect at this point. We're so happy that this happened. Usually at this time we have strong winds. But yet today was actually the opposite. We had not too much of good conditions at some point. I said at the beginning of the day, right? We had a little bit of a texture and conditions were not that good. But right now, conditions are perfect. And the local, he has been chosen the best waves so far. So, yeah, let's see. All right, so this is the one, the perfect 10, the first 10 of the event. Is that the one?
Yeah, that was the one.
Yeah, we missed the first part, people.
Yeah, so then he finished it up with a big roll. But we saw on the wide angle view when he first took off, it was a really good size wave. Scoops up into the barrel, and it ran for a while. He comes out with the spit and just drives down the line, just pushes a big roll. I just love the end of that, because as he lands in the roll with the whitewash, all you can see is his fist in the air, just claiming it, and they give him the score. A 10-point ride, just unbelievable stuff here. The local boy really showing up. You could hear the cheers on the beach as he was finishing that roll, and he's got a ton of support. There's a bunch of support here, and man, love to see the Mexican put on such a great performance here. There's still 6 minutes left to go, and Pierre's going to be looking for something, but he's actually in combination, so he's going to need 2 rides in order to advance. It's a big ask. We do have the jet ski assist, so if he is managed to find a 9-point ride or a 9.1 ride, he can jump on the ski and try to get back out there. But as we've seen today, these it's tough out there. To get two scoring rides in 35 minutes is a big ask. So with just over 5 minutes, could potentially be out of reach for Pierre, but yeah, we'll see how the rest of this heat shakes out, but really great stuff. And here we go. Here we got Pierre up on a right-hander, big looping backflip. Let's see if he's able to spin it around. We kind of see the board get tossed up there in the whitewash, not able to bring it down, and behind Kalani Favela on a long right-hander, big long drive, and just kind of pinches and shuts down. But that was kind of just a little victory lap for Kalani. You know, he'll really need something absolutely exceptional to get anything better than the total that he has already.
Well, I mean, I'm telling you, there's still chances. You know, it depends on finding the good wave. You know, the tens are there. We have seen, you know, finals like in Arica, where riders were taking more than 110. You know, we had Mori making 210s in the same heat. So those things are possible. And I remember, you know, Tanner as well. You know, a couple riders throwing tens, and you know, Pierre is completely capable of doing that. It's a matter of finding that wave, finding that specific wave that's gonna grant you that. It's the wave selection right now is key. It's really, really important. So we'll see how that unfolds. But yeah, look at those waves. It's perfect here.
Man, and I wonder how much the local knowledge came into play here. You know, because he's been dropping big scores all event. You know, he had that barrel with the air reverse on the end and came in at a 9.25. I think he may even had an excellent number in every single one of his heats. So Kalani really showing the local knowledge and really showing some experience out here. And now with dropping a 10 and a 9, that's just an unbelievable heat for someone. And you know, with not having all that much World Tour experience, this is like a really impressive performance from Kalani. You know, he did have that 5th in Antofagasta, which may be his first IBC appearance, and now backing it up with a trip to the finals. So just unbelievable stuff from Kalani.
Yeah, definitely. Well, seems like we have the replay. One more look to the 10-point ride. The crew was searching for the best angle for you guys to see it because we were in the wide angle while Kalani took off that wave. So, you know, they're trying to get you that good angle for you to watch it. Just remember, the judges, they have a widest angle, okay? They see the whole beach. We see an amplified version of reality. So, you know, in that specific moment, we had the open wide angle, huh?
Yeah, we were still able to kind of catch a little bit of it on the right side of the screen, and we saw it looked like a beautiful wave when he's taken off. You know, it just scooped right up into the barrel, had a really long line on it, and that was right in front of the judges' tower too. So they got a front row seat at that one, and maybe that would have helped them throw a 10 at it. But yeah, just incredible stuff. And here we go, Kalani. Just dropping in on this one, just stalling with the legs, takes a high line and just stalls up, and it's a beautiful barrel. And he stalled in there for a minute and just comes flying out, and he's just driving down the line, looking up at the section, and just times it and just nails it. I think that was the 8.25. That was not the 10-point ride because it was a bit more of a bigger roll on the 10-point ride. So that was his previous 8.25. There was another ride because it was a little bit bigger of a wave and the roll was a little bit more explosive, and we saw him throw the hand up after that. So that was the 8.25, but just another excellent wave that Kalani's had during this heat.
Yeah, that was not the 10. You're right. They're still searching. They're looking for that. Well, there's live action sometimes. You know, the cameras, they just, you know, there's so much happening in there, so they're searching for that. All right, everyone, 1 minute and 14 seconds. It looks pretty much of a steal deal for the local Kalani Favela, who's going to be facing Amor Laverne in the great final of the 2026 Pascuales Bodyboard Pro. And yeah, you know, I have to say congratulations to Pierre for a beautiful performance throughout the whole event. You know, definitely it's always a gift to have him, you know, in the events. Pierre Licoste is everyone's hero, everyone's idol in our sport, and we can't thank him enough for being with us still and fighting and loving competition and just, you know, honoring us with his presence. And here he comes, you know, keeps fighting. What a warrior, taking off in this beautiful wave. Let's see if he can connect with something. Goes for a beautiful Pierre-style backflip, but unfortunately, he got stuck on that landing.
Yeah, he's still fighting, and he's still just trying to put a show on for everyone. You know, that's what we all love to see from Pierre is his surfing, and to not just roll over and kind of give up. It's a really cool thing from Pierre. You know, still trying to execute and put a show on for the people. But Kalani Favela will be officially moving on to the finals, and the beach is just absolutely electric right now. Everyone is just so pumped to have a Mexican come all the way through from the first rounds of this event all the way into the final. And we'll be matching up with Kalani Favela and Amaury Laverne in our 2026 Pascuales Bodyboard final. And we'll be back with the final right after a commercial.
Camina el viento sobre mi piel, arena viva, dulce y cruel. Suenan tambores en el rincón, México arde con mi canción. Oye el pulso del corazón, baila sin miedo, sin razón. La luna mira, quiere más, el fuego nunca morirá. Bajo fuego del desierto, baila conmigo, siente lo cierto. Bajo fuego del desierto, leste profundo, puro y abierto.
¡Independízate ya! Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are about to start the great final of this event, and it's going to be Amaury Laverne facing Kalani Favela, local hero. But you know what? We're going to have a break of 15 minutes because Kalani just got out of the water and he needs a little bit of, rest and breathing and hydration. But yeah, you as a Mexican, how do you feel by having, Kalani with that amazing performance?
Honestly, I'm very happy.
Yeah.
I'm watching my people enjoying the beach and celebrating Kalani's triumph. And I think Kalani well deserved it. He has put so much of himself out there in the last years that we are cheering up for him so bad. We love you, Kalani. Good job, buddy. Thank you so much.
Has been training a lot. Yeah. Felicitaciones a México. Tienen a Kalani Favela ahí en la final y va a ir contra Amaury Laverne. Viene una performance increíble en esta semifinal número 2. Y bueno, estamos esperando para justamente hacer esa entrevista y después lo vamos a dejar descansar un poco. Tenemos un break de 15 minutos para volver con la gran final, que va a ser Amaury Laverne y Kalani Favela. No sé si ya tenemos alguna... O podemos ir a ver qué es lo que está pasando allá afuera también, porque está la gente, celebrando, muy feliz. Igual decir felicitaciones a Pierre por una excelente performance durante todo el campeonato. we really would like to say huge congratulations to Pierre. I was saying that before the event the heat was over. Pierre honors us every time he shows to an event, and it's a pleasure to have him. You know, he's definitely one of the best in the world, and definitely with the best performance and the beautiful execution of maneuvers. You know, the reading, the style, everything is there for Pierre. So he is one of our heroes. So I'm very, very lucky. We're very lucky to have him in tour.
Yeah, we've been enjoying so much his performance. And definitely Pierre has done an amazing job today, but Kalani stand up. So very, very nice job for both of the riders today.
And we do have Kalani ready with Brian for the interview, so let's hear from them.
Yeah, I'm here with Kalani. Just unbelievable heat, a 10-point ride with backing up with a 9-point ride. Tell us about that heat. That was unbelievable.
Pues no tengo palabras para explicarlo, cómo se siente estar en este lugar. Estoy muy contento. Simplemente dejé que Pascuales me eligiera y solo surfeé como ya sé surfear, sin presión, sin nada. Supe que iba contra uno de los más grandes exponentes en mi deporte y simplemente dejé de lado todo eso y surfeé como yo siempre surfeo y gracias a Dios Pascuales me eligió. Tuve una ola de 10, otra ola de 9 y pues simplemente estoy muy feliz.
And you had to go up against Pierre. You know, that's a big name. It can be intimidating to go up against someone you've probably idolized. How did you feel having to go up against Pierre?
Pues primero que nada le tengo mucho respeto a Pierre porque, como lo repetí, es uno de los grandes exponentes en este deporte. Mi más grande agradecimiento por este hit. La verdad que nunca voy a olvidar este hit. Estoy muy agradecido con todo México, con todos mis amigos, con todos mis hermanos, toda la banda que me está aquí apoyando y vamos con todo. México en la casa, perros.
Yeah. And you got a heat, the final heat of the Pascuales Bodyboard Pro against a Maori. What would a win be for you here for the first time?
Pues solo muy feliz. No tengo palabras para explicar cómo me siento. Estoy muy emocionado y ya quiero entrar a la final.
Yeah. And shout out for your sponsors, our family.
Sí, a mi familia, a Empire Bodyboard, a 662, a Alice Swing Fins, a BHM Project y más que nada a Club Perla Negra y a Jim Paul. Gracias por hacer esto posible.
Okay, back to the final and back to you guys.
Thank you so much. Amazing interview. He looked really happy, really satisfied. So, well, we're going to have a quick break, you know, maybe another 10 minutes for Kalani to rest up a little bit. Amaury has been resting for, you know, the whole heat. And then we'll come back. You want to say that in Spanish?
Sí, queridos amigos, regresaremos en una pequeña pausa de 15 minutos, dando tiempo a Kalani que se recupere para que se pueda enfrentar aquí en la final. No se vayan, esto es Pascuales Bodyboard Pro.
Camina el viento sobre mi piel, arena viva, dulce y cruel. Suenan tambores en el rincón. México arde con mi canción. Oye el pulso del corazón. Baila sin miedo, sin razón. La luna mira, quiere más. El fuego nunca morirá. Bajo fuego del desierto, baila conmigo, siente lo cierto. Bajo fuego del desierto, lente profundo, puro y abierto.
Welcome back, everyone. We're ready to hit the water for the great final of the 2026 Pascuales Bodyboard Pro, so let's go straight there. We have Amor Laverne in red and Kalani Favela in yellow. We don't want to waste any time because I think there has already been a wave taken because I know that was Kalani, I think, floating there. And yeah, Amor Laverne and Kalani Favela. It all come down to these two riders, you know, for the first time ever. A Mexican in the final, a Mexican in the podium in the first ever event in Mexico for the IBC World Tour. What a remarkable moment.
Yeah, and one that's pretty close to home as well. You know, it's not like someone from Puerto. He's kind of in this area that he spends a lot of time surfing. So just you couldn't have drawn it up any better. You know, have one of the big names make it through to the final, and then Kalani, you know, the local boy, kind of get all the way up through the early rounds and just, you know, been pretty dominant all throughout this contest.
And people, remember, go to the IBC World Tour and check the scores and everything all together. If you just scan this, it will take you there. Gente en México, si quieren seguir los scores, pueden revisar aquí, escanear eso con su celular, los lleva a la parte en donde está el en vivo con el sistema de puntuación y pueden ir viendo cómo van cayendo los scores. Ya tenemos 2 olas surfeadas y lo vamos a ver en estos replays. Ya tenemos a Kalani con un 6 y a Mauri con un 5. Vamos a ver las repeticiones. We have the replays, I think. We already have Kalani with a 6 and a Mauri with a 5. That happened while we were coming back from commercials.
Yeah, it's a good start for both of them. You know, good mid-range score. Just kind of get the ball rolling. And, yeah, I think, you know, a 6-point ride for Kalani just like in the first 5 minutes of the heat and Mauri dropping a 5. They'll be really happy with that, and now they're going to be looking for those big numbers. You know, we've seen some excellent scores go down in the last few heats, so they definitely have their eyes peeled for those ones as the conditions really seem to clean up in the last, you know, 4 heats or so. You know, we had kind of a slow start to the morning, sort of a little wonk, and it almost even feels like it's gotten a little bit bigger. You know, it kind of feels like it's sort of pulsed over the past hour and a half. So, you know, these guys are going to be looking for big numbers. And here we go. There's the replay of Kalani, just a nice little barrel, just driving down the line, looking for something on the inside here, and just picking up a bunch of speed and just goes straight up at it. Nice projected roll, land smooth. That was the, yeah, okay. And then here we got Pierre.
No, well, that's from the previous heat, yeah.
I was going to say, I noticed the hand raise because that was the end of Kalani's 10-point ride. We still haven't gotten to see the barrel there, but I can identify that finish roll because that hand went up pretty quickly and all the foam exploding around. You just see Kalani's hand up in the air. So, yeah, that was one of our rides from last heat.
Yeah, no, that first one was from Kalani, and then the other one was Pierre. So, yeah, no, we're waiting to see that one for Mauri. All right, so people, if you're just getting here, last heat. It's been a great run. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Thank you, every institution, every person involved, everyone that worked in the event. You know, we have a huge crew of people here supporting, helping. And, you know, even the community has been very welcoming, you know. Thank you, Pascuales. Thank you, all of you. We can't thank you enough, right?
Yeah, it's been so fun. You know, there's the kind of breath of life that came into this. And here we got a Mauri Laverne up on a nice clean wave, scoops up into the barrel, nice barrel, comes out with the spit. Going to be looking for something here on this inside section. He kind of stalls, just waiting for the power to regain, and he's still just trimming down the line, stalls with the leg. He's got to get something off here, and a nice roll. Let's see if he finishes off with another one, and he does. Let's see if he gets back out in front of the whitewater. So, yeah, good wave from a Mauri there. Nice little barrel. Kind of a foamy wave on the inside, but he's able to get 2 rolls off. So, yeah, good wave from a Mauri. He's going to be backing up that 5-point ride, and it could even go higher than that.
All right, everyone, make sure to share this live feed. Let the world know we're here at the last heat of this amazing event. 6 days of competition, you know, out of 8 of the waiting period. And what a pleasure, right, to actually have, you know, the opportunity of surfing every day for these riders. That's a Mauri being taken. That's completely in rule. You know, we actually brought that jet ski from yesterday. It is completely accurate that he's doing that. But check this out. Beautiful wave for a Mauri. Drives a little bit into that barrel and comes out. And right there, he just posted that maneuver and just, you know, put some extra points. It's important to try to use the wave in full. So 2 little rolls. I mean, the last one was just for the sake of looking active.
Yeah, maybe not complete because he didn't fully get back out in front of the whitewater, but that first roll will 100% count. And yeah, with a 5-point ride, and you know, whatever this comes in at, it'll be a good start to a Mauri's heat. But after seeing Kalani's performance in the last heat, I think he knows he's going to need some big numbers if Kalani's going to continue that momentum.
I think so too, definitely. You know, I mean, look at those scores. Pretty regular, pretty normal. A 5.5 and a 5 for Amari. This is only starting. These two riders are heating up. And check this out. Kalani, let's see, on a nice looking wave, he scoops into that barrel and drives through perfectly, comes out. What a control for this guy. You know, he's definitely having the best performance of his life here. At least this is, we haven't seen him in the free surf at all times for sure. But in competition, this is a remarkable performance, something that we'll never forget. And it will be in his heart and his memory forever, and in Mexico's memory forever.
And here's a replay. A really nice looking wave. Just scoops and pulls up into that barrel, kind of clamps while it's spitting, and he's just able to push through and just throws the hand up and just is so excited to get that one under his belt. And yeah, I was interested to see how Kalani was going to come back into this heat. You know, he just had such a dominant performance in that last one with the dropping a 10 and a 9. And sometimes it's kind of hard to keep that level of energy and performance up, you know, going into another heat. So it's good to see that he's not kind of took that last heat as kind of like a win of the event, and he's still hungry to keep on pushing.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's showing lots of skills, you know, and I believe one of the most impressive thing is that he's showing a lot of mental skills, you know, because you have to be mentally in shape to cope with so much pressure of being home. And like we mentioned at the beginning of the event, right? We said, you know, for some people it's an extra motivation to be surfing at home, and for others it's actually hard because they feel too much pressure. They really want to do well, and they have the eyes of their whole country on them, and they have their families and their friends present at the beach. When you're traveling abroad, you're probably by yourself. So definitely for some, it's an extra motivation, and for others, I'm sorry, it's you know, something that they have to work on, and actually not much of a motivation. But I think in the case of Kalani, that's actually working in his favor.
Yeah, I think he's really been feeding off the energy. He's got all
Sure.
his boys here. You know, they're all rooting on. You know, there's Mexican flags on the beach. You know, there's a lot of support for him out there. So I really think this is kind of helped push him into the performance that we're seeing. And that last one comes in at a 7.75. So 13.75 heat total already with still 23 or more than 23 minutes left in this heat.
And then the spiritual, you know, acknowledgement that he says he feels Pascuales chose him, which, you know, why not? It's we all know there's a strong energy out there, and we are all connected without energy, so that could be the case. Even Amori said it in his interview. He said, when you're connected, you are, and when you're not, you're not. It's what it is, you know. And Amori, actually, he was using his priority, but neither of them wanted to take off that one. It's good that we are having this last heat, because actually the conditions are not as good as it was in the previous heat and semifinal number 2. It was fairly perfect. But right now we have a little bit of texture. The waves are not opening as well as they were in the previous heat. So, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure these riders, they will find those waves. They will produce those scores. But yeah, check that out. Kalani, his last wave was a 7.75. And, of course, his first overcoming a Maori. And a Maori, you know, he has been battling today. He hasn't been seeing the best of himself. He said it. He's been feeling very hot. He's been feeling very challenged by the conditions and, you know, the heat here.
Yeah, it is warm, and we've heard a couple competitors talk about equipment as well, saying like they would almost wish they brought a double stringer board. And yeah, the water is warm, and coming from Europe, you know, in the Canaries, the water's warm, but you're kind of wearing like a short wetsuit or something like that. So definitely an adjustment for a Maori there. He's pretty much come out of every heat like almost out of breath from how warm the water is. And yeah, Kalani is this is every day for Kalani, so nothing new for him. But yeah, this is it's been kind of a grindy heat, like for Amari with his semifinal heat. You know, him versus Brahim. You know, they kind of both had mid-range scores, and they were kind of battling to try to find one of those excellent numbers. So
and almost doing the same maneuvers at the same time. That caught my attention. I was watching, and one of them will post an invert. Next wave will be the next rider doing the same.
Yeah.
And then the backflips. That was crazy, huh?
Yeah, they're like, yeah, monkey see, monkey do type of thing.
I love it.
And here we go. We got Maz taking a look at this right-hander. Let's see what happens on the inside. Nice line. It's taking a high line, trying to gain a bunch of speed. Let's see if this ramp sets up for him, and it does. A nice invert. Lands on the whitewash, and I think he was able to push through out there. So really good wave from a Maori right there. Nice shape. And we got Kalani up behind.
Beautiful barrel there. I mean, I'm sorry, wave. I was thinking about if it's going to stall. It goes for the flip. Not able to spin it around. Yeah, no, that's not going to be a complete move. So if you compare those two waves, definitely Maori is going to get the best out of that exchange because he did land his maneuver and he did invert it very well, his board. You know, we had not too invert for Maori. Beginning of the day, remember, he actually came out of the barrel and went for kind of like a Superman. But now that was a proper invert.
Yeah, and I think that's a little bit of experience there. Like, there were very similar waves, kind of like these wedgy ones that were bending back in. And Maori chose to go for the invert and really get to throw himself out in front of that wedge section, where Kalani went for the flip, where that kind of tends to throw you more down the line and doesn't let you escape from that impact. So I think there's a little bit of experience there that, Maori was able to choose the proper maneuver for that section.
Yeah, I believe so too. You know, that's a lot of knowledge for Maori Laverne there. Loving the beach tricks too, even though he serves in, mainly in El Fronton, living right there in Gran Canaria, very close from El Fronton. He lives in an area like very, very close from Fronton. But he's the only one with 3 titles, 3 wins in Itacoatiara, which is also a very powerful beach break. So yeah, definitely he feels comfortable here. So as you can see, this is the last wave of Maori Laverne. He generated a lot of speed right there in that attack. Very well inverted. Showed the whole slick to the beach. And Kalani.
Yeah, up and driving. Very similar wave, both very smooth, and just have this end section here. And he just goes and opts for a big flip, but just kind of almost looked like he sort of over-rotated and just couldn't get the flip to land and spin around. But that's all right. He's still holding 2 solid scores with a 7.75 and a 6-point rise. So as it stands now, Kalani still in the lead with just under 19 minutes left to go. And we do see the conditions kind of the wind maybe has come around a little bit onshore, but as you can see after those last 2 waves, like there's still not a whole bunch of chop and bump on the face. There is still some really clean lines, and maybe we'll see these riders opt for more looking for the ramps rather than the barrels, but it's still pumping out there. It's been pumping all morning, so it's like to get these conditions for the finals day. And like you said, we started the comp and we've ran every single day. We didn't have a single lay day, so we've gotten really lucky with the conditions and really lucky with the winds too. It's 11:30. Most times this time of day, the wind is pretty bad on shore, and you see most of the guys getting out of the water, but it's still very contestable. And I think we picked an amazing window to have this event.
I think so too. We have seen great moments, and we will never forget this event for sure. And looking forward to come back here, but we do have more events to come this year. Remember, this is we're halfway through the calendar for the IBC World Tour in both in this division, the men division, but in the women's side, we're going to be starting the year in the next event, which is the Maldives Pro. That will be the first event for the women. We're going to be seeing them in the Prime Series event right there in the amazing wave, beautiful island of Toulouse-Du. We'll see the women men Rising Series and women Prime Series. That's going to be from the 12th till the 21st of August. Then we're going to go to Miss Quebra-Mar Cup, which is another event for the women. And then in Sintra, we're going to be having another Prime Series event for the women and the Rising Series for the men. And then in ArcelorMittal Wahine Bodyboarding Pro, we're going to be crowning all the champions for the women division. And what else?
Yeah, and of course, Fronton King, what everyone's ready to get going. Yeah, it's one of the premier events in bodyboarding is Fronton. I've heard a lot of people say when God created Fronton for bodyboarding, so it's great that we have this as our final location.
I agree with you. Definitely that spot. It's made for a sport. It's a perfect, perfect place. The waves are so beautiful, but really challenging as well. You got to be very careful there, especially when it's big. And you know what? Even though actually when it's mid-size and even when it's small, you can get hurt really, really bad because you get too confident and it's breaking, like it's got no water, that place, you know, it's breaking on the reef. So yeah, definitely you don't wanna get hurt there. There's so many barnacles.
The pretty short window that the people feel comfortable surfing out there. I know, you know, there's like kind of like a 2-hour period where people think that that's kind of the safest time to go surf there because, yeah, you can really see the big tides over there and all that water just drains off that reef. And it's a amazing wave, but it definitely has some teeth. And, you know, every year you see some guys with some scraped up backs and some other pretty gnarly injuries. So, but that's what makes the wave so beautiful and so amazing is that it does suck up off that reef and produces some of the heaviest barrels and best ramps in bodyboarding.
That's right, the Gran Canaria Fronton King. Saludo a toda la gente de Canarias y toda la gente sintonizando. Ya estamos a punto de terminar este gran evento, una actualización en español para todos ustedes. Tenemos por la primera vez a Galán y Favela, un mexicano, en la gran final y por lo que se ve bastante bien, con un 7.75 y un 6 ganando hasta ahora. A Mauri Laverne, uno de los usuales sospechosos para estar en esta posición, en las finales, en los podios, con tanta experiencia, que necesita un 7.85 para poder tomar la primera posición y ganar este evento. Estamos aquí en México, en Colima. Preciosa ola, lugar muy respetado. Y queremos agradecer a los locales, queremos agradecer a las instituciones que han hecho esto posible. Gracias particularmente al presidente del Club Perla Negra y de la Asociación Mexicana de Bodyboard, que es el organizador de este evento, Blaney. Gracias al Gobierno Municipal de Tecomán, a la Dirección de Turismo de Tecomán, a la Dirección de Juventud y Deporte de Tecomán, a la Dirección de Cultura de Manzanillo. Gracias a Melenuna Visión, que es Jenny Deep, por estar ahí, por diseñar el logo del evento y hacer muchas cosas hermosas en términos de imagen para este evento. Gracias también al Club Budeo de Bodyboard desde Antofagasta, que está aquí apoyando, haciendo un gran trabajo. Y también a nuestros patrocinadores, el Hotel Real de aquí, de Pascuales, y con su restaurante de al lado, que es el Tsunami. Gracias a Opinco, que es el operador internacional de Colima, que nos prestó este hermoso y súper cómodo contenedor que estamos aquí trabajando. Gracias a Cedipsa Comercializadora, a Gia Comani Industrial, a Secret Spot Surf Shop, a 14 Brand Licras Deportivas, a Independent Bodyboards, a Chimu Fins y a Mutan. Muchas gracias. A Eco Joy Adventures Tours. Gracias por apoyar. A BHM Project, que es el crew de Bugos hasta la muerte, que Kalani es parte de ese crew. Y gracias a BDR Board Shop y Juanitos Cantina. Muchas gracias a todos ustedes. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, so Amari's looking for a 7.85. That last invert dropped at a 5.9. So yeah, not meeting the requirements for the judges, and you know he's going to be looking for stuff. It's difficult out there. You can see all that that current, you know, as he's looking, kind of really bumpy face here, just not letting it go, deciding to let it go. Just as we can see, Kalani up and riding on this nice left, goes right up at the lip, nice ARS, spins it around, and he punches back out. So yeah, good wave. Don't know if that'll replace a 6, but you know he's just staying active and keeping it moving. So only 12 and a half minutes left in this final, and yeah, we're going to be deciding who's going to be the first ever Pascuales Bodyboard Pro champion. So and it could very well be a local boy or the seasoned vet. He's been in this position a lot over the course of his career, so Amari knows how to win. You know, he's been very crafty this whole event. Even in the earlier rounds when the conditions were pretty difficult, he was throwing up huge heat totals. You know, he was kind of like averaging like 16-point heat totals. So he knows exactly what he needs to get done. So yeah, we'll see how this last 12 minutes of the final shake out. But as it stands right now, we have the local boy Kalani Favela in the lead with a 13.75 heat total, and a Maori needing a 7.85 in order to claim that top position.
Bueno, vamos a ver cómo desenvuelve esto. Aquí está la repetición de la última ola de Kalani, esta ola que fue un 5.40. Es una ola que no entra en sumatoria, una ola que no cambia nada. Amaury.
Here we go. We got Mari up on a small one, spitting as it drops in, and he's just kind of stall, kind of look for an inside section, and just decides to get out. But yeah, you can see there's still some open barrels out there, as you can see by that spit as he was dropping in. And yeah, I'm sure he'd love to be a little bit deeper on one of those and hopefully come out and then look for that section that he was kind of trying to eye up on the inside. But yeah, it's tough. It's tough out there. You know, we've been hearing the Maori saying how key positioning is. You know, and even when it's clean and offshore, positioning is difficult. But now when the wind starts to come around, it kind of seems like the currents and the rips kind of pop up and they're more pronounced. So this is adding an extra element for these guys right now in the final.
Well, let's see if Amori can find something. He's aiming right here, dropping in this beautiful left. Still some good waves in this place. What a place for, you know, a competition. Check this out, huge invert. Again, blasting that slick to the beach.
Beautiful. Yeah, that was really well executed. It was a nice clean wave. He drew a really nice line right up into there and blast the invert back to the beach. Landed perfectly. That was textbook right there.
Yeah, we wanna see that again, but I'm just loving to see a rider surfing equally as good to, you know, both rights and lefts.
Yeah, we saw that invert on the right and pretty much looked like the same. And that's how you judge a real polished rider, is when you can see their moves left and right and you can't really pick out any differences. And, you know, this is what all these guys strive for, is perfection on both directions.
It wasn't, you know, the biggest wave ever, but let's see this one.
Yeah, so Maori just driving down the line, just trying to eye something up, takes a high line, drops down to the bottom, and then just hits it at the end of that bowl, lands right in the cushion of the white water, and just kicks out. So nice wave from a Maori. We'll see where the judges go with that. He needs a 7.85, so we'll see if that meets the requirements. With just 9.5 minutes left to go, so we're getting close to the end here. You know, under 10 minutes, and yeah, I think that came in at a 5.95. So pretty similar to that other invert as well. So judges not really loving the invert in this heat. So he's going to get back out there and hopefully can make an adjustment for this.
Right, so far so good for the local hero, Kalani Favela, holding that first position. Amori been seeking, been searching, but not able to find that score. Looking for a 7.80 to be first to win the event. Kalani feeling comfortable, feeling cool. Already so happy to be there, right? You know, when you're grateful for whatever comes, you're always going to be happy, right? Because you accept and you take everything that comes to you, and that's the case of Kalani. You know, he has been saying that, and he told me off the record when we were waiting for the interview. He said, like, we are all mortals here. We are all the same. We're human beings, and everyone. You know, he said, like, no one is invincible. And I'm just feeling in the rhythm of things here. You know, he's just feeling connected to the place and feeling in the rhythm, and it's showing. Also, he's got high skills of bodyboarding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's amazing mentality. You know, like, it's really easy to see these names in this draw and get kind of freaked out and sort of think that you can't compete with them. But Kalani's just showed that he's right up there with them. You know, and he put up the best score of the event. You know, the best heat total of the event, with a 19-point heat total. And yeah, you know, this is his home break. He knows it well, or maybe not home break, but he's spent some time here surfing, and at least, like, with the power of the wave, you know, there's a lot of powerful Mexican beach breaks. So yeah, he's definitely showed his experience, and, you know, sometimes the ocean just chooses you. We've been saying that.
Yeah, well, he has been saying that, yes. Wow, 7 minutes and 35 seconds, and it does look like the ocean has been choosing him so far. We'll see if Amori Laverne can, you know, change this. Looking very well for Amori, being the second in the World Tour rankings. Looking forward to try to be as far as possible. We all know the results for this year, with Tristan Roberts holding 14,300 points. That's what he has till now. And he only has 3 events out of 4. So it's not like he really need many more points. I mean, he does need that 4th result for sure, but he's really far away from the rest of the competitors. So Maori, he's holding 10,350 points. And this event has 2,500.
Yep.
So yeah, if he wins here, we will grant him some good points. as well as Pierre. He is in the third position, and by ending here in the third position, he's going to be getting also important points. We'll see how the ranking finish after here. For now, a lot of changes that are going to be happening. We have been saying that because there's a lot of riders that are not here, but there's also a lot of events coming up. So as you can see, a lot of riders are not present here. And, you know, this is the fourth event for the men division, and it's a rising series, less points. You know, the Prime Series, they grant 6,000 points. I'm sorry, 5,000 points for the first place. So, yeah.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where Brahim finishes after all of this. You know, he made a quarterfinal and best result of the year for him. So, yeah, could be some, you know, some movement, hopefully. And, yeah, I mean, with the Maori being in second place and doing so well here, I imagine he'll stay there. He's safe in that second position. So, yeah, good showing for a Maori, and just showing how consistent he is with his competition.
For sure. And look at that. There's a set approaching there. I see some lines. I have to say a little bit slower heat, this great final of the event. We haven't seen much quality waves. Of course, Kalani has been finding the best, and this is what he has been doing throughout the whole event. You know, we being connected with the wave selection, which is key. We have always been saying that. And yeah, 4 minutes and 50 seconds, last minutes of this event and last minutes for these guys. We'll see who's the champion.
Yeah, and we know that Maz can get that 7.8. You know, he's shown that he's been able to put up those kinds of rides this event, and still got 4.5 minutes left to go. So this is far from over. You know, I bet Kalani's probably thinking he wants to replace that 6. You know, especially after that last heat where he had those 2 excellent numbers. You know, he's probably not feeling super safe with this 7.75 and a 6-point ride. So we'll see. Hopefully we get some good sets coming in, and can just finish this event off with a couple flurry of exchanges.
And imagine if he takes the win, we will have 2 Mexicans champions of the first ever event here in Pascuales. That will be huge for Mexican bodyboarding, and that's going to for sure motivate all the community. And we're looking forward to see them following the tour. It's just so great to have a new nationality there, you know. We haven't had Mexican flags, you know. The first time we saw them was there in Antofagasta with Kalani earning a 5th place. And if you think about it, he lost to Tristan Roberts. And Tristan Roberts is not here.
Yeah.
So maybe if he was here, we'll see how things could have gone. But he was the only one that stopped him or prevent him from getting the podium there in Antofagasta. So, you know, that sends a message.
Yeah, well, I mean, that also just shows you how good Kalani is. You know, it took the best rider pretty much of the tour this year in order to knock him out of that contest. So, you know, it'll be cool to see if Kalani is able to kind of chase the tour, because, you know, that's 2 events he's entered, and he's placed really well, you know, with a 5th place, and now in the final in the driver's seat to win this. So maybe this is going to motivate him to start chasing the tour and see what he can do in the years to come, because, you know, these guys are all showing that they're very capable, you know, and their crew is sick. You know, they're doing so much cool stuff. You know, they're always ripping, putting out great films, great parts, and yeah, now really showing that they can compete with the world's best.
Así es, gente, un momento que va a ir a la historia del bodyboard mexicano, que va a ir a la historia del bodyboard en general, porque si Kalani logra ganar acá, vamos a tener 2 mexicanos campeones del evento, que es la primera vez que se realiza aquí en esta ola de Pascuales, en este hermoso estado de Colima, y realmente de una manera hermosa, porque los 2 competidores que si llegasen a ganar claramente, porque todavía hay tiempo, Mauri necesita un 7.80, necesita conseguir una ola, quedan 2 minutos, pero la verdad que Kalani ha demostrado un dominio increíble acá en su país. No es exactamente su playa, pero viene seguido, y comentó que se había ido a entrenar a un mes a Puerto Escondido, que se parece mucho, y se ha entrenado fuerte para este momento, y se está notando, se está viendo realmente tranquilo, calmado, ha manejado bien las cosas. Y miren, ahí vienen remando fuerte los dos porque viene un set buenísimo.
Yeah, so Kalani's got priority too, so he's able to get his pick of which wave he wants. So he might even just see which one Maz is interested in and maybe try to block him off because it's only a minute and a half left. And Amaury seems like he's going to have to try to make a move, maybe even on this wave, if he can get in position for it. As you can see the positioning coming into effect again, it's tough. You have those big sets that kind of come in, and a lot of times after that big set, you can kind of see the foam there, like the rips kind of pop up. So this could be kind of a tough ending if this water doesn't kind of clear out and another wave come through. Because just 52 seconds. We're 50 seconds away from crowning a Mexican champion as of the 2026 Pascuales Bodyboard Pro.
45 segundos de coronar a un mexicano campeón acá en su país, en su playa prácticamente. Impresionante performance, impresionante momentos para el bodyboard mexicano. Wow, Amaury cannot find a wave. He doesn't have the priority. And now Kalani is chasing him. He's trying to escape from Kalani, but he does need also a big number. Judging for what he has done in this specific heat, he has nothing that is similar to a 7.80. Only a couple fives there. And, last 10 seconds, people, last 10 seconds, and the countdown starts. And it's all look at that. Amaury is already clapping. I love that sportsmanship. And it's happening. We have our 2026 Pascuales Bodyboard Pro champion is Kalani Favela from here, from Mexico. We have two winners from the same country. What do you think about that?
Unbelievable. And so good of Amaury there, showing some great sportsmanship. Of course he would have loved to have won this event, but I think to see a young Mexican rider take it out at home, he'll be happy with that. And that's really good stuff from Amaury. But congratulations to Kalani Favela. Unbelievable. He was kind of one of the informed surfers of this event, the whole event. He was really, really putting on extraordinary performances. So well done. He's going to get a lift back to the beach, and
both of them,
yeah. But
loving it.
They're gonna have some crew waiting on the beach ready to bring them in. So really cool stuff.
Let's just follow them for a little bit. Look at that stoke, loving the fact that everyone's there at the beach, ready to support, ready to celebrate. Of course, we have Jean Paul Blaney. Kalani has been thanking Jean throughout the whole event, saying that, he is the one that trusts him, that trusts Mexican bodyboarding, and is bringing Mexico to the World Tour. So, people, we're going to do that interview for sure. We're going to bring you Kalani for, listen to him. And award ceremony, oh, look at that. I'm loving Pierre. He's right there supporting him. Loving the sportsmanship, people. You can have your own opinions, but these riders, they're professionals. And, oh, man, what a moment. That's beautiful to watch. I'm pretty sure, look at that. That is just so beautiful.
Yeah, unbelievable. And for us to have two Mexican champs in the junior division and now the men's division just shows the level of Mexican bodyboarding. And I for one, hope that this contest keeps on running because I think we've seen some amazing performances. I think the waves were amazing. It's like one of the most consistent places, as far as waves go. So definitely seems like it would be a contest that just keeps producing really good waves and really good performances. So as you see, Carlos Cruz helped cheering them up.
Look at that. That's a trophy. It's beautiful. It's a fin.
Golden fin.
Oh, with the logo of the event on it. I'm loving it. That's a beautiful trophy.
And there's Gene giving his sponsored rider a hug, and he's got to be so stoked, right? Because he's kind of helping these guys come along, and now he's seeing how well they can compete against the world's best. So really, really, really cool stuff.
2026 IBC World Tour Pascuales Bodyboard Pro champion Kalani Favela from here, from Mexico. There you have it. It's going to be carried. Everyone supporting him.
You see Batman. Batman's in there shaking his maracas.
Hernia.
Yeah.
Loving that guy. Look at that. Carlos Cruz. That's our champion for the junior men division. That's Ilan Schwach. That's Brahimi Dush. Everyone's coming here. People, this is all about that, What happens in the water stays in the water. Everyone's friends. Everyone supports and respects each other. All the riders are there to support Kalani. Everyone is happy. And this is your champion. 2026 Pascuales Bodyboard Pro Champion. We're gonna run to do that interview because it's gonna be great to listen from him. I don't think he has much words. He's a very quiet person, but I think for a fact everyone wants to hear from him.
Yeah, so yeah, we've already heard from Kalani quite a bit because he's just been winning so many heats. There's Pierre giving him a hug. You know, he had a semifinal heat with Pierre, and that where he put that really dominant performance on, and so cool to see that all these guys hung around and are just as stoked for him as the Mexican crew is. And there he is, holding the trophy up, just really, 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 really amazing stuff. And yeah, I mean, this is his second performance in an IBC World Tour event, you know, with his fifth in Antofagasta, and now he takes out the 2026 Pascuales Bodyboard Pro, the first one held here. So, yeah, we'll hopefully see this again next year, and we'll hopefully see him start chasing some events in the future.
What an amazing performance by Kalani Favela. Congratulations, Kalani, our winner of this event. So much effort and so much time putting in the water, and we can see how it has paid off for you. Felicidades, Kalani Favela. Muchísimas felicidades por tu triunfo. What a great day on Pascuales Bodyboard.
Yeah. And how long have you been seeing these guys around? Because you're from the area, and you've kind of been seeing these kids grow up since they were younger. Like, when did Kalani first pop on the map for you?
I started watching these kids around 2020, 2021, somewhere in between. And obviously the physics and the height and the strength of these kids wasn't like that. And just recently, the last few years, they have developed their strength so hard and so disciplined that they've been putting our country and our flag very high. And especially with this event where Kalani has just win. Such an amazing day here at Pascuales, Colima. And the Mexican community, as you see, Brian, everybody's super happy.
Yeah, you can see everyone running to shade. That black sand gets really hot this time of day, so they're all running for cover there. But yeah, Brian Lopez again was another great performance. There's so many good bodyboarders from this area, and you know, to see one of them take it out this week, you know, because we started the contest with a ton of Mexicans in the draw, and yeah, so it was really cool to see Kalani come to the top. We saw a really good performance from Carlos Cruz too. He was kind of another one that could have taken it out, but you know, Kalani was just able to just really dominate and take it out.
What an amazing performance by the Mexicans in this Pascuales Bodyboard Pro, the same as the other athletes, but Kalani Favela just making it happen for Mexico. Good call, good crowd supporting him, family and friends and the whole team. BHM, Bodyboard hasta la muerte, you know, the team, they are supporting so much Kalani. What an amazing triumph for the Mexican in this 2026 Pascuales Bodyboard. This is the Pro Men champion.
Yeah, you can see some of the local crew down there getting photos with some of the international riders. You know, you got Lionel Medina and Brahim Vidouche and Amari Laverne all kind of hanging out. And yeah, it's been really cool for everyone down here to be able to get to meet these guys and hang out and watch them surf in the free surfs as well. You know, there's been a lot of exciting stuff around Pascuales this week. You know, it's amazing to have these guys come here, and hopefully this becomes an annual event.
Hopefully it will happen. If it's okay for you, Brian, I'm going to go in Spanish a little bit for all the audience.
Yeah.
Amigos, Kalani Favela acaba de coronarse como el campeón de este Pascuales Bodyboard Pro. Muchísimas felicidades a Kalani y a todo el team que lo soporta. Jim Paul, muchísimas gracias. A la comunidad latinoamericana, habla hispana. Este ha sido uno de los eventos más importantes de la trayectoria del bodyboard mexicano. Por primera vez sucede aquí en Pascuales, México, y esta ha sido la gran final que se acaba de vivir el día de hoy. Que es una final maravillosa donde ha habido mucha emoción, mucha adrenalina, pero sobre todo mucha determinación por parte del rider Kalani Favela. Y estos riders el día de hoy, los mexicanos, tanto Carlos como Kalani, y todos los demás que han estado participando están reescribiendo la historia del bodyboard mexicano. Muchas felicidades a todos ustedes. I was just saying that these guys, the Mexican team, just redescribe or they're rereading again the history of bodyboard in Mexico. First time we have a national winning this type of event. First time we have an event this magnitude.
Yeah.
World class in Pascuales, Colima. So I think Kalani is going to be so stoked and happy for his victory. And hopefully he keep climbing up positions. Very nice performance by the Mexican.
Yeah, it's been over a decade since Mexico's had a world tour event for bodyboarding. You know, in 2012, Zicatela and Puerto Escondido held one, and it's been too long for them to not come here. You know, we've been seeing how consistent the waves are here in Mexico. You know, it's kind of almost like a Chile with how consistent the waves are. So yeah, hopefully we'll be seeing this event back, and you know, these guys are really showing up and showing.
Yeah, hopefully we are going to be able to bring this event back the next year. I know there is already talks going on between the organizers and the sponsors because we like it so much, and we believe so much on the bodyboard scene that we like to make it happen again. Right now, I know production is just trying to get the best moments of probably of the hits. We are trying to reach some of that information, but so far, thank you so much to all the audience. Please follow us, check the replays, go to our YouTube channel and our social networks at ibc.com as well, and you'll finding over there the ranking, the next events, and all the information you require from bodyboard discipline.
Yeah, still cooking out there too. You saw that one go by?
Yeah, they're still there.
Yeah, it was pretty difficult conditions today. You know, it was kind of all over the place at times, but we did have some amazing performances at Kalani in the semifinal, which is unreal. You know, dropping a perfect 10, the only one of the contest. You know,
That barrel was amazing.
Beautiful barrel, and then a big solid roll off the end bowl. You know, that was a really special moment. And then you know, even that well executed backflip, and then backed it up with 2 rolls. So yeah, there was you know, it was difficult conditions out there, but definitely a lot of scoring potential.
Oh, excellent. So let's go. Welcome back to Pascuales Bodyboard Pro. Brian, what an amazing final by Kalani.
Yeah, insane.
What a great performance.
Yeah, it is amazing. Obviously, Amaury put on a great performance as well. You know, he was really able to find some good mid-size waves and produce some good inverts, but just not being able to get next to with Kalani. You know, he was just the informed surfer of the event, and he was able to take out the win.
I guess probably Kalani was feeling so happy. He's feeling so happy about his victory, but actually probably proud of being able to compete against one of his probably top riders that he's been admiring and following since he was a kid. And today, he's been able to contend, to match, and win this competition. So what an amazing performance for both of the riders today in this great final of the Pascuales Bodyboard Pro, Ryan.
Yeah, he didn't have an easy road either. You know, he met Pierre in the semifinal. You know, and that was of course going to be a hard heat for him. You know, Pierre is one of the best, and like we were saying earlier, you know, he probably really idolizes, you know, guys like Amaury and Pierre, and to go have to put a jersey on and go battle against them is like probably a pretty intimidating thing for a young kid who hasn't really had all that much experience in the World Tour. So did absolutely amazing to just really kind of push that out of his mind and go put out a great performance.
I think very important, something very important to consider from these kids is that they belong to the coastline. They belong to the ocean. They've been racing themselves and the family where they belong near to the ocean. So these people is just so tuned up with it. Fishermen, hunters, very skillful people, and actually amazing riders, and all of it coming from Michoacán. Beautiful spot in Mexico. If you haven't been in Michoacán, it's a place that probably you have to visit, the same as Pascuales, Colima, with the quality of waves we get here in Mexico. It's an amazing area where the bodyboarders, as you are watching, the Mexicans, are just performing and improving their surfing. So what an amazing hit we saw in this last final.
Yeah, this event's been cool because you see a lot of Mexican surfing, and it's normally down in Oaxaca. You know, you see a lot of Puerto Escondido and a lot of the points down south, and I think this event was really cool because we kind of got to go up to sort of a different region that doesn't get the spotlight shine on it too much, and you know, all of these guys down from Guerrero and Michoacan and kind of the Colima area have all been kind of showing that they kind of have a scene similar to similar to Zicatela. And yeah, it's just really cool to just kind of see a new region of Mexico kind of taking the spotlight. And, you know, and we had a champion that was from one of these regions, from the Michoacan area. So just really, really, really cool.
I would like to take advantage and say thank you to Jim Paul for making this event possible. And it seems like we have an interview.
Yeah.
Let's go with Bego. Let's go to the beach.
Well, people, you have no idea how is the feeling here at the beach. Everyone's so happy to have the 2026 IBC Pascuales Bodyboard Pro champion in the men division as a Mexican, Kalani Favela from Michoacan. What a performance. It is impressive to watch you today. You took Armies Oliveres, Pierre-Louis Cos, and Amaury Laverne, and now you're the champion. Please tell the world how you feel.
Solo estoy muy feliz. Quiero que vean que aquí en México siempre hubo un nivel. De niños, todos nosotros siempre mirábamos a todos estos profesionales. Y siempre estuvo el sueño de que México llegara hasta lo más alto, al top número 1. Y pues nunca pensé que yo fuera el primer mexicano en lograr esto. Y el hecho de ganarle a mis ídolos y llegar hasta aquí, que todo haya fluido muy bien, nunca lo pensé que fuera todo esto posible, pero siempre he creído que Dios tiene un plan para todo, nos quita muchas cosas, nos da otras cosas, y ahora estoy aquí disfrutando esto. Y nada, solo quiero decir que sí, la pasé muy mal, y lo sabe mi hermano. Cuando mi mamá y mi papá fallecieron, mantuve este sueño, siempre lo mantuve. Y ahora estoy aquí, en el número 1 con los profesionales y dándole a conocer que México está aquí. Y darle mi agradecimiento especial a Jim Paul porque creyó en mí y creyó en todos nosotros. Y aquí están los resultados de que México tiene mucho que demostrar. Hay muchos riders. No solo soy yo, hay muchos más riders que van a competir y van a llevar a México en lo más alto. Esta vez fui yo, para la otra vez va a ser otro, pero esto no hubiera sido posible sin Jim Paul y quiero darles a conocer esto porque mucha gente está en contra de él. Pero miren, México es el primer lugar de bodyboard por primera vez en toda la historia. Solo quiero decir, ¡viva México, cabrones!
This is so cool. Well, this is so cool. He was, first of all, he was explaining that the main thing he wanted to show the world is that there's talent here. To be winning his idols is something that he could never imagine. He always trusted in God's plans. He's a spiritual person, and he actually had a very bad time. He was explaining he lost both of his parents. So I think you're dedicating this trophy to your parents. Estás dedicando este trofeo a México y a tus padres, como estabas comentando. And it was just beautiful to hear from his words, and he was thanking Jean for trusting and believing in Mexican bodyboarding and believing in having the world tour here. So anything else you want to add? ¿Algo más que quieras comentarle al mundo que este es tu momento y realmente está todo el mundo aquí apoyándote?
Nada, esto es apenas el comienzo de lo que se viene. Y aquí estamos presentes.
Bueno, felicitaciones y ya te liberamos para que vayas con toda tu gente. 2026 del campeón de este evento, primera vez que el Tour Mundial viene aquí a Pascuales. Hace muchos años que no venía el Tour Mundial, pero es la primera vez aquí en Pascuales y tenemos 2 campeones mexicanos y eso es algo que nunca se va a olvidar. Felicitaciones y ve a disfrutar con tu gente. Back to you guys.
What a great interview with Kalani. Kalani, congratulations again. What a big smile of this kid. He was just sharing with us how he feels. And this is the beginning of the Mexican crew going to the competitions. He's just mentioning that Jim Paul sponsored him and he has trust in the whole team. So thank you so much for being here, Kalani, and the whole Mexican team, Jim Paul, for making this event, and congratulations again.
Yeah, he must be so happy for Kalani. He's putting up money to sponsor him, and then to see where he's able to take this is really cool. So it's a win for both of them, not only Kalani but for Gene as well. And huge thanks to him, because it's been such a cool event all week. We've had a lot of amazing things, like some of the installments that we had, the MMA fights that were going on. It was really, really, really a cool event, and it was a really, really amazing performance from a lot of our Mexican riders.
We had a bunch of riders here in Pascuales, Colima, the last 5 days, and we've been just enjoying so much the performance of each of it. And today, the grand final, oh my God, this was amazing. And again, I gotta say it, Mexican team, this is history. First time in Mexico, we have this championship, and today a Mexican is winning and earning his first title, like professionally. Kalani, muchas felicidades, brother, para la comunidad, let's say in Spanish, para la comunidad hispanoamericana.
Yep. And I think we're going to have our ceremony session at 2 p.m. So stay tuned for that, for the award ceremony, and we'll be presenting Kalani with the trophy.
Yeah, but actually we have some images from Kalani, like the highlights. So let's see it, and then we'll go.
Perla.
Well, that's it for the 2026 Pascuales Bodyboard Pro people. We have 2 champions, 2 Mexicans, something that's definitely going to the history of bodyboarding. We have Ilan Schwa taking the junior men division in a great way, and also Kalani Favela, just showing so much dominance, and also he's such a humble person. So huge congratulations to him. And we would just wanted we came back just to tell you that we're gonna have the award ceremony, which is very important that you actually stay with us and support the athletes and the institutions. But that's only gonna happen at 2 p.m. local time. Right now it's 12:10, so a little bit less than 2 hours. We're gonna be back, so we're gonna put the event on hold, and we're gonna be bringing you the highlights of the event, and we just ask you to leave it open and do your thing, and maybe work, have lunch, or whatever you are into at the moment, and just stay with us and check the award ceremony, right? You want to say that in Spanish?
I would like to say that in Spanish. Para toda la gente que nos está sintonizando, no se vayan a ir, porque alrededor de las 2 de la tarde tendremos la premiación, una ceremonia muy importante que por primera vez se lleva a cabo en México, un evento de esta magnitud. Tenemos 2 horas libres aproximadamente en lo que se lleva a cabo todos los preparativos, pero no te vayas a ir de la pantalla, quédate aquí, ve y hazte unas palomitas o algo de trabajo y regresas, y aquí nos vemos para la premiación en un ratito más.
Eso es. Así que nos vemos ahora pronto. We'll see you in a bit. Just stay with us, and thank you on our behalf, on the IBC World Tour behalf. Thank you everyone for your support, and remember to subscribe to this YouTube channel. Follow us in the social media of the event for the athletes as well. And we have a lot more to come for the IBC World Tour, and we count on you. So we see you in the next event.
See you soon.
mi piel, arena viva, dulce y cruel. Suenan tambores en el rincón, México arde con mi canción. Oye el pulso del corazón, baila sin miedo, sin razón. La luna mira, quiere más, el fuego nunca morirá. Bailo fuego del desierto, baila conmigo, siente lo cierto. Bailo fuego del desierto, leste profundo, puro y abierto.
stop. finish yet. Baby, come on, fuck, go, gets gone. Heard you lied to the major. Won't be long. Well, I wish upon a wedding for a picture in the sky. When they knock fire, don't forget who you are. Skippy fear. Baby, come on, whose side are you on? I don't wanna see the queen, I already sing the song. Well, there's nothing now, hopes and the blocking out the songs. They claim to know the form in which genius comes. Yeah, baby, come on, get your high heels on. It's a body, it's cold, it's a course, it's one. What madness, living all the soft pain thrills. What calamities usher all that brilliance to the hills. Can you feel it?
Dramático. Vamos a tener un cierre pesado de un amarillo. Vamos a ver qué para punta. Se prepara, agarra velocidad. Vamos a ver qué va a hacer. Se tira un backflip. Vamos a ver aplausos.
come on inside of you, and I don't wanna see the Queen. I already sing the song. What's nothing now? Hopes and the black-mounted suns, they claim to know the form in which genius comes. Yeah, baby, come on, get your high heels on. It's a body, it's cold, it's a course, it's run. What atlas living all the soft pain thrills? What calamities usher all that brilliance to the hills? Can you feel it?
Dramático. Vamos a tener un cierre pesado de un amarillo. Vamos a ver qué para punta. Se prepara, agarra velocidad. Vamos a ver qué va a hacer. Se tira un backflip. Vamos a ver qué aplausos.
for it. Here it is. Oh,
Rider
in yellow, chase up again.
Yellow, Tully Roberts. Small lip there.
Oh, scooped in. Ocean. Oh.
And he's pulling into a nice green barrel.
Straight away, this nice right-hander tucking under.
There he is, look at the smile. Look at this. Beautiful moment as they're cheering him up.
songs they claim to know the form in which genius comes. Yeah, baby, come on, get your high heels on. It's a body, it's cold, it's a course, it's one. What madness, living all the soft pain thrills. What calamities or charade I bring into the hills. Can you feel it?
Dramático. Vamos a tener un cierre pesado de un amarillo. Vamos a ver qué para punta. Buen se prepara, agarra velocidad. Vamos a ver qué va a hacer. Se tira un backflip. Vamos a ver aplausos.
Más. Tengo muchas visiones para el futuro. Pero de mientras, quiero agradecer al equipo de trabajo técnico, al equipo de trabajo de los jueceos, al equipo del staff, a los atletas, al gobierno, porque todos nosotros somos un equipo para hacer esto posible. Entonces, tuve mi visión, dije, ¿por qué no? Hay que traer el IBC a México. Ya se logró. Y lo tenía desde 2021, se tardó un poco, pero ya se logró. Aparte de eso, nomás le quiero decir que muchas felicidades a los que pasaron a los cuartos, los mexicanos, el que ganó Ilan en juniors, Kalani en men's. Eso no me la esperaba. Are you entertained? ¿Sí? ¿Te gustó? De eso se trata, el combate en las olas. Y ahora es el comienzo del futuro. ¿Por qué me pongo la máscara? Porque tuve muchas batallas para llegar aquí. Gracias. Entonces, sí le quiero agradecer mucho a Miguel Barbosa, quien me abrió las puertas al comenzar, junto a la administración, el presidente Armando Reina, y sin ellos, en serio, no estuviera aquí. Entonces, muchas gracias, Miguel. Él sí confió en mí, no como otros, pero aquí estamos. Y ahora, ojalá que es el comienzo para que se abran los ojos de México, tengamos patrocinadores ahora, los gobiernos ya nos pueden apoyar más, porque eso fue histórico. México, ¡arriba México, cabrones! Es todo lo que te puedo decir por el momento. Las gorras. Les tengo para ustedes algo para que se lo lleven, a ver si la cachan bien. Y de mientras se lo paso a Yorcas.
Gracias, Jean. Que empiece el caos, reparte las gorras. Hacia allá, más fuerte, más rápido. Venga. Ahí les va. Venga, cuidado con la cámara, chicos, cuidado con la cámara, muy bien. Tengan cuidado. Jean. Venga. Club Perla Negra, Jean Paul. Club Perla Negra, Jean Paul. Good job, buddy. Thank you so much. Chulada. Bien hecho. Cortesía del Club Perla Negra, cortesía de Jean Paul Pascuales, Bodyboard Pro. Mi estimado Miguel, me encantaría. Chicos, regálame un minutito de silencio, por favor, porque este es un día célebre. A continuación le voy a pasar el micrófono a mi amigo y el maestro Miguel Barbosa para que nos invite a pasar al club y al nuevo grupo del Team Riders de Independent.
Vamos a invitar a Fabio Saavedra y Pirco como embajadores. Que pasen al frente. Fabio, Pirco, suban por favor como embajadores. Pirco. Ok. Muy bien. Los invitamos.
Embajadores, arriba, por favor, vénganse. Fabio, Pirpo, ¿qué onda, vatos? ¿Qué buenas olas? ¿Se divirtieron? ¿Sí? Pues nosotros el día de hoy estamos aquí para introducir a los nuevos riders del Team Independent. Me gustaría, ¿quieres que te pase el micrófono? ¿Nos dedican unas palabras, embajadores? Fabio.
Bueno, primero felicitar a la organización por este increíble evento. Les ha salido 10 de 10, impresionante. Y nada, aquí venimos en representación de Independent Bodyboards para entregar estos equipos aquí a la gente que la está rompiendo, que he visto aquí un nivel impresionante. Así que para que las disfruten, ¿no? Independízate ya.
¿Te parece bien si nombramos a los atletas que se están incorporando al team? ¿Sí? Vamos a darle un fuerte aplauso y paso a Carlos Cruz. ¿Dónde andas, Carlos? Welcome, buddy. One of the toughest rider of the session we had in Pascuales. Bienvenido, brother, al team. Bienvenido.
No, y aparte el segundo lugar de la calificación más alta del evento.
Fuerte aplauso para Carlos Cruz. Vamos a invitar a Alexander Aguilar, a Ronaldo Ramírez y a Jenny Deep. Pasen por favor los riders. Vengan acá arriba, bien merecido a todos ustedes. Venga, mi brother, bien hecho, bienvenido al team. Hombre, Jenny, felicidades, mi carnalita, qué chido, mi brother. Tenemos talento en casa, México es potencia, que no les quede duda. Fuerte el aplauso para nuestros riders, por favor, que se están incorporando al nuevo team de Independent, que es uno de nuestros patrocinadores más fuertes. Muchísimas gracias por estar aquí. Independízate. Yeah. Fuerte el aplauso a estos chicos. ¿Quieres despedirlos con unas palabras?
Oye, y aparte, fíjate, le dieron ya boogies, ya andan de Independent, 3 riders de México, ¿qué más? Aparte de Jenny, también es la cuarta, pero wow. Ahí estamos los sponsors, ahí gracias a Perú, gracias a Independent, Mutant, y pues ahí tenemos una palabra, a ver si quiere decir algo Peerful.
La verdad, agradecer primero a la organización por realizar este bonito evento, a Jim, yo sé cómo has estado trabajando, me acuerdo en Pipeline me dijiste voy a hacer una fecha en México y la hiciste, la verdad, muy feliz. Y nada, acá los nuevos riders de Independe acá de México, la verdad muy contentos, todos surfean muy bien, la verdad, acá esta ola es increíble, hay mucho nivel y que nada, y que viva México.
Vamos a despedir a los riders, por favor. Muchísimas gracias, jóvenes. Éxito en sus olas. Vamos a darle paso a la ceremonia de inauguración. Pueden bajar del escenario. Muchas gracias.
Una, dos, tres.
¡Independízate ya!
Venga, fuerte el aplauso para los riders de Independent, por favor. Felicidades a todos ustedes. Bien merecido, bien hecho. Good job, all of you. Top riders, Mexican riders. Congratulations. Qué bonito momento y qué agradable ver que nuestros talentos mexicanos sean reconocidos e invitados a participar y representar marcas internacionales de esta disciplina. Pero, maestro Miguel, vamos a darle paso a la ceremonia de premiación oficialmente del 2026 Pascuales Bodyboard Pro. Pero antes de dar paso a la ceremonia, me gustaría que tú en representación del presidente municipal nos dirijas unas palabras, por favor, para este evento y así dar paso a esta premiación.
Va, con mucho gusto. Buenas tardes para todas y todos. La verdad es un gusto estar en esta tarde aquí en Pascuales celebrando este gran momento. A nombre del presidente municipal de Tecomán, licenciado Armando Reina Magaña, reciban un cordial saludo todas y todos. Pero en especial quisiera saludar a la gente y a las personas y al gran equipo que organizaron este Pascuales Bodyboard Pro 2026. Al gran equipo de Jenny, un fuerte aplauso para Jim Paul, para Jenny, para Claudio Alquinta, para los jueces, patrocinadores, a todos los riders y a toda la gente que vino a celebrar este gran evento. A nombre de Gobierno Municipal, Jim, cuentas con todo el apoyo y el respaldo. Sé que, como lo comentaste hace rato, tuviste muchos tropiezos, pero hoy es el inicio de un gran camino. Hoy marcas la diferencia. Y Tecomán está preparado para recibir a todos los competidores del mundo. Competidores que hoy mostraron su gran talento, su disciplina, su capacidad y que quedaron listos y expuestos para desafiar cualquier ola del mundo. Felicidades a todas y todos, a todos los ganadores, pero sobre todo a toda la organización por haber cumplido el primer Pascuales Bodyboard Pro 2026. ¡Que viva Pascuales! ¡Viva Colima y viva México! Gracias, buena tarde.
Miguel, ¿me quieres ayudar a entregar los reconocimientos? Te lo voy a pasar. Me gustaría dar estos 3 reconocimientos especiales por su trayectoria, por su ola o por su trabajo en este evento y voy a comenzar con los de casa.
Le doy lectura. Pascuales Bodyboard Pro otorga el presente reconocimiento al Club de Budeo Antofagasta, Chile, por su destacada participación dentro del grupo de trabajo del evento Pascuales Bodyboard Pro 2026, aportando de manera significativa al éxito obtenido. Con admiración y respeto, Jean Paul Blaney de Zamba, Tecomán, Colima 9. Ok. Y se sube Claudio a recibirlo. Felicidades, Claudio. Hacemos entrega. El siguiente reconocimiento es con el mismo contexto. Otorga el presente reconocimiento a Pedro Alexander Ríos González por su destacada impartición del curso Jueceo IBC International Bodyboard Corporation, llevado a cabo en Pascuales Bodyboard Pro 2026. Adelante, Pedrito.
Pedrito Rey. Fuerte el aplauso para Pedrito. No saben qué capaz es este vale. Nos ha entrenado y nos ha educado a todos. Muchas gracias. Vente para acá. Pedrito, qué gusto trabajar contigo, brother. Antes de pasar al siguiente reconocimiento, que ya es para los atletas, me gustaría cederle el micrófono antes de ir con los atletas a Claudio de Club Budeos para que nos compartas un poco de tu experiencia y si nos quieres dar algo.
Qué increíble estar acá. La verdad es que primero que todo es agradecer a cada uno de ustedes, de la comunidad Bodyboard que está acá en México. La verdad es que es una comunidad bastante fuerte. Creo que tienen un futuro increíble, tal cual lo dice Jean. Este es el comienzo del futuro del bodyboard mexicano y creo que está más que claro. Los resultados son evidentes. No hay que decir más. Yo creo que es increíble la situación. Antes que todo, yo represento a un equipo que es Club Budeo y detrás de todas las cámaras, detrás del streaming, detrás de Pedrito, que también es de nuestro club, en cada una de las posiciones este equipo lo hizo increíble. Quiero brindarle un fuerte aplauso a ese equipo que está detrás de las cámaras, que no se ve, que no es visible, pero que hacen un trabajo increíble. La verdad que me saco la rasta, diría yo, porque es increíble el trabajo que hacen, así que muy agradecido, la verdad. Y antes que terminar, es un sueño esto cumplido para nosotros. Somos un equipo que trabajamos por el bodyboard, porque amamos el bodyboard, porque es algo que nos apasiona, es algo que nos corre por las venas, al igual que muchos de los que están acá. Así que muchísimas gracias y que viva el bodyboard, obviamente. ¡Biu!
Sí, vamos con Pedro, regálanos unas palabras y después tú nos vas a anunciar nuestro siguiente reconocimiento.
Bueno, como dice Claudio, es un sueño cumplido. Años trabajando para lograr estar acá. Logramos capacitar jueces el año pasado para trabajar ahora, para que puedan trabajar en un futuro con muchos otros jueces más y trabajar con los mismos criterios y poder que sus deportistas que tienen mucho futuro tener una buena forma de calificar para que puedan salir a trabajar afuera de la misma manera que lo hacen acá. Así que muy agradecido, felicidades a Jim, felicidades a la gente que trabaja acá. No es fácil hacer un campeonato, requiere de esfuerzo, tiempo, detrás de todo hay familias también. Entonces, saludos a todos y felicidades. Gracias.
Reconocimiento.
Ahí creo que me toca entregar el reconocimiento a la mejor maniobra, que es Canani Favela. A la mejor maniobra en la semifinal, un backflip contra Pierre. La reventó este tío.
Kalani Favela, fuerte aplauso por favor para Kalani otra vez, fuerte el aplauso. Primera vez. Qué bonito reconocimiento, mi brother. Felicidades, Pedro. Kalani, súper, qué buen display. Bueno, una pequeña fotico con Kalani y automáticamente ya vamos a empezar con la ceremonia de premiación. Bienvenidos, este es el Challenge 2026 Pascuales Bodyboard Pro y comenzaremos con la ceremonia de premiación. Muchas gracias, Pedro. Gracias por toda tu pasión y ganas de enseñarnos también. Muchísimas gracias.
Bien, antes de continuar con esta premiación, sí quiero felicidades nuevamente, Pedro, la verdad. Grandes personas que han convivido durante toda una semana aquí en Pascuales. Pero también yo quiero agradecer a unas personas muy importantes en el equipo del Ayuntamiento de Tecomán, quienes hacen posible la realización de este evento. Yo soy quien hoy represento al presidente municipal, pero también hay personas que coadyuvaron en el desarrollo de este proyecto, apoyando a Jean, pero sobre todo apoyando a toda la gente que pasaron un momento agradable y bonito en Pascuales. Agradecer a Bayo Valenzuela Verduzo, director de Deportes. Muchísimas gracias, Bayo. Vente aquí arriba conmigo. Ana, la subdirectora de Deportes, muchas gracias también, que en todo el tiempo han mostrado su apoyo en la realización de este evento. Continuamos con la premiación.
De acuerdo, muy bien, pues vamos a... Ahí está bien. No hay ningún problema. Bueno, vamos a empezar con la premiación y nos vamos a ir primero con la división de los Junior Rising Series. Vamos a darle, por favor, un fuerte aplauso a Atanae Blanchard y Andy Medina. Por favor, pasen aquí arriba los dos, si fueran tan amables. Pasen acá arriba. Atanae, ¿dónde andas, brother? And Andy Medina, pasen por acá, si fueran tan amables. ¿O ya se fue Atanae? Bueno, entonces tenemos a Andy Medina. Te hacemos entrega de tu trofeo. Tercer lugar. Fuerte el aplauso, por favor, para este rider. Damiano Bonazzi, ¿dónde estás, Damiano? ¿Sigues aquí, Damiano? Damiano Bonacci. También se fue Damiano, le cuidamos su trofeo y se lo mandamos a casa. Y vamos por el primer lugar. El oaxaqueño y mexicano Ilan Schwartz, ¿dónde estás? Ilan, ¿dónde andas? Fuerte el aplauso, por favor, para nuestro brother. Primer lugar, campeón. Ilan, what an amazing displays of technique and bravery we had today here at Pascuales, Colima. What an amazing week. Bien hecho por ti, Ilan. Un excelente representante del estado de Oaxaca, mexicano como todo. Bien hecho. Fuerte el aplauso, por favor, para Ilan. De acuerdo. Fuerte el aplauso a nuestros riders. Bien hecho, jóvenes. Felicidades.
No, pues nada, muy feliz de haber ganado. Fue un evento increíble, las olas estuvieron increíbles, toda la banda apoyando. Muy buen evento y pues nada, ¡viva México, cabrones!
Poderoso mensaje por parte de Ilan Schwartz. ¡Viva México, señores! Lo cargamos en el alma y se nos nota, somos mexicanos, ¿cómo no? Bueno, y vamos a dar paso ahora al Men Rising Series. Vamos a pasar con the Men Division. Quisiera dar un fuerte aplauso a Pierre-Louis Costés de Francia, por favor. Pierre-Louis, sigues aquí. Pierre-Louis Costés, Luis Costés. Pierre-Louis, sigues aquí. ¿Alguien sabe si sigue aquí Pierre-Louis con nosotros? Oh, there you go. También quiero invitar a pasar aquí arriba a Brahim y Duch. ¿Dónde estás, Brahim? Bien arriba también al podio. Vénganse para acá. Vénganse, riders.
Bueno. Sí, igual se van a quedar con la licra del evento para los finalistas. No sé si Ilan agarró lo suyo, luego que me diga. Igual Ilan, ¿te dieron la licra? ¿Te dieron la licra? Ok, muy bien.
Y también el amigo de atrás. Dale. ¿Falta una? Ok, ¿cuál falta? A ver, búscale por ahí. ¿Dónde se quedaron las licras?
Ok, no importa, venga Riders, pasen aquí arriba porque el solecito está bueno y tenemos que dar paso a la transmisión, así que sigamos, por favor. Vengan acá arriba si fueran tan amables. Pierluis Costés, Brahimi Duch, Amaury Laverne, Kalani, Favela. Guys, come on up here. Muy bien. The riders are just getting ready. They are putting the shirts from the competition, some makeup. So it's normal, you know, against having filters like in Instagram, they have their t-shirts to look good.
Okay, so in the meanwhile, de mientras, quiero ver que Yorkas, ¿cómo fue por siendo como comentarista del IBC? ¿Cómo fue a ver, cuéntanos un poco de tu historia, así como la primera vez estando en el IBC como el comentarista.
Vamos a pasar, voy a darle paso primero a la premiación, ya que están aquí arriba los riders, pero en este momento tenemos un tercer lugar y un cuarto, pero en esta modalidad no hay cuartos, los dos van a ser dos terceros lugares, sí, pero tengo que explicarle esto al público habla hispana. En esta modalidad no hay cuarto lugar, hay dos terceros, entonces los trofeos, tengo que explicar esto, hay un con tercero y hay un trofeo de cuarto, pero no es cuarto lugar. ¿Está claro? Sí. Ok, muy bien. Entonces vamos a darle paso a los terceros lugares. Por favor, Pierluis Costés, un fuerte aplauso, una excelente participación. Y a Brahim Iduch de Marruecos, fuerte el aplauso. Pierluis Costés de Francia, Brahim Iduch de Marruecos. Thank you so much for being here, guys, today. Estos chicos viajaron desde el otro lado del planeta para estar aquí en Pascuales, Colima, haciendo este challenge. Me gustaría, venga, fuerte el aplauso para los riders. Me gustaría invitar a pasar al segundo lugar de esta competencia a Mauri. Fuerte el aplauso, por favor, para Mauri Laverne de España. Un excelente rider, gran persona, un competidor de alto nivel como todos los que tenemos aquí. Fuerte el aplauso para Mauri. Y bueno, el momento que hemos estado esperando todos, orgullosamente mexicano, de las costas del Pacífico, Kalani Favela, primer lugar. Vente, Kalani, pásale a tu podium, brother. What an amazing display of technique and talent. Muchas felicidades. Kalani Favela, first Mexican rider to win the 2026 Pascuales Bodyboard Pro. Felicidades, Kalani. Wow, qué cosa tan interesante. Chicos, vamos a darles un fuerte aplauso parejo a todos. Y antes de dejarlos ir, okay, so before you leave, guys, don't leave this podium. Would you mind sharing with us some words? And I'm going to start with you guys. Pierluis, yo te lo sostengo si quieres.
Hola a todos, voy a aprovechar y hablar español. Es un día histórico, la verdad. El bodyboard hace un par de años que cambió mucho para el mejor. Y países de Latinoamérica, América del Sur, América Central, demostraron un talento increíble, al mismo nivel que los hawaianos y australianos antes. Y hoy es un día histórico. Estoy muy feliz de hacer parte de este día. Y ¿qué puedo decir sobre Kalani hoy? Fue más que un nivel técnico, que fue muy alto. También fue una conexión con el mar. Yo vi a este chico surfar por la mañana y pensé se va a estar cansado, pero fue al contrario. Y, y al final solo puedo decir felicitaciones a este grande chico y los otros que están aquí en este podio, a Mauri y Ibrahim. Nosotros somos muy amigos. Decidimos ir aquí para apoyar el evento y creo que merecemos estar aquí también. Y muchas gracias. ¡Viva México! ¡Woo!
Hola a todos. Disculpa, yo no hablo muy buen español, pero vamos a ver. Primero, yo quiero felicitar a Kalani. De verdad, es muy grande atleta. Él me eliminó en Chile, en el octavo de final. Aquí yo vi su nivel es muy alto. Felicitación. Yo quiero agradecer a todos los organizadores, a Ginny, gracias por hacer ese evento. Para mí es yo no vengo a México desde 2012. Siempre es mi sueño regreso aquí en México y este año yo soy feliz de estar aquí con el podio. Es algo muy alto para mí. Y yo quiero agradecer a todo el IBC Team para hacer ese evento también y todos los atletas aquí. Muchas gracias a todos.
Nada, muchas gracias a todos. Fue un evento espectacular en muchos sentidos. Hace tiempo que ya estamos en contacto con Jenny y me explicaba su motivación a crear un evento como este y hoy pues es una realidad. Como dijo Pierre-Louis, nosotros vinimos aquí también para apoyar este evento porque sabemos el potencial que hay aquí en México, que sea por las olas que hay, por el nivel de los riders y México merece su posición así en el Tour Mundial, merece su posición en el Bodyboarding internacional, que sea eso, para las olas que hay, para los riders. Espero mucho que pues el gran resultado de este evento y de los mexicanos aquí hablen los ojos a las autoridades para que vean el potencial que hay en el bodyboard mexicano. Yo encantado de ser parte de este proceso. La gente que me conocen saben que pues, el bodyboard es mi vida y compartir eso, ver una nueva comunidad, darlo todo, me encanta. Y una enhorabuena a Kalani, lo hizo increíble. Ganando a Armide, ganando a Pierre, ganándome a mí, la verdad que hoy se comió al mundo. Así que enhorabuena, espero que sea lo primero de muchos y que pues igual este evento parece que es el fin del evento, pero realmente yo creo que es el inicio de un gran proceso y ahí estaremos siempre apoyando. Gracias a todos.
Pues, las palabras sobran, la verdad. Quisiera primero agradecer al Club Perla Negra y a Jim Paul por hacer esto posible. Y pues como todos, solo éramos unos niños viendo la televisión, viendo a Mauri, a Pierre, a Ibrahim y soñando con algún día levantar la bandera mexicana en lo más alto. Y pues no tengo palabras para explicar este sentimiento. Simplemente este triunfo no es mío, sino de todos ustedes. Y quiero decir esto más que nunca. ¡Viva México, cabrones!
Buenas palabras de nuestros riders, muchísimas gracias. Vamos con la foto para despedirnos de este bonito evento. ¡México! ¡México! Well, thank you so much to all of you. This was the 2026 Pascuales Bodyboard Pro Challenge. Thank you so much to the IBC for being here present. Thank you so much to the riders and to every single sponsor that made this possible. Thank you, EcoJoy. Thank you, Secret Spot. Thank you, Club Perla Negra, Pascuales Hotel, Club Burdeos, al Gobierno Municipal de Tecomán. Muchísimas gracias. A Jenny, Melenuda Social Network, a Claudio, a Jimmy, hombre, al equipo de producción. Todos ustedes no saben cuánta gente está involucrada. Torca, muchas gracias a la producción, al equipo de jueces mexicanos, a Chico por estar aquí. Chico, thank you so much, amigo. Nosotros te apreciamos. Bienvenido a México, tu casa. Los jueces te aprecian y esperamos regresar aquí a Pascuales el próximo año con más IBC Bodyboard Pro. Nos vemos en 2027 con más aventuras en el agua. Gracias a todos y nos vemos hasta la próxima.